Order. It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires amenant des députés.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-232, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages. Mr. Godin, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that Bill C-232, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley for having seconded my bill. For too long now, the government has been refusing to establish a linguistic criterion in the nomination of Supreme Court judges, which interferes in a worrisome way in the rights of individuals.
That Canada cannot tolerate.
Happily, I trust that things will change because in 2009, the 40th anniversary of the Official Languages Act, Canadians decided to mobilize for the cause in an unprecedented gesture. Francophones and Anglophones from all areas united to support my bill, C-232, which is meant to create a language criterion for Supreme Court judges so that in the future French and English can be used without the need of an interpreter. This will not affect judges already in position. We have the same objective of restoring a right that is fundamental to all Canadians, the right to fair justice. Allow me, colleagues, to explain the background. Let's remember that the laws of Canada are not written in one language then translated into another, but are written parallelly in both official languages so that no version has precedence over another. The Official Languages Act says that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is meant to safeguard this historical right. Therefore, in order to understand the subtleties of the law and to apply them in their entirety, we must at least understand official languages, both of them. One must also be able to listen to the parties to a case without the assistance of an interpreter in order to make decisions impartially and objectively. Otherwise, parties run the risk of running into significant prejudice. It is crucial that the justices of the Supreme Court understand the Act as it is in its duality in protecting our rights. Simultaneous interpretation or translation is not enough. It can lead to an interpretation which may be removed from its main meaning.
Court must not be partial or restricted to knowing only half of the law because he or she knows only one of the official language.
Members of Parliament and Canadian citizens, you may have to stand before the Supreme Court of Canada one day, and you may have to experience the repercussions of a decision at this level. Imagine what it is to be the victim of injustice because you haven't been properly understood. Imagine a judge who cannot obtain the clarification he needs when he needs it because translation or interpretation prevents it. Imagine what would happen when judges discuss things among themselves about your future outside of the room and that there would be where translation and interpretation is offered.
It's not through interpretation that we're necessarily going to understand all the aspects of the debate prior to a case being brought before the Supreme Court.
The government must be more careful of the competency of justices. If proper knowledge of the law is fundamental to become a Supreme Court justice, language ability is as well. The Official Languages Commissioner Graham Fraser said, and I quote, "The knowledge of official languages is one of the necessary competencies of judges sitting in the highest court of the land. This necessity would show all Canadians the commitment of the Canadian government towards language duality. It is essential that an institution as important as the Supreme Court of Canada be not only composed of judges having exceptional competence as jurists, but also that they reflect our values and identity as Canadians, as a bijural and bilingual country." End of quote. The Official Languages Act provides for all federal courts having to make sure that the language chosen by the parties be understood by the judge or the officer presiding, and this without assistance of interpretation. The only exception to this act, the Supreme Court. It is not fair that this act applies to federal tribunals such as the Federal Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Canadian Tax Court, but not to the Supreme Court of Canada. Why would it be an exception? The law should be the same for everyone. I'm going to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The Appellate Court, or the Federal Tax Tribunal, there are judges there who aren't bilingual, but as an individual, you should be able to have the case in French and have the justice be able to hear your case in French. But with the Supreme Court, there are 9 justices sometimes hearing a case, so they have to be able to understand the case in the language chosen by the person before the court. On February 5th, the Supreme Court of Canada, in the Caldash decision, reminds the federal government, among others, of its constitutional obligation to make available to the public services of equal quality in both official languages. The Commissioner explains that this is an important principle which clarifies the scope of the Official Languages Act. In this judgment, equality cannot be examined narrowly, but the government must bear in mind the nature of the service and of its purpose when it comes time to define language obligations. In Canada, French has benefits from equality of status and use with English. Anyone before the courts, English-speaking or French-speaking, should be able to be heard, should not have to be heard through interpretation or other means before the highest court in the land.
How important it is to be able to make ourselves understood without interpreter or other intervention. La Fédération.
The Federation of Associations of French Language Jurists in the Common Law System, the FAJEF, believes that the present process of appointments of justices of the federal benches, which includes the Supreme Court, does not bear in mind or does not take sufficient account of language rights. The Federation points out that the absence of a mechanism for evaluating the competency, the language competency of candidates, shows us that very little importance is given to this issue. The right to use a language before a court has to include the right to be understood directly in this language, or otherwise, why would we have a right to express oneself in one's language if the person to whom one is expressing oneself doesn't understand it? It's important that each side be able to be heard in conditions which do not place them at a disadvantage. In order that decisions of the Supreme Court be taken into account and that Canadians have the right to fair and equitable trials, I would urge you to support my Bill 232. In a historical gesture, please join with me and the following organizations: the Canadian Bar Association, the Association of French-Speaking Jurists, the Association du Jeune Barreau du Montréal, la Fédération des Communautés francophones et acadiennes du Canada, the Quebec Community Groups, Network, the Official Languages Commissioner, the Northwest Territories French-speaking Federation, the Acadian Federation of Nova Scotia, the National Society of Acadia, the Bloc Québécois, the National Assembly of Quebec, and the Premier of Quebec. My bill would not create great problems, but it would allow, in the long term, to avoid appointments that would run counter to the spirit of the law and the Charter. So let's be more careful that the rights to equal status before the courts is respected so that linguistic communities can truly grow and thrive. So I hope that all parties will show respect for both official languages. I'm going to give you another example. When the Supreme Court was set up, it was set up for citizens, for Canadians, and for Quebecers. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not really a court for justices. It's not a court that's there for the judges. It's there for citizens. So, and a citizen should be able to have his case heard in his own language. So when you're before a court, it's the Supreme Court of Canada. It's your last chance, and the ruling will have an impact on your life for the rest of your life. And just imagine if the judge hasn't properly understood the proceedings. There's Professor Michel Doucette from the University of Moncton. He lost a case by 5-4. And when you lose a case by 5-4, as happened to him in one case when he pleaded his case in French, and then you go home and you listen to the English interpretation, which was done of the proceedings in the court where 3 judges didn't understand French. When he listened to the proceedings as interpreted by the CPAC interpreter, he wondered what the judges really understood. So imagine what he felt. He said, I listened to the interpretation of the proceedings, I listened to their interpretation of what I said, and I understood nothing. Now, he said this before the Official Languages Committee here in Ottawa. I have a great deal of respect for interpreters, says Professor Doucette, and the work that they do. And I think it must be very complicated to do so in a political context. And just imagine how difficult it would be in a judicial context where every word counts. So, Mr. Speaker, once in a union arbitration, there was a union before being represented before a court. So very often it's the very words you choose before a judge that might make a difference. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in this country, I think we're ready for this.
That the people has come to a point that understand that if we're going to have 2 official languages, and if the law is wrote in English and the law is wrote in French, not interpret, how could we accept that after you go to court and the interpretation will come from somebody else on the same law that we don't accept in this House of Commons? Puis je vais répéter cette partie-là parce que je pense que c'est important.
I'm going to repeat this. Mr. Speaker, the law is written in French and in English. This Parliament decided that the law would not be translated. It would be drafted in both official languages separately in a parallel way. And how could you have interpreters in the Supreme Court of Canada interpreting the law for judges when we can't interpret the law for them? We have a fundamental responsibility to make sure they have a fundamental responsibility to understand and interpret the law. So judges must be able to understand proceedings in both official languages. I think this is extremely important. Just imagine you're before a judge or the interpreter makes a mistake. And then, you know, like there's the member for Acadie Bathurst who speaks quite quickly, and it's hard for the interpreter sometimes to get it all. Well, I'm sure that some days I've really made the interpreter sweat. So that is why I am asking this House to make sure that the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court of Canada, I would like to ask that appointments be made of candidates being able to work in both official languages, and this to the benefit of all Canadians. The court was set up for citizens, not for justices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his bill. I'd like to know, if the bill provides for judges who are appointed being perfectly bilingual or at the time of their nomination, or if there will be a grace period extended to them so that they can perfect their second language. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question because, you know, Mr. Speaker, the bill is clear. It has to do with appointments. In the waiting period, are we to believe that we'll have a judge who doesn't understand the two official languages for the next 4 years? Now, this bill is not retroactive. It would not affect sitting justices, but it would mean that whenever there is an appointment to the Supreme Court, and you know that the government has been asking the government, let's have judges who understand both languages, not someone who's going to learn it. The Supreme Court of Canada is not a school. We have deputy ministers who come into their position who are not bilingual. There's no obligation to know both official languages to be a deputy minister. They say they'll learn it, and they don't learn it. We don't want this to happen at the Supreme Court. So I want to be clear on this. To be appointed to the Supreme Court, justices must know both official languages. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague for his bill, and I have the following question. He's shown that according to him, and we agree with what he says, that Supreme Court justices be able to understand both French and English, and he's just said that it should be the same thing for deputy ministers as well. But what about ambassadors who represent Canada abroad and are unilingual? And what about bilingual or positions which are designated bilingual and that aren't filled by bilingual persons? What does he think of this? The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Well, Mr. Speaker, just last week we were in our ridings working. But if we're to look at the Official Languages Committee, where I asked the question, when you've got the deputy minister, you've got a deputy minister who speaks English and everyone else speaks French, well, everyone will speak English, and I think it's the same thing for ambassadors. It's a message sent by the government. We need a message from the government, from this Conservative government, that says it respects both official languages in our country, and that says we're going to see if they'll support this bill, because it's got to start at the top. And does the Supreme Court of Canada belong to citizens, or does it belong to judges?
Do we have to give the responsibility for that to them? This is the question we should be asking. It's for the better good of citizens. They want to feel that they have been respected, and if ever they have to appear before a court, they want to be able to hear it in their language. We have these 33 million people in Canada. I can't see why we shouldn't be able to have some justices who are bilingual. I have great confidence in people throughout the country, no difference from province to province. There are excellent judges who speak both languages in these provinces. So with all the respect that I have, I think we can have good justices at that level. I believe that my bill should be supported by all parties in the House to give a direct example from on high that Parliament wants to have the linguistic rights respected. We're talking about the Official Languages Act, and yet we have some judges who can't speak both languages. We lead by example, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak today with respect to second reading of Bill C-232, which is an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, Understanding of Official Languages, that has been moved by the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst, who is who is Vice Chair of the Official Languages Committee and who certainly works very hard in committee to advance the rights of communities with respect to Canadian linguistic rights. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that would require as a precondition for their appointment to the Supreme Court that they understand French and English without the assistance of an interpreter. French and English have been a fact in Canadian society since its very inception. We have different languages in different cultural communities. They have joined our society, but these two languages are fundamental to our identity as Canadians, and they have deep roots in our identity. The Government of Canada recognizes the importance of developing minority language rights, of course. In June 2008, the government announced the way forward for 2000 up to 2013. It's a 5-year plan that would set out a budget of $1.1 billion, and which has two prongs. The first deals with the linguistic reality and the official languages in certain areas, health, justice, development, economic development, arts and culture, amongst others. From the outset, I have to say that our government is determined to support the vitality of the English and French-speaking languages in Canada and their communities. The recognition of these, full recognition of these two languages and the use of these languages by their populations, their communities, this is what we are debating here. Canada is very proud of its judicial system. You can just think of all of the many countries where they can only hope to have something like we have here in Canada. And it operates in both official languages. It's important to point out that the Supreme Court is a model of institutional bilingualism. The national institutions must, under legislation in Canada, be bilingual. The government maintains its commitment to preserve the equality and neutrality under the terms of the Act, and it will be guided by the principles of merit and judicial excellence in its appointment process for judges at the superior courts, federal courts, and also, of course, at the Supreme Court. The government has appointed some more than 200 judges in Canada. They are highly competent judges, and I would say that this takes into account the principle of judicial merit. This tradition will continue with respect to further appointments. Merit is an extremely important part of the process. The other is the mastery of law, judgment, work habits, attitudes with respect to communication, to writing, the social conscious, and the awareness of fairness. All of these factors are there, as well as bilingualism. The government seeks to ensure the linguistic competency of the judges to allow for trials offering English and French, both official languages. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that the government, in appointing, consults the Chief Justice of the court involved to establish the needs of the court, including linguistic needs. The Chief Justice has a good knowledge of the community that is served and is aware of what will be happening when vacancies occur. Also, groups and individuals are factors to be considered when vacancies are to be filled. By extending its pool of bilingual positions to judges, the government allows for French-speaking jurists and the Francophone community to identify those persons who have the requisite capacities and to allow them to be part of the process. The government always seeks to choose the best qualified person, somebody competent, qualified, a balance between men, women, cultural diversity, and linguistic ability. Language. This is a fundamental part of our society. If you look at the values that have been enshrined in the Charter, it is therefore terribly important that these members be chosen amongst the most distinguished and competent of jurists. This is why we are extremely careful to make our choice on the basis of knowledge, experience, personal commitment with respect to excellence as well when it comes to appointing judges. Those judges who are appointed to the Supreme Court and have been so over the past 130 years have been the best possible on the bench. Amongst the qualities that we seek in a judge is, of course, intellectual ability, a superior ability to draft documents, a sense of innovation with respect to the law, and also a deep awareness of the Charter. The constitutionalist Peter HoC wrote about the personal qualities of a justice at the Supreme Court. He said that justice should be able to solve complex issues, not just technically, but on drawing on his own compassion and wisdom. That person must also have the requisite energy and discipline to provide the documents, to go through the documents on appeal. That person must be open-minded, looking through all of the relevant documents and hearing the arguments of all the parties. That person must treat all litigants with compassion and courtesy, express clearly his thinking in intelligible language, and deal well with his 8 colleagues to strive to reach a majority judgment. The court is made up of a number of judges that, as directed by the Supreme Court Act, which provides for at least 3 of them coming from Quebec. A recognition of the tradition of civil law in Quebec requires a representation of justices in the court, so that this reflects the bijudicial character of Canada. The Supreme Court has always reflected the regional composition of Canada and its present composition is based on legislation and tradition, the recognition of a judicial pluralism. That is a characteristic of our country, and also the regional aspects that must be taken into consideration in appointments. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue, but I see that you're saying that my time is almost up. I would just like, therefore, to add that the composition of the Supreme Court reflects this regional composition: 3 from Ontario, 1 from the Atlantic, 1 from BC, and others. And therefore, I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to this very important measure that has been brought in, introduced by my colleague from Acadie Bathurst. This harks back to something that was introduced by my colleague, the member for Bourassa, last year, which unfortunately died on the order paper, further to the Conservative government's decision to put an end to the House's work. I'm very happy, therefore, that my colleague for Acadie Bathurst has taken up this issue again. I would salute his work. He works in a non-partisan way. He is always promoting and respecting both official languages. He works. I've been 5 years on the Official Languages Committee with him, and I know that he has always dealt with respectfully with our official language communities. We are generally on the same side of an issue. It is a sensitivity that is shared, and I must say that he is very much appreciated by all. If you want to speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker, what we have to know is this. The bill amends the Supreme Court Act and creates a new condition for appointing justices to this court. Essentially, what is being sought here is that the justices understand English and French without the need of the assistance of an interpreter. In other words, bilingual justices is what we're talking about here. It seems to me that this is common sense itself, and it goes to the very heart of our commitment for official languages communities. Here we want to give some meaning to these fine principles that everybody pays lip service to. They talk about promoting French, promoting English, accompanying the communities, but these are only words. You have to back them up with action. My colleague for Acadie Bathurst is doing something tangible here today. The bill is simple. It's very simple. It is asking that the justices appointed to the highest court in the land understand both languages, so that no matter what case is brought before it, they would be, anybody who has to be tried can be tried, heard and understand without passing through the filter of an interpreter, that they can use one or the other of the official languages of our country. I said earlier that I am on the Standing Committee of Official Languages and have been for some years. We've seen during our work there is a great deal of work to be done with respect to the promotion and respect for bilingualism, for both official languages. There is work to be done, for example, if you want the languages of both our peoples, our founding peoples, to be well represented in the federal public service. Effort must be undertaken to ensure this, but more must be done. Bilingualism has to have a value that is supported by the government. Canadians in all regions have to understand that this is not a cost or a constraint in any way. It is an extraordinary opportunity that each and every one of us throughout the country should be able to benefit from. Everybody should understand that bilingualism is part of our identity, that it is the very base of at the very basis, the foundation of Canada, and it is part of our collective wealth. I think in such a context, I don't think that it is unreasonable to ask that the justices appointed to the Supreme Court be bilingual, given the very great degree of responsibility that these justices have in our country. If you believe in bilingualism and linguistic duality, you cannot make such an exemption. That is, to allow for unilingual justices at the Supreme Court level. I'm convinced that in the long run, everybody would understand the will that underlies this initiative. That is, that we want to live in a society with two official languages that are treated with the same respect, the same importance, and have the same legal status. Bill C-232 sets out very clearly, and I quote, that in Clause 1, that the justices, there would be maybe appointed a judge who understands French and English without the assistance of an interpreter. The bill is simple and easy to support. I think that perhaps there are different political parties, so they're not the only ones who would be in favor of this bill. For example, under other interveners like the Canadian Bar Association, the National Assembly of Quebec, the Official Languages Commissioner, Mr. Graham Fraser, all have spoken out in favor of bilingual judges at the Supreme Court. Indeed, the Association des Communautés Francophones et Acadiennes du Canada, the ACFA, has been asking for this very thing for some years now. With respect to this, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that the appointment of Mr. Justice Thomas A. Cromwell from Nova Scotia to the Supreme Court is a very good piece of news with respect to bilingualism. As you know, Mr. Justice Cromwell is filling the vacancy that was left by the retiring Justice, Mr. Justice Michel Bastarage. Mr. Justice Cromwell is bilingual, and that's a good step in the right direction, but that takes a bit more yet to be done. But I'm sure that with respect to that, we cannot place all our confidence in the Conservative government.
After all, it was this government that abolished the Court Challenges program. This government is not investing the way we would like it to in the linguistic duality and official languages. Radio-Canada recently explained that Mr. Justice Marshall Rothstein, who is unilingual and Anglophone, is the first appointment to the Supreme Court by Mr. Harper, and that happened 2 years ago. And I quote the report, "This situation forces Francophone judges to write their drafts in English, and translation, therefore, is being avoided. Unilingualism, therefore, can create a problem when a case has to be heard in French," close quote. This situation should not be allowed to happen each time a judge is appointed. We need to have standards. The government needs to have rules to follow in choosing judges for the highest court in the land. Regularly, this court is called on to deal with cases that deal directly with our linguistic duality and respect for both official languages in Canada. We need to send a clear message to our official language communities across the country. These communities work day to day to defend and preserve their language and their culture. Too often, these communities have had to insist in dealing with Conservative governments that they need their rights and needs protected, and these governments are insensitive when they are Conservatives. The Montfort Hospital was threatened with closing in Ontario, the Court Challenges program, which enabled Francophones in Ontario to win their battle and keep the Montfort Hospital, has now been abolished. The fact that we have bilingual judges at the Supreme Court is not an end in itself, but it does send a clear message that we are serious about the importance of our two official languages and the need for them to be respected. But, as I said, it is not an end in itself. We need to go much further. We need to invest in the longer term. We need predictable, ongoing funding for our organizations over many years. We need to invest in our children to make sure that they learn their mother tongue at a young age, and we need to strengthen our communities and our local culture. We need to promote our culture. In other words, we need to be there for our official language communities, be beside them, listen to them, and all Canadians will be better off for this. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I would like to say that the Bloc Québécois supports Bill 232 on the Supreme Court, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act understanding the official languages. This bill was introduced by my member, by my colleague, the member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, one thing is very important when we deal with this bill. This is the tip of the iceberg. The federal government is not walking the talk when it comes to bilingualism in our country, Canada. The federal public service is supposed to be bilingual in order to be able to deal with the public in people's first language. There is even a stated intention by the government to look at how the universities can train students at both the undergraduate and graduate levels who can speak both official languages. That way, there would be a pool of possible recruits for the public service, and this is a very praiseworthy goal. However, that idea is being studied at the Official Languages Committee, but there is something really wrong in that public servants are mostly able to speak both official languages, but Supreme Court judges do not have an obligation to be bilingual, and I find this incredible. Why do we not require deputy ministers to be bilingual, but people in the actual departments have to be bilingual? But the deputy minister does not have to be bilingual. There is certainly an inconsistency there. We know as well the Governor General does not have to be bilingual. We know that both official languages, rather ambassadors, do not have to be bilingual, even though our Constitution says that this is a bilingual country. That the ambassadors do not have to be bilingual is cynical. We have bilingual positions in the public sector at the federal level that are, we have them, these positions filled by people that are unilingual. 37% of the cases are like that. And when there is no respect for French, that is what happens. This is how the federal government is acting toward the French fact. And this is why people like Bloc Québécois members are here to defend the French language and culture, which are our main language in Quebec. It's the public language. We have to do that because the federal government does not respect French. The federal government is very cynical about this. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that you will agree with me when I say that the Conservative government does not have a very good record where the official languages are concerned. There is one language that is more official than the other. Nearly 40 years after the adoption of the Official Languages Act, it is nearly impossible to work in French. When a manager is Anglophone, everyone works in English. Most meetings where there are bilingual people happen in English. Most of the Francophones tend to be bilingual, and the Anglophones are not. Ottawa still clearly does not consider bilingualism important to recruit for bilingual positions, especially among senior managers. Many people who are unilingual are in bilingual positions. The government has a commitment to uphold the official languages, which states that both official languages have equal status, including for the use of those two languages in the federal public service. We have that in the election platform of the Conservative government in 2005 and in its most recent platform as well. After the abolition of the Court Challenges program, the program with for the official language communities, we know that there is a great deal of contempt being shown toward people who do not understand their first language properly. We know that, for example, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles said that Quebecers do not want to learn their second language. But we know that the city of Gatineau is the most bilingual city in Canada. Montreal is the third most bilingual city in the country. I come from Hawkesbury, which is the second most bilingual city in Canada, and Quebec is the province where more people than anywhere else speak both official languages, and yet we hear the Conservatives talking scornfully about French. It is not helpful to be in the Conservative government. This does not do anything to help French in Quebec. In 2008, the government refused to support a motion calling for Supreme Court justices to be bilingual. If the Conservatives are sincere, we will hope that they will prove that they have changed their mind and will vote for this. This is a horror story that we are seeing here, and it is the Conservatives that have brought this about. Mr. Speaker, given that this bill would make understanding both official languages a requirement for any judge to be appointed to the Supreme Court, given that the Official Languages Act stipulates that French has an equal status to English, given that the French and English versions of our laws have equal status at the federal level and that they are not translations of each other, given that any citizen using either language can appear before our federal courts, given that the Official Languages Act calls for people to be able to speak without an interpreter at the federal court or the Federal Court of Appeal, given that there are problems with simultaneous translation that does not necessarily reflect exactly everything, and therefore can prevent the lawyers or accused from grasping all of the nuances. Given all those reasons, the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-232. We should all be aware that the Quebec nation has taken a stand on this issue on May 21st, 2008. All members present at the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously supported the following motion. The National Assembly of Quebec affirms that mastery of the French language is a prerequisite and a vital requirement for a judge to be appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we support this bill. This is the tip of the iceberg. Everything is still needed in this area. We hope that the Conservatives will support this, and we support the French fact and this bill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
And real pleasure to honor and rise and speak on this bill today, raised by my colleague, Acadie Bathurst. It's really, when I was first asked to speak on this bill, I really thought it was quite interesting, and then I thought about it being brought up as a unilingual Anglophone, and as a person who now, in this stage of my advanced years, is trying to learn French and spending a fair amount of time at it. It's quite an honor to be able to stand and speak on this issue today. And as I said before, this bill is going to be a requirement that all individuals appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada be able to understand the proceedings before them in both English and French without the aid of an interpreter. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada strongly supports the promotion of both official languages, French and English, in our society. A reality in New Brunswick and in my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac is that bilingualism is a fundamental aspect of our national unity. It is therefore essential that the Supreme Court, as part of our judicial system, reflects the bilingual nature of our country.
A pinnacle of our justice system is very important that it does reflect an element of our country's character, that we're in fact, that French and English are our official languages, and in New Brunswick as well, being 33% of our population in New Brunswick being Francophone, very important. Allow me to briefly outline the constitutional context in which language rights are exercised in our judicial system. Section 133 of the Constitution Act 1867, as well as subsection 19.1 of the Charter, provide that either English or French may be used in any court established by Parliament.
Moreover, Section 16.1 of the Official Languages Act indicates that the federal court requires judges that can work in both official languages to allow people to appear in the language of their choice.
What we're seeing is that in the official language, and hear the parties in their chosen official languages without the aid of an interpreter. Because of the special nature of this as the highest court, and in fact, as is comprised of only 9 judges chosen from different regions of the country, Mr. Speaker, I think that's important that we reflect on that the Supreme Court has to reflect the values and principles of all of Canada and all our different regions, and that includes Quebec and New Brunswick, includes the western regions, the north as well. That's why it's important that these judges be chosen from the different regions of the country, and that because of that, Parliament chose to exempt the Supreme Court from this extension of the constitutional rights in 1988. The government's commitment to ensuring that there is sufficient linguistic capacity in our courts, of course, includes the Supreme Court of Canada. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court provides all of its services and communications in English and in French, much like the House of Commons. In addition, every individual who appears before the court is free to use either English or French in written and oral proceedings. The court's decisions are issued in English and French as well. Thereby, and what this is also very important, Mr. Speaker, is that this is contributing to what we call a growing body of bilingual case law that is accessible to all Canadians. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable members are aware, all but one of the current judges of the Supreme Court are fully competent in both official languages and are able to hear cases in either official languages without the assistance of simultaneous interpretation. Mr. Speaker, it's 8 out of 9. That said, high-quality interpretation and translation services are available during the hearings before the court, and all judges have the assistance of at least one or more bilingual law clerks. Ongoing language training is available to all members of the court, and I really appreciate the fact that we have this ongoing language training available to us members of Parliament, and I know quite a number of the people, la plupart des députés de la partie.
Many members from the Conservative Party have also learned to speak French.
The court demonstrated has the capacity to conduct its business in both official languages. I'm aware of no suggestion that the court has failed to consistently provide all Canadians with the highest quality of justice they expect and deserve. To the contrary, the Supreme Court of Canada is recognized nationally and internationally as a model of collegiality, professionalism, and superior capacity. Canadians may take tremendous pride in the stature that our judges hold around the world. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable members may be aware, the national status of the Supreme Court is reflected in the historical practice of providing for its regional representation. Not only is the Supreme Court ensured its biojudicial strength through the appointment of 3 judges from Quebec, but its legal pluralism more broadly is made possible through the long-standing tradition of ensuring that the court's complement is drawn from all regions of Canada. Canadians from coast to coast to coast may thus see the country's geographic diversity represented in their highest court. Mr. Speaker, the government clearly accepts that linguistic ability is an important factor in selecting judges of the Supreme Court, and we will continue to ensure that it will be given serious consideration as it was in the most recent appointment. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, when I was asked to speak on this bill last Friday and thought about it over the weekend, it was really interesting to actually pause and reflect on the appointments. And as we know that our federal court judge, who was recently from New Brunswick, Mr. Bastarache, actually retired, took his retirement from the bench, and which led to us searching and for a quality judge. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think what's important for us to recognize also is that in this country that we're in, and reflecting the regional balances that we have to ensure that we have representation who can provide the services, and to ensure that the services can be provided in French and in English. And also, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to make sure that that reflects the broad diversity of our regions in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you really think about the broad regions and diversity that we have in Canada today, I find it, we know in the Atlantic area, in the Atlantic provinces, we have a small population, and we also have 32 seats in this great place, Mr. Speaker. And but really, when we reflect on that, we also have our Senate, which gives us the ability to balance things out from a regional perspective. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also important that we reflect that as well in our judicial. In filling the vacancy created by the departure of Mr. Justice Bastarache, indicated that proficiency in both official languages was an asset that would be given serious consideration in appointing his replacement. And the government delivered on that promise with the recent appointment of Justice Thomas Cromwell on December 22, 2008. Mr. Justice Cromwell, an eminent, fluently bilingual jurist, is a testament to the continued commitment of the government to appointing highly meritorious and qualified jurists to our highest court. And with all the judicial appointments, but particularly given the fundamentally important role of the Supreme Court, the government remains committed to merit as an overriding consideration based on legal excellence and personal suitability. Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of sensing that you want me to wrap up now. Okay, well, I can do that. I could wrap up, or I could go on a little while longer. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, we recognize there must be sufficient linguistic capacity in our courts to provide equal access to justice in both English and French. The government has been and remain vigilant in seeking competence in both official languages to achieve that goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci,
La période prévue pour les...
The period provided for private members' business is now ended, and the item now falls to the bottom of the order paper. Bills, Commons.
Canada-EFTA Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Julian.
Resuming debate, my understanding the member from Sackville Eastern Shore has 9 minutes remaining in his time period.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And again, I rise on the continuation of the debate of Bill C2. Basically, Mr. Speaker, what my colleague from New Westminster has asked for, and he's asked it very eloquently, he's asked it quite intelligently, I may say, is exactly, Mr. Speaker, what the United States asked for. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we're about to sign on to an EFTA deal, and it may have serious ramifications for a major industry in this country, namely shipbuilding. And we received over the past few weeks hundreds and hundreds of letters from concerned shipyard workers who are very concerned about their future and the future of their families in the 5 major yards across the country and the other smaller yards across the country as well, and what this means for their future. And they're asking the government quite clearly, why would you sign a trade deal that may affect this very important and vital industry? And Mr. Speaker, the NDP has absolutely nothing wrong with trade deals as long as they're fair and equitable on both sides. We saw what happened in NAFTA. We saw what happened in the free trade concerns. We saw our wages go down. We saw our things go down. And we were promised that Mexican considerations would go up. It simply hasn't worked. We saw what happened in the softwood lumber deal, Mr. Speaker. We left $1 billion of companies' money down there. And still, we have many, many mills across the country that have shut down and thousands of people laid off in the forestry industry. And, Mr. Speaker, now we're concerned about the shipbuilding aspect. And we're all concerned, Mr. Speaker. Lately, this government and others have spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in meetings across the country with experts on what's the best way to stimulate this economy. What's the best way to get the machines going again and get people working again, to get a sense of optimism and confidence once again? Well, Mr. Speaker, we've said it to this government and to the previous government year after year after year. One industry that you can look at in a very positive, a very fiscally responsible manner would be that of the shipbuilding industry. Mr. Speaker, we said before, we have $22 billion worth of work on the books right now. That's $22 billion, Mr. Speaker, and spread over a 20-year period, that could keep the 5 major yards singing for a long time and employ thousands of people at very decent salaries so that they, in turn, can pay the taxes that governments ask for, look after their families, and be able to live in the communities across this country, from Victoria to Welland to Levy to Halifax and to Marystown, plus all the smaller yards across the country, Mr. Speaker. We honestly believe that this particular industry has got a bright future in this country, and those workers and those Canadian companies deserve that opportunity. And I know, Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, and I'll say it once again. I know this sounds like very much a social democratic ideal, but can you imagine using Canadian taxpayers' money to hire Canadian workers to build Canadian ships with Canadian companies in Canadian yards? Now, Mr. Speaker, call me a rabid communist. I really don't care. But what a novel idea that is, to be able to turn around and use the taxpayer's dollar the taxpayers' dollars to hire your neighbours to build the Canadian vessels that our Coast Guard, our ferry fleets, our Laker fleets, and our military desperately so require. We couldn't help but notice in the recent budget the government announced $175 million for some hovercrafts and some smaller boats, but Mr. Speaker, the request was for $22 billion. $22 billion, Mr. Speaker, not $175 million, spread over 20 years. And Mr. Speaker, it's also quite ironic that this government brags about an investment of $300 million in the aerospace industry, and look what happened. A $1.5 billion contract out of Quebec building airplanes. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is a good investment. We want the exact same attitude applied to the shipbuilding industry, Mr. Speaker. And the 2001 report, Breaking Through, done by Labour and Business, has the 5 serious recommendations that would move this industry forward. But, Mr. Speaker, if you go ahead and sign this EFTA deal, it may have serious ramifications for our shipbuilding industry. And it's not just EFTA that my colleague is very worried about, and we in the NDP. It's what happens when the next trade deal with Korea comes up. Korea has already said that they want auto and shipbuilding in those deals. And, Mr. Speaker, if our largest trading partner, the United States, where we send 80% of our trade with, if every single FTA that they've ever signed since 1924 excludes shipbuilding and marine services from the table, then why in Canada don't we do the same? Why can't we protect this very vital industry just as much as China, Korea, the United States, England, Norway, Italy, Britain, Holland, and all other major countries in the world have done to their particular industries, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that every single time we go to the table, we give up these industries for other concerns? Well, Mr. Speaker, that has to stop, and it has to stop now. The reality is my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, has done an absolutely fabulous job in pointing out the errors of the softwood lumber deal. He was absolutely correct. And now, of course, he's pointing it out with the EFTA deal and the shipbuilders and the shipyard workers as well. Mr. Speaker, these individuals deserve to have the opportunity to build Canadian ships in Canadian yards, using Canadian taxpayers' money to do so. And we don't like to see this industry or any other industry of that nature just given up to the ghost and say, as John Manley said in 2003, that shipbuilding was the sunset industry. We simply don't believe that for 1 second, Mr. Speaker. We honestly believe that this is a sunrise industry and that this industry has a bright future in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're asking exactly what the United States does. Carve this out of the EFTA deal, sign your free trade deal, but then carry on and allow shipbuilding to grow and prosper in this country. Because you've got to ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, if Norway has said very clearly that they would pull out of EFTA if shipbuilding wasn't on the table, you've got to ask yourself, why is it so important to them to have shipbuilding on the table? Well, we can tell you why, Mr. Speaker. For over 30 years, Norway, although they don't do it now, but they heavily subsidized that industry to the point where they got it absolutely right. And they know very well, Mr. Speaker, even with a 15-year decline in the import tariff, that they can do very much damage to our industry. And it's not just them, it's Korea. And then what other trade deals down the road, Mr. Speaker, will not only put this industry at risk, but other industries as well. So for one more time, we ask the government to please, we ask the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois to please support my colleague's motion of getting this particular carve-out out of the EFTA deal, sign the EFTA deal after that, and then we'll work on shipbuilding and make sure that it's got a bright and positive future for the Canadian people in this country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Nova Scotia for his passionate defense of the shipbuilding industry in Canada. I want him to comment for me for a minute on the fact that before the North American Free Trade Agreement, 1,200 people lived in the little town of Wawa that I lived in back in the 60s and pulled ore out of the ground that they burnt the sulfur out of and then shipped down to Sault Ste. Marie, where 12,000 people turned that into steel. I was in New Brunswick in St. John in 1987, and I was visiting the shipyards there, and I noticed large piles of steel waiting to be used in the ships that they were fixing and building there at that time, and they were all stamped Algoma steel. And I'll tell you that I ever feel good. Here's a Canadian industry from beginning to end that was providing good jobs, good paying jobs for Canadian citizens, providing opportunity for Canadian businesses to make money, and our economy was rolling like no other time at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, and I felt good about that. I guess the question is, why is it that that's not really happening anymore? The mines in Wawa are shut down. Algoma Steel, or SR Steel now in Sault Ste. Marie, employs between 3,000 and 4,000 people, losing jobs in this difficult recession as we speak. And the shipyards in St. John, from what I understand, are shut down completely. Why did that happen?
The honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable colleague from the Soo has hit the nail on the head. It's not just the shipbuilders building the ships. It's those raw materials, Mr. Speaker, also come from Canada. And the trickle-down effect, Mr. Speaker, from the guys and the girls who mine the ore to the Algoma Steel Plant, or SR plant now, that makes the steel and then ships the steel to the yards and produces it in the ships. Mr. Speaker, it's a great circle of continuity of employment, using the natural resources of Canada, using various Canadian companies, not just in the shipyards, but in other cities like the Soo that my honourable colleague represents so well. He's absolutely bang on. The roll-around effect of jobs and the escalation of jobs throughout this, Mr. Speaker, is tremendous. And it's not just in what we call the muscle industries of mining and steelmaking. It's also in the high-tech industries, Mr. Speaker. Many high-tech industries for the computer systems on board and all the navigation systems on board are required. And, Mr. Speaker, a tremendous amount of people within Canada have an opportunity to gain that employment. So it's just not shipyard workers we're fighting for, Mr. Speaker. It's all the industries that are attached to building these ships in Canada. That's why it's so vital to preserve and protect this industry and ask for the carve-out so that his families in the Soo can also have a long career in the jobs that they enjoy so well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my member opposite across the way for his passionate comments with regard to this very important European Free Trade Agreement, which, as a member of the committee, I'm very excited about having this opportunity for our House to support this agreement, which will have the opportunity for Canada to have their foot in the door and the opportunity to expand into the 27 other member countries of the European Union. The fact that this issue has been discussed at great length, there's been a variety of witnesses that have come forward, and with agreement with the fact that this is in the best interest of all of Canada. And just to clarify the comment of my member opposite, he talked about the aspect of $22 billion was the request in the budget for the shipbuilding industry. It's actually, government's anticipating $43 billion over the next 30 years. So there's lots of ample opportunity for the shipbuilding industry to flourish in this country. One specific question for my member opposite, he talked about supporting free trade agreements. I'd just like the member opposite to let me know which free trade agreement the NDP would be supportive, because to date they haven't shown any indication. Thank you.
The honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore.
Speaker, we in the NDP support any free trade deal as long as they're fair, they protect the environment, and they respect the rights of workers and their families. And then no problems, Mr. Speaker, we'll support them. But the reality is, my honourable colleague from the very beautiful riding of Kelowna, by the way, brings up a very good point. I just said $22 billion. The potential for shipbuilding is over $40 to $60 billion down the road, Mr. Speaker. But his problem, if we keep negotiating these types of deals with EFTA, then the EU, and then Korea, an awful lot of that work could end up in the hand of foreign countries. And, Mr. Speaker, there may come a day very soon when we may lose the capability of building the ships in this country because some of the yards may have had to shrink or cut down completely, like my honourable colleague mentioned before, the St. John Yard, where we put millions of dollars in the St. John of Brunswick Yard. We built the frigates, then we gave them $55 million to shut the yard down. Mr. Speaker, that made no economic sense whatsoever. But it may end up happening again, Mr. Speaker, if we're not smart. And we make sure that shipbuilding is carved out of the EFTA, because it's not just EFTA. It's the European trade talks coming up. It's the Korea talks and everything else, Mr. Speaker. And if the United States recognizes the importance in this industry, then so should Canada. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Windsor West.
Speaker, and one of the questions I'd like to ask my colleague is he aware, I know he's aware of the case with Navistar, and this is trucks that the government is procuring. It's a couple $100 million project, and what's ended up happening is our country has decided to send this work to Texas. At the same time, we have a perfectly good facility in Chatham, Ontario, that actually can produce those vehicles. It is actually going to be eventually closing, and ironically, it has been rescued in the past and been successful. I'd like to ask my colleague there about, what's the problem in terms of we understand the United States is going to purchase their trucks in their Texas plant. We accept that, but why can't we do the same thing in our own country here? Because it's actually, the retooling is around $800,000, but the estimate the employment insurance for the laid-off workers is going to be $17 to $19 million. So it makes no sense whatsoever, and I'd like my colleague to have his comments on that.
The honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from Windsor West brings up a very, very good point of how ridiculous this government can be when they're penny wise and pound foolish. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not true that you save money by having those jobs done in Texas, those trucks done in Texas. It is simply not true. The reverse, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what happened. Can you imagine if those folks in Chatham were working right now on those trucks, that 40-cent dollars would go right back in the municipal, provincial, and federal revenues, Mr. Speaker, in terms of taxation. The pride of those people building something for our military, making sure that they would do the very best job they can, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, using Canadian taxpayers' money to hire workers in Chatham to build trucks for our Canadian military. My God, I don't know where that idea came from, Mr. Speaker, but it's a hell of an idea. We should continue doing it, and shame on this government for allowing that contract to go to the United States. It's just as shameful as the defense minister allowing a contract for knives, which was in his own writing in Pictou, to be built in China. They're inferior, they don't save any money, and a lot of workers in the defense minister's own writing lost the ability to be able to create something for our Canadian military. Mr. Speaker, where is the support in the troops in that one, Mr. Speaker? And my honourable colleague is absolutely correct, and I thank him for raising an important subject.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster. A short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Sackville Eastern Shore has been the foremost advocate for the shipbuilding industry and shipyard workers across the country. I'd like him to comment on the hundreds and hundreds of letters that have been pouring into MPs' offices, particularly from Nova Scotia, into Liberal ridings, where Liberal MPs are saying, well, we won't support our constituents, we won't support those people that are calling for the carve-out. Why does he think the Liberals are abandoning the shipyard workers in the shipbuilding industry?
From Sackville Eastern Shore, an equally short answer, please.
3, John Manley said in this House after a question that he believed the shipbuilding industry was a sunset industry. We know the Conservatives are not for it, but we're really shocked that the Liberals in the bloc will not support this initiative. And we hope, Mr. Speaker, when the next vote comes around, that they rethink that, represent their constituents in this House, and preserve and protect those jobs for now and the future, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on Bill C-2, the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. If passed, this bill will seriously impact my riding of Halifax and could have devastating consequences for Canada's domestic shipbuilding industry. Earlier, during the speech by my colleague, the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, he was asked by the honourable member from Kelowna, well, what free trade agreement would the NDP stand up for? What free trade agreement would the NDP support? I'd like to point out that the NDP does believe that member nations of the EFTA have strong social democratic traditions and they're actually ideal trading partners for Canada. They have great human rights records. They have great environmental records. The EFTA and the Implementation Act as a whole, this is a good piece of legislation. We welcome this kind of trading relationship with these countries. The only issue here is the issue of shipbuilding. The trade agreement on which we will be asked to vote contains provisions that would remove one of the only tools remaining that protect our industry from being ravaged by unfair competition from foreign builders. Those same European industries were very generously subsidized until recently. If this bill passes, in just 3 short years, we'll see import tariffs begin to be lowered, allowing an influx of these foreign-built ships to enter our market. And this change will sound the death knell for shipbuilding, and it will significantly damage the economy of Nova Scotia. In the interest of standing up for our Canadian shipbuilding industry and the local shipyard workers that I represent, I must voice my opposition to this bill without an amendment to protect our shipbuilding industry. As any Atlantic Canadian will tell you, shipbuilding is not just another industry. It's tied to our nation's history. From the earliest days of Confederation, our wealth of forests and hardy labor created hundreds of wooden ships that helped bring much prosperity to Atlantic Canada. And it's well known that in those days you could look out the harbor and you could see nothing but a sea of white sails, moving goods from the great port of Halifax. During the First and Second World Wars, Canada stepped up to build hundreds of new ships, punching above its weight when the need was greatest. Between the wars and after, the industry was fueled by domestic procurement policies to expand our fleets and by government investment. Those investments created a robust industry, and they made a lot of sense given our enviable coastlines. Unfortunately, the importance of the industry has not been as clear to recent governments in Canada. Add to that a series of bad trade agreements, and you can see how the industry went from being a top producer to the critical situation that we find ourselves in now. For years, shipbuilders have been calling for a comprehensive strategy to return the industry to competitive standards. Our shipyards simply cannot compete with the heavily subsidized industries in places like South Korea and Norway. In 2001, the National Partnership Project, consisting of members of the Shipbuilding Association of Canada and the shipyard workers, presented a breakthrough report called Breaking Through after they held a series of consultations across the country. This report is notable because all stakeholders were in agreement about what needs to be done. In a section called Issues and Recommendations on Subsidies and Unfair Trade Practices, the following recommendation was made, and I quote, that the Government of Canada resist requests from other countries to change provisions of the Canadian shipbuilding policy until such a time as the Canadian industry has been able to overcome the long-term effects of the subsidy and unfair pricing policies of other countries, end quote. And remember that this document was shipbuilders and manufacturers. It was the Shipbuilding Association and the workers. This change in provisions is exactly what the CEFTA is asking us to do. Norway has invested heavily in shipbuilding, making it one of the strongest in the world despite its relatively modest share of the world market. Those subsidies increased in the early part of this decade, and though they have been reduced now, they resulted in a strong industry capable of filling a variety of orders and competing on the international stage. Here in Canada, there has been a lack of meaningful investment, resulting in an industry that can only be described as being on life support. This is despite the incredible work of the men and women I represent who work at the Halifax shipyards and that rich maritime history that I just spoke about. Bill C-2 would effectively pull the plug on a struggling industry by removing the only protection that exists for it. New Democrats have called for two things. First, that shipbuilding be carved out of the CEFTA. And second, that the government take up the challenge and bring this industry back to full health through a comprehensive and meaningful plan. I want to thank the member for Burnaby New Westminster for the hard work he's done to see that this trade agreement is fair. He made every effort at committee to see that the shipbuilding section was removed from the bill. I also want to recognize the work of the member from Sackville Eastern Shore and my neighbour, who continues his tireless campaign on behalf of Canada's shipbuilding industry. Having failed to secure a carve-out at committee, it's now up to the House to do what's right and take shipbuilding off the chopping block. To turn once again to the impact of this trade agreement, I'd like to reinforce the fact that good jobs are what fuel our economy. As I've said before in this honored place, one shipbuilding job creates 4 spin-off jobs. A collapse of this industry, ushered in by this trade agreement, would throw hundreds out of work in Halifax alone. And with the loss of those jobs, there go 4 supporting positions. We're seeing unprecedented numbers of people who are unemployed because of this recession. We need to do whatever it takes to prevent the remaining jobs from being lost. Passing this bill will only accelerate that process. Our party has repeatedly asked government to look ahead, look to the future, and make decisions that will foster the development of a global economy, one that is sustainable economically and environmentally, and where Canada can actually play a lead role. Shipbuilding can be a part of that new economy, first by rejecting just this part of the CEFTA, and then through the implementation of a national strategy on the industry that will prepare it to compete with subsidized foreign industries on a level playing field. Just a few short months ago, the member from Sackville Eastern Shore and I joined shipyard workers. We joined them along with independent and Liberal MPs to show support for the shipbuilding industry and call for attention and investment from the government. It was a cold, cold day there on the Halifax Harbour, but we all gathered, despite party lines, to say this was an industry that was important to us. As we debate Bill C-2, those workers are actively calling on us to take that support that was voiced in January and turn it into action by carving out shipbuilding from this agreement. As one of the hundreds of letters from shipyard workers makes clear, quote, all stakeholders in the industry, including owners, operators, and unions from coast to coast, have emphasized the need for support during the many committee meetings that were held on the use of free trade talks. End quote. These letters call on Liberal members of the House to withhold their support from this bill until this section is removed. I share their concern and hope that all members will fight for their jobs and for a truly Canadian industry. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to share another fact about Halifax and its tradition of shipbuilding. It's a fundamental connection to the sea that we have. After the 1917 Halifax explosion decimated much of the city and its industrial sector, one of the first things to be rebuilt was the smokestack at the Halifax shipyard. And you could see at the bottom of it, stamped 1917. This underscores the importance of the yards to my community and the central role that community has played in our history. Recently, that powerful symbol was torn down. At this time in our nation's history, when we are witnessing the ongoing collapse of our manufacturing and forestry industries, let's not add shipbuilding to that list by signing a bad deal. Let's not let the tearing down of that smokestack in Halifax be a symbol for the future of the industry itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Well, it's going to be the honourable member for Hamilton. No, for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And again, another passionate and knowledgeable member from Nova Scotia, speaking about an industry that seems to be, by design of both the previous Liberal government and now this Conservative government, a sunset industry. I remember in Sault Ste. Marie in the early 90s when Algoma Steel found itself in some difficulty and needed to be restructured. The comments from many commentators, but Liberal members of Parliament and Conservative members of Parliament, and the member from Toronto Centre will remember this very clearly because he was involved in some of the most intimate discussions and negotiations that went on around that time to save that industry. It was referred to as a buggy whip industry, something that we should just cast aside and forget about, and perhaps ask the people of Sault Ste. Marie to just get retrained and enter into some other industry or economic activity that nobody had yet defined for us at that particular point in time. And we fought that. I was a member of the government of that day, and we came up with a plan for Algoma Steel that was homegrown. That had contribution from all kinds of stakeholders, the workers, the union, the community itself, the NDP government of the day, all came to the table and came up with some very creative and innovative ways to save that industry. And in fact, it was some of the good work done then and the seed sowing then that gives us reason to be proud today to say that even in this difficult economic time, we are still making steel and selling it in Sault Ste. Marie. Nevertheless, owned by a company out of India that so far has acted as a good corporate citizen and is serving us well, but certainly not part of the kind of free trade scenario that is being proposed in the bill that we're debating here today that would give away literally all of the very good and profitable industry that served Canada for so long in the shipbuilding sector. So I would ask the member if, being from Nova Scotia and seeing the impact of free trade agreements over the last number of years on so many of the resource-based, heavy industrial sectors of our economy and how that has affected her community particularly and her province, and what this bill, if we pass it, will do to the people of her riding.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I had the opportunity about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, to do an economic stimulus tour of the riding. This was for the media, and we went from place to place to look at shovel-ready places, shovel-ready projects. And one place we went to was the shipyard. And we met there with Carl Risser, who's president of the local. And he talked about the fact that these jobs, as I mentioned earlier, they're great jobs. They're good jobs. They're good paying jobs. And for every one job, there are 4 spin-off jobs. But to the point that my colleague raised, a lot of those men and women are out west now. They're not able to work in Nova Scotia. The work just isn't there. They're fleeing. They're looking for work. They need to support their families. And Carl talked about the repairs project for shipbuilding, and he said, that's going to be a good thing. We'll certainly put some folks to work, but it's not good for the long term, because the men and women who have left Nova Scotia looking for work, they're not going to come back for a 1-month contract. They're not going to come back for a 3-month contract. And the issue here is that they have skills. This is extremely skilled work. We really need to bring those people back to Nova Scotia and have them working in the industry in which they're trained. And I would like to address what my colleague was saying about in his riding, how industry and unions and workers and community work together to come up with innovative solutions. And I will bring us back to the Breaking Through report. I actually have a letter here from Jamie Vassilette, who is with the Union of Marine and Shipbuilding Workers, and he talks about this report as well. And he says, we have, along with all other major stakeholders in the shipbuilding industry, including owners, operators, and the Shipbuilding Association of Canada, we've all expressed the need for a carve-out in our industry, but it seems that this has fallen on deaf ears again. He does say as well that really it's quite unbelievable that we're in a situation now where this amendment, we've been listening to what all the stakeholders are saying, and this amendment is the perfect solution, and it's so simple. But yet we're not listening to the key stakeholders. We're not listening to the people whose jobs are at stake, and we're not listening to the employers as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As always, I was delighted to hear the member from Halifax speak up in favour of Nova Scotians and shipyard workers. She raised a very interesting point, which is the NDP's fair trade approach as opposed to the Liberals and Conservatives and their tired old Bush-style unregulated free trade approach that sells out Canadian jobs. And we've seen in agreement after agreement, the Conservatives just walking up and selling out whole industries. We saw that with the softwood lumber sellout. It killed tens of thousands of jobs and continues to kill jobs as the judgments based on the softwood sellout come through. Another $400 million anticipated in the next few weeks. Just an appallingly irresponsible, bad policy, bad negotiating. It's like the Conservatives just are unable to get their minds around the Canadian public interest. Now we have the shipbuilding sellout, which is unanimously described by people in the shipbuilding sector as a sellout, unanimously. There is not a single representative from the shipbuilding industry, whether owners or workers, who said this was a good deal, that said that the carve-out shouldn't happen. My question to the member from Halifax is, given the unanimity from the industry, given the strategic importance, given Canada has the longest coastline in the world and should be reinforcing its shipbuilding industry like every other long coastline country is doing, why are the Conservatives and Liberals conspiring to sell out thousands of shipyard workers and our shipbuilding industry, despite the fact they've received hundreds of letters in the past few days telling them not to?
The honourable member from Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member from Burnaby Westminster for his question, and if I knew the answer to why, I think we'd all be better off. I can't possibly understand what's going on in the minds of the Liberals and the Conservatives on this one, other than free trade is good trade, therefore free trade must be holus bolus. But we want to look at what is fair trade. As I said earlier, the NDP believes that this is a good trade deal, with the exception of the shipbuilding portion. As I said earlier, these countries have strong social democratic traditions. They're ideal trading partners for Canada. And although these members haven't joined in with the European Union, they've provided an excellent model for how to build strong working relationships with their neighboring countries. We will only benefit from working with these countries. Their policies, they really set an example for us about how to strike a balance between trade and national sovereignty without having to sell out the latter. And my colleague talked about this being a sellout, and I'll actually, I agree with him. And I'd like to read into the record Andrew MacArthur from the Shipbuilding Association of Canada and Vice Chairman of the Irving Shipbuilding Corporation. He testified before the Standing Committee on Trade on March 3rd in 2009, and he said, if it's not a sellout, it's getting close to it. It definitely doesn't enhance the survivability of the industry. It jeopardizes it. It would be pretty hard to say it's an absolute sellout, although it's getting close. It's not only EFTA that concerns us, it's that the ground rules may be set. We're negotiating with Singapore. We're negotiating with South Korea. Once you've set the ground rules, if we then get the same with all those other countries, then the industry is in very tough conditions, and it could only survive then on government contracts. And pushed a little further with questioning, George McPherson actually said, I would use those words, and the words he's using are as sellout. So I absolutely agree with the member from Burnaby.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise here on C2 again to discuss this issue. And it's important when we look at the context of trade, Mr. Speaker, we can look to the current deals that are out there that have historically been signed, as well as part of our due diligence to review what's happening here. And I think what's important to look at C2 and the request that the member for Burnaby New Westminster has done is to carve out the aspects to shipbuilding, is that is actually a normal process of trade arrangements. In fact, the history of trade arrangements have had these elements in them in a series of different ways. Just look at the United States, for example, where they have the Jones Act, and they also have procurement policies with a number of different defense contracting. They also have it also in manufacturing through the bus industry, for example, Mr. Speaker, where there's provisions that require content assembly in parts manufacturing in the United States, even for buses. And in fact, Canadian companies have had to go into the United States and open up assembly plants so that they can actually bid and win contracts for that. And as well, too, Mr. Speaker, they have the whole Buy American clause, which is part of their overall procurement policy, always has been. It reached some feverish discussion in the recent months, but the reality is it's been in their law for a number of different years. In fact, has been part of their ordinary procurement policy and has also been part of the state and municipal procurement policies of the United States as well, too. So the request that's being made here is part of negotiation tactics, and unfortunately we have a history of bad negotiations, really, when you look at the past Liberal government and also the Conservative one here. And to look at that, I mean, this is a fact that this deal here was arranged by David Emerson. He was the Liberal minister for the Martin administration, and when he crossed the floor after the the election, continued with his policies. And there was one of them with regards to European trade, but also other ones like Colombia, and also, too, another one that hasn't seen the light of day, thankful right now, Mr. Speaker, is Korea. And when you look at those policies, they offered up quite significantly, a number of different iconic Canadian industries as the bait to bring in the actual trade negotiations, and then they caved and gave them away later on. And that's one of the reasons that I've been opposed to the South Korea trade deal, is because, quite frankly, and some of the bureaucrats will admit to this, is that they had to offer something up. So they have in this agreement offered up automotive. And that's, a terrible position to start with, Mr. Speaker, because they know right away where your negotiation strength is, and unfortunately we come back with deals that really sell out certain segments of our industrialized capacity. And that's important to note, Mr. Speaker, because the United States, for example, they have their own defense procurement policy, and we don't begrudge them from that. We know that they have certain aspects that they want to continue to have in their country as part of their overall strategic way to deal with the basic civil society that they have, and as well as international affairs. That's why they have that capacity to make sure that they can respond to certain things. Sadly, Canada has done the exact opposite. We have really just basically abandoned any type of sectorial strategy approach, and only through a budgetary process year by year scramble around to try to find some programs or aids, and they come and go. Say, for example, the aerospace industry or automotive or shipbuilding, and they don't really create concrete plans of action. And that's what really this is about, Mr. Speaker, because we are looking at the country at Norway for particular reasons in this debate, because they spent over a dozen years actually building a shipbuilding industry through heavy subsidization and a national policy to do so. So, I mean, they had over a generation of actual public policy geared to design, build, and not only ships for their own domestic industry, but also international. And so when we actually then enter into an agreement like this with no terms and conditions to protect our Canadian industry, they're at a natural disadvantage. And I've had a chance to see some of the work that's been done out there with shipbuilding. I've been in the Irving Yards in Halifax, and I've talked with the workers there. And interestingly enough, is that, the government position has always been the issue over labor mobility. They say, well, fine, if you can't be building ships at that time because there's no work, then you as a labor person, you need to go out to, out to the Alberta or someone else to find a job. And the first thing that you'll say, and I myself as a young parent, I mean, you'll do what you have to do. There's no doubt about it. But when you have thriving communities that are going to continue to be there, it's important for those families to be held together, and that's the creation of the bond that the community requires to deal with everything from social programs to issues related to crime, to educational, to innovation. It's just not about having a worker go away for a couple of months and come back again. I mean, if you have to do those things, Canadians do that. I know they do them from my riding every single week. But the preference would be to have a job in your own community, especially communities that historically have been around and will be around for the foreseeable future. And that's what we should be doing, is looking at building that capacity. And that's what this is about. It's those communities where you have a high industrialized component for shipbuilding, for example, as we're talking about today specifically, to be part of a program and plan to create that stability. And we're going to win from that. And there's not going to be a violation from other organizations or other countries that would be complaining about Canada being protectionist, because this is done in other countries themselves. And that's why it's important to have this component carved out and move forward with the rest of the trade agreements that's a little bit more better balanced. And it would be a progressive one in the sense that, the shipbuilding would be removed. But it's not, and that's unfortunately where we're back here today. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, you've heard this a number of times, but I'm going to speak again about it because I think it's a practical example when we start going from 5,000 feet looking at, trade policies and the effect of them on a macro scale, but for a real scale that's happening right now. And this is really quite tied to this, is a Navistar truck plant that's in Chatham, Ontario, where a $200 million defense procurement policy went out, and International Truck, which is located in Chatham and also Texas, decided to put all the work into Texas. And that's not acceptable, because just a number of years ago, International Truck was having problems, and there was a $35 million loan guarantee provided to it, which was successful. And for the last several years, we've been producing trucks at that plant and doing quite well. In fact, so the trucks made in Mexico, when they tried to move production down there, had to come back up to Chatham to be audited and repaired because the quality wasn't up to what their clients needed. So they know that they can do this. And what doesn't make any sense is that I don't get upset as a Canadian politician that if in the United States they're going to buy trucks from Texas for their military. I understand that they have a plant there, they have people working there, and if they're going to buy trucks, then yeah, maybe if they thought that it would be a good idea to come to Canada to buy them here, that's a good thing. We always are hopeful to gain that type of business, but I can understand that they want to have a certain segments of their military protected to be able to do procurement because they actually get it. They also understand that if you have that development capacity, you also have control over who gets those at what time, and they actually have that in their contracting. So basically the United States can cut the line whenever they want, and that would once again reduce our capability to have our own sovereignty addressed. And it's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, because this plant can produce that truck for about a retooling of around $800,000. And now, with the layoff of the workers that's going to take place, we're looking at maybe $17 to $19 million in unemployment insurance benefits. So it makes no sense whatsoever on an economic scale. And as well, too, is that if you were actually going to have that investment, the retooling is going to be done by Canadians. The equipment, a lot is going to be Canadian equipment. The people doing it are going to be Canadian. And you're going to have then also the next future base of taxation policy from those that are making money in that area, contributing back to the coffers of Canada. So you're going to have a net win. So why we would send our truck development to Texas, Ontario, and just basically backhand Ontario, which is struggling right now, in this community of Chatham, Ontario, doesn't make any sense. And I think it goes to a deeper issue as well, too, Mr. Speaker, and it really ties with the essence here of shipbuilding and the history that we have with the water. Canadians know that we've been a maritime nation, serving ourselves quite capably during the Second and First World War. In the Second World War, we actually had one of the largest merchant marines and navies out there by the conclusion of the war, is that there was a real pride and a sense of dignity that we had with being able to actually procure much of our own development ourselves, and also to have that capacity. People having that type of work where they actually produce something of net value that they can really relate to is such a value-added component to our society. It's an extra added benefit to those that are actually part of the actual experience. And in terms of shipbuilding, there is that element that's there. And similar to that in Chatham, Ontario, is what the governments have said, the Conservatives have said, is that you're not going to produce for our men and women serving in the military. We're going to have somebody else do that. So they miss out on that relationship of having to be able to get up every single day, go to work, get a paycheck, and also contribute to the Canadian development experience that is so important, that when you have a job, that you have it meaningful and a sense of worth. We've told them, the Conservatives have told them, no, you're not good enough. You're not going to be the ones that are going to do this. We're going to send that out somewhere else. And that's what's so important about this debate here in terms of the economics behind the shipbuilding industry, but also how it connects to ourselves as a people. And when we see this outsourcing that's going on, it becomes very frustrating. And I can tell you what's happening out there, Mr. Speaker, is that workers and others are starting to feel this anguish. And I worry about the elements that are going to come next. And being from the auto sector, I can tell you right now that there's a great deal of frustration from workers feeling that the government isn't there for them and that they're having to do things on their own. One of the more recent cases that we've had with this is the issue over Aradco, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Jerry Farnham, president of CAW 195, and his workers who, because they weren't going to get the severance, an American company pulled up out of Canada. 80 families lose their jobs, and they don't even get the severance. And so what these workers did is they took it to themselves and they occupied the plant, and they made sure that they were going to get a better severance package, which was negotiated by themselves, not with the help of the government. And those people are working class heroes. They're men and women, many of them that are single parent families, that have had to take to these types of actions to protect them and their families' livelihoods. And that should be a message to the government about what happened in that one plant at this particular time, is that the government has to be more responsible when it has the tools and the resources behind it to make a difference in this country. And that's why we should be carving out this element and protecting our shipbuilding industry and the workers that have the skills and the training. And that's important because when you look at the Radco workers, they were some of the most productive workers out there, and to no fault of their own, they get usurped in this. And that's the same thing with the shipbuilding industry. When we have the workers out there, they're the best trained, they have highest quality, and they're people that actually have significant experience. And we're going to abandon that to some type of an experiment, and it doesn't make any sense. And that's why we have to turn this stuff around, is that people are out there are looking at us, and they're looking at the examples that we're setting and saying, well, what can you do with my tax-paying dollar that's going to make a benefit, not only just in terms of the immediacy of the tax expenditure that we're doing right now, but later on in terms of public policy. And that's what a national strategy for shipbuilding would be, and that's what an auto strategy, all those different things, where there's value and there's traceable elements of where the money goes to. And that's what could be done in this particular element here. And I think, Mr. Speaker, workers are going to continue to feel some frustration out there as they've done everything right, and then they don't have the government behind them. And it's disappointing that, we're out here by ourselves as New Democrats on this issue, because I think we'll be looking back later and we'll be saying, not only just in terms of what we've lost, but a missed opportunity to reinforce at a time when there is that actual motivation that should be even bigger than that, to restart an industry and to make sure that we're going to be thriving. And the connection to that's really critical, because you look at the incredible opportunities out there, and all you have to do is look at the Great Lakes, not only just the treasure environmentally, but also a trade corridor that's importantly significant. And you look at the ships that are going in there right now, they need to be replaced. Some of them are 30 up to 30, they expect to be replaced in terms of Great Lake freighters and that. And those will all be built in China or in Norway, somewhere else. They could be built here. And sadly, we let Collingwood go in terms of being a shipbuilding facility. But we could plan some of this out to make sure that, Halifax and the Montreal area and other parts where we still actually have that capacity is preserved. Because what ended up happening in Collingwood, for those that aren't aware of it, it's now become a resort. It's a very beautiful location, and there's a lot of positive things there. But what we didn't do is plan out another deep water capacity port, and what we've lost now is an opportunity to actually have a thriving industry return. So we need to think about that in the context and the lens of what's happening right now. And with the amount of things that we have going on, this is the perfect opportunity. And I think it's important that we revisit once again and we look at what this is, the message would be for Canada if we actually carve this out. It would tell the rest of the countries that we're interested in doing this, and I don't think we would have a hostile reaction. I don't think that we would have any country challenge us. When you look at some of the European policies for defense procurement and other procurement, it's quite similar. When you look at the United States, it's very clear that they have decided that they're going to have this at their capacity, and we are very much integrated with the United States. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, even as we have had some of this elements, the United States has gone to the extreme where, under the Patriot Act and other types of legislation, that many Canadian workers are not eligible to work on some contracts in the United States that are defense procurement. So we have the United States that's even challenged the workers that are part of companies that are integrated. And this is going to become a bigger issue. It's going to be a bigger issue because we have a number of different procurements that are going to take place over the next few months, and we'll hear some of them. They'll have everything from search and rescue planes that need to be replaced, and there's concerns already being expressed that the government is going to skew the bidding process to basically to get an Italian company, the contract, and sadly we have actually a number of different consortiums over here in Canada that could actually do that type of work that have up to 50% Canadian ownership, and they should be part of that process. So we're going to continue to see this type of a debate emerge. This is not a single-off issue. We're going to see the return of the discussion of the South Korea trade deal. That's another one that, again, I mentioned about the automotive aspect to it as being offered up as an element that could be basically seen as the carrot to bring us in there, and then later on we suffer the consequences because of that. Now, I think what's important in this debate as well, too, is to note that, especially to fortify, I think that this is not just the New Democrats here on their own that are actually bringing this issue forward. It's interesting because we actually have not only the labor aspect, which is traditionally part of our party and our relations and so forth, but we also have the associations, and we also have companies like the Irvings. And there's some interesting quotes that have come out of this debate that really reinforce the fact that we are, as a country, going to be costing a lot of jobs. And here's Mary Keith, she's spokeswoman for Irving Shipbuilding Incorporated. They've actually put this in a release. So it's not something that they just said off the cuff, something that they just threw out in a media comment or whatever. This is an actual release that they put out. So they thought very carefully about what they were going to say. And they put, quote, "The government of Canada is continuing its 12-year history of sacrificing Canadian shipbuilding and the ship operators in the establishment of free trade agreements with other nations," she said. International Trade Minister David Emerson said a free trade agreement in principle was reached with countries Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. And so they're looking at it from the lens of 12 years when she made that comment. And I think that's significant, because when you have a number of different I guess operators out there, or companies, they're seeing this as systemic. And when you see something as systemic, what you do is you defeat the option of other people interested in actually investing or moving into that actual field. Because you have people making those comments, they're indicating that this is not just one-off bad policy from the Conservative governments or Liberals before them. What they're saying is that if you want to get into this business, you better buckle up, because the ones that are in it right now are completely unsatisfied with the relationship they have with the government, and they feel that not only is it not neutral, it's actually against the flow. And I think, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to point that out, because what we have happening here is a continued pattern of behavior of the assumption that you can just reduce trade barriers or regulations, whether it be in food, whether it be in other types of industries like airline industry, that you're going to see natural improvements to the consumer and to civil society. That's not the case. That hasn't always happened. What you need is a carrot and a stick approach. The carrot is good public policy, and the stick is to make sure that the jobs are going to be created here, especially when taxpayers' money is involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member. I beg your pardon. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague who was speaking to this bill, which has been being debated. I have a question. On the one hand, given the recommendations and the motion of his party concerning support for the shipbuilding industry, and on the other hand, if this motion were to be adopted, and the government is able to better support the shipbuilding industry that might be threatened by this agreement, well, then should we just forget about this agreement? Because there's the pharmaceutical industry in Quebec, which through this agreement would be in the same position.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. We know that's going to happen here is that they're going to abandon the industry, and to think that perhaps we're going to have, and I'd be surprised that the Bloc thinks that, well, if the industry has trouble later on, don't worry, the Conservatives will come and rescue at the end of the day. I'd be surprised that the Bloc believes that's going to happen, because I don't sense that from the government. It traditionally hasn't been there, and I wouldn't give them that type of credibility, or I wouldn't give them that type of responsibility and think that it's real. And it is important that when we have a trade agreement that it is fair and balanced, and it shouldn't be done at the expense of one particular group or segment. That's the whole point, I suppose, of why I believe in a united Canada, because I think we can be quite stronger and be more successful. And there's nothing wrong with carving out a piece of this deal and then negotiating a better one. There's certainly a lot to benefit from the other countries when they come into Canada and to the markets and that, and it will be more balanced, fair trade. But we can't ignore that Norway has provided more than a decade support for an industry that will destroy it. And I would say that the Quebec shipbuilding industry is also going to take a hit. It could actually be much more significant, but hasn't been because there hasn't been that policy. So I believe Quebec is going to suffer from that lost capacity, and also to potentially a yard closure, which is shipyard closure, which has been threatened in the past, and that would be a setback for the country and also for Quebec.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member for Windsor West, and I thank him for pointing out that essentially other countries who have tough negotiators exclude shipbuilding from agreements. The United States has done it for every single trade agreement they've signed. Essentially, under the Jones Act, they carve out shipbuilding. So, referencing back to the letter asked by my colleague from the Bloc should be voting for the amendment because, quite simply, it means that the Parliament is essentially ensuring that the work that wasn't done in the negotiation of this agreement does get done through the due diligence of parliamentarians. And the member from Bloc knows that many of the letters that are pouring in are from Quebec shipyard workers. And it's not just shipyard workers, Mr. Speaker. Sheet metal workers are writing in, Boilermakers. I just received on my BlackBerry, Mr. Speaker, a message from Jim Fitzpatrick. I, on behalf of my members of the Brotherhood of Boilermakers, totally support the exclusion of our shipbuilding industry from the EFTA agreement. We have a vibrant workforce on this beautiful West Coast. He's writing for British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, as you can surmise. And with the unemployment as it is at the moment in our shipbuilding industry, we need our government support with regards to this issue. Mr. Speaker, we're getting from sheet metal workers, from Boilermakers, we're getting from, above all, from shipyard workers from coast to coast, hundreds of letters and emails, phone calls going into MPs' offices, and only one party is standing in this House of Commons and allowing that voice to actually come forward. The other three parties are completely abdicating their responsibility to Canadian workers, and I'd like to ask a member from Windsor West why he thinks all these other members are forgetting about the Canadian public interest and Canadian jobs.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that, quite frankly, a couple of things play into fact here. First of all, the architect of this deal is David Emerson, a Liberal. They've quite clearly hitched their history to him. He's been the architect of the softwood lumber deal, and we all know how that's working out. In fact, I was just in the United States again, and they were already questioning Canada's deal in itself. So we don't even have a set stability pattern. Not only did we get, basically taken to the cleaners on that deal, and ironically, we were winning in the courts, and then we pulled defeat from the jaws of victory. I'm across from Detroit, Michigan with the Detroit Lions, so I'm very familiar with that process, and that's what we did with regards to this particular deal in terms of softwood lumber. And you see the catastrophic result of it across this country. Who can be satisfied with the current status quo in the agreement? And so I think that that's part of the problem, and it's also expediency. When you actually sign trade agreements, for some reason they're seen as elements of justification or seen as a process that shows maturation in a government, and that's really worrisome in the sense that the symbolism of it is being presented as more important than the factual facts of what's going to happen to industries after they actually have to emerge in this new relationship. And I don't know why the Bloc is supporting this without at least forcing the carve-out. It makes no sense for them to turn their backs on the workers of Quebec in particular, those directly affected, but also, too, basically giving up control of the potential shipping industry for the future to the other hands without having a public policies is rather peculiar. So those are some of the reasons I think that we're seeing some of the decision-making being made at play here, and that why we're the only ones speaking on this issue. And I think that, I mean, it's been, I've been in this debate a number of times, and that I've heard, people say, well, you're just against trade and you're against, moving forward in those capacities. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. It's what we need is fair trade, Mr. Speaker. And this is part of negotiations that has taken place in other bills and other countries, and they have those elements. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I think we should move forward with this because we not only have examples we can point to, they're right next door in the United States.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, I want to commend the member for Windsor on his presentation here this morning in the House. Certainly he knows of which he speaks. He's watched the auto industry struggle through a number of difficulties over the last few years, all of it connected to free trade or so-called free trade and the loss of the Auto Pact in Canada and the impact that that's had not only on his own city but on cities across the country and in particular places like Sault Ste. Marie where we provide the steel. I mean, it's all interconnected here. And it seems that from my being here for 4.5 years and listening to some of the discussion in this House about trade and free trade and meetings of Canada with officials from other countries about trade, that we go to those meetings in all good form, like the good Boy Scout. And we're ready to throw absolutely everything on the table in order to get a deal that somebody else thinks is good for us. Because we have a lot of natural resources, not understanding that at the end of the day, in most instances, and I haven't seen one yet where we haven't, we've come out the loser. I remember standing in this House a few years ago on behalf of farmers, asking the government of the day, which was Liberal at that time, to stand shoulder to shoulder with our farmers as we yet again caved in and gave more opportunity for foreign products to be brought in and sold in our market. So I asked the member from Windsor to maybe share with us a little bit of the impact of the Auto Pact on his community and on this country.
The honourable member for Windsor West, a relatively short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Sault Ste. Marie for the question. In the border, he sees quite well. I mean, I don't know why. I think our negotiation people that we have either have a self-esteem problem or need to see Tony Robbins or something, because this is habitually the case, is that they go in with a position to give something up quite significant, and we get taken advantage of. You just can't go in there, playing poker with your hand faced the opposite way and just kind of pretend and hope things are going to go right. You don't give up those type of elements right away. So, it's important that we actually set the proper policy. And I've seen it with the auto industry, and it's affecting the entire country right now. And it's interesting because all we can do right now is hitch on to the United States because we've given up so much of that sovereignty. And I'd hate to see the shipbuilding industry suffer the same fate, because I think it's not only just important for our national security, but also for the type of work that people can do and the value-added work that goes back to the coffers of this country.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think people are trying to influence me, Mr. Speaker. You know very well what the Bloc Québécois is with respect to the EFTA agreement. Quebec, in our opinion, would profit by this agreement, and knowing that the Bloc Québécois defends Quebec's interests, we are going to support this agreement. I would like to talk about the shipbuilding industry, more specifically because, in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are things that have happened in the history of the shipbuilding industry and things that haven't been done. Over 25 years, we know that both Liberals and Conservatives have just about equitably shared what's happened. I'd like to refer to an article published November 11th, 2008, which was published by the Canadian press. It was written by Madame Denise Leroux, and I'd like to quote. The president of the Verrou shipping group talked directly about the lack of vision vis-a-vis the shipbuilding industry. She was talking about the industry in Rimouski. She said that politicians were extremely myopic or could only see just as far as the next election when it came to the shipbuilding industry. And for more than 25 years, the CEO of this business decried the absence of a shipbuilding policy, whereas shipbuilding or shipping would double between now and 2020. She said that the shipbuilding lobby wasn't as strong, as powerful as the truckers' lobby or the road transportation lobby. And she said that some thought that ships were kinds of dinosaurs that were soon going to disappear. This is what Ms. Véro, who was the president of a fundraising for the Maritime Institute of Quebec. Now, this lady was referring to a 25-year period when both there were both liberal and conservative governments. And following up on this, there was another very interesting article this morning in the papers, and it was about the member for Bourassa, who was in a scrum, and you can read about this scrum. And this is what the member for Bourassa said. In order to win Quebecers' hearts, Liberals cannot only rest on their leaders' popularity. He's saying the election of two new election co-presidents, or co-chairs, both Ms. Denise Véro, the president of this institute, and someone else. So we see here that what Madame Véro said on November 11th, and the fact that she's going to be co-chair of the Liberal election campaign, I don't really know what to say about this, but we know that she, in her own words, condemned what both Liberals and Conservatives have done vis-a-vis the shipbuilding government. She criticizes both parties for their lack of involvement in the industry. So, Mr. Speaker, the main problem with the shipbuilding industry isn't necessarily in terms of international trade as it is in terms of the industry itself, which was left to its own devices during a time when other countries were heavily subsidizing their industry. So, in the context of this agreement, and we know tariffs will fall or rates will fall over a period of years. I think the period is for a total of 18 years. So, Mr. Speaker, what is key here? Is that the Conservative government, especially given Madame Véro's commitment, so the Liberals as well, given Madame Véro's commitment, I think that when we get to the campaign, we'll see there's not even any shipbuilding policy. So what I'd like to hear from members today, Conservative members and Liberal members, and even New Democrat members, I'd like them to suggest what a shipbuilding policy should be. Because negotiations lasted over 10 years and people couldn't agree as to what the shipbuilding industry should look like, what the policy should be. So I would suggest that there could be innovation in the shipbuilding industry, and that this is what This is what should come out of this debate today. We should look at what the government is going to do and what another party, who over the weekend we all saw it on TV, is very enthusiastic about forming the next government. What is that party committed to doing for the shipbuilding industry? And we mustn't forget that Ms. Véro is now a co-chair of their campaign, and she will be able to suggest things to them very clearly and strongly. Mr. Speaker, there are many elements that the Bloc could bring forward, or is ready to bring forward, to help improve the shipbuilding industry's health. It has very particular characteristics which are peculiar to it and which must be borne in mind when we look at ensuring its growth. The government must be aware of the fact that because of the elevated cost of its products and and sales contracts, sometimes the value of the product has to do with the major asset, and the shipbuilding industry needs special fiscal rules or tax rules. In order for them to produce the first in a series of ships, it has to do cost sharing in terms of research and development and in terms of credit access. And also with respect to stability, because a shipyard that isn't active between two contracts, well, there's a certain instability, and the industry needs a hefty line of credit. And the industry is one that is in a climate of where there are subsidies, protectionism. So we need measures to subsidize and protect, to deal with the competition. The Coast Guard is important, and the government needs a procurement policy that would be befitting the importance of the Coast Guard. The industry needs a policy that would favor domestic shipping, what's called cabotage. So this may not be what everyone has been saying today, but it is important. I think that the industry also needs policies to civilize and make more ecological shipping. So for a true shipbuilding policy, the Bloc Québécois proposes that the government to support this industry that is so important and strategic for Quebec in a way that will protect the environment. There are measures. There are many measures that could help, and let's remember that the federal government hasn't really looked at this industry since 1988.
And when you take a look at shipbuilding, you can see that the federal government has even penalized those provinces that were innovative. For example, I refer to the refundable tax credit from Quebec that was penalized, that allowed for a recovery of 20 to 25% of the assistance that was paid by Quebec, the aid that was paid by Quebec. When you think that the purchase of a rig or a ship represents some $20 billion, you can see that this is an enormous amount. The federal government, through the Export EDC, should set up a program that would allow for the funding for the building or for the refit of ships, that would allow for a refinancing for a certain amount of the contracts, and that would have a very positive spin-off for the private market as well. The program should be offered to both foreign and national purchasers. With respect to the loan guarantees program for the shipbuilding industry, we believe that there should be guarantees with respect to the tenders for new contracts. And also bridge funding, Mr. Speaker, is something that is important. We know that when the purchaser of a ship doesn't take possession of the ship immediately. It takes a few years. They only take possession of the vessel a few years later. Therefore, a program that would allow for the subtracting of the depreciation would be beneficial. The government should improve the fiscal rules, the tax rules that are attached to bridge funding, and also refundable tax credits for ship owners. The federal government could offer something to the ship owners who contract to have a ship built with a Canadian shipyard. Over the first years, that could be reflected in the building, or the credit could be refundable. The Bloc Québécois, and here we're referring to a previous bill, C-93, that was C-293, that was brought in by the former member for Lévis, and it dealt with matters of this nature. In 2000, the KPMG firm for the building of ships in Canada concluded that there were measures that wouldn't necessarily need subsidies, which could be used to allow Canada to better improve the industry. And that was in 1999. The scenario, the most optimistic scenario, looked forward to some 53 ships or rigs that could be built with some $300 million to $1 billion price tags. The government should systematically prefer Canadian businesses in terms of procurement. We referred to that earlier in the area of military procurement and offshore rigs, and also in the area of the Coast Guard. The government, in procuring, should put an end to discriminatory practices that penalize Quebec shipyards in comparison with the maritime shipyards. With respect to the transfer, we know that international maritime transportation is important, but there is also interior shipping. Canadian businesses are better clients for shipyards than our foreign buyers. With respect to the environment and energy, shipping is perhaps the transportation mode that is most rational, that perhaps takes into account concern for the changing climate. In short, far from being something of the past, shipping, the maritime transportation industry, is an industry for the future. Why would not greater importance be attached to cabotage, to inland shipping? The ice clearing on the St. Lawrence is also important for shipping inland, but the costs are being absorbed by most taxpayers. It is different to actual trucking. And there is an imbalance here. The government should also negotiate the costs that are involved in inland shipping. The government should take into account a program to invest in port infrastructure to build what is necessary for the development of intermodal transportation. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, the government should maintain these installations rather than let them fall into decrepitude. The government should ensure legislation with respect to inland shipping and to ensure that foreign shippers who are involved in cabotage obey Canadian laws. With respect to the international dimension and flags of convenience, Canada has complied with the international treaties under the United Nations. I would say that with respect to the struggle against the garbage ships is also important for transportation. What I've given you, Mr. Speaker, is a list, not an exhaustive list, but it is a very detailed one. These are the principal concerns that the Conservative and Liberal members should note concerning possible measures that could be put in place to promote the shipbuilding industry and maritime transportation in general. Those Conservative members, those Liberal members, and even the members from the NDP, well, I'd like to know what their position is today. I'd like to know what measures they are proposing to the entrepreneurs of the industry. I'd like to know what their position is, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite persuaded that Madame Denise Véro would also like to know what their position is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really like the member for Sherbrooke, personally, a lot. And I know that he's expressing the Bloc's position, but it would seem to me that the leader of the Bloc is wanting to punish all the people who live in the metropolitan regions of Quebec. Perhaps it would seem that the leader of the Bloc Québécois is punishing the workers, those workers who are asking for support for the amendment by the NDP. Claire Bérubé in the Lévis shipyards said that on behalf of the Lévis workers, I wish to express our concern with respect to the shipbuilding industry if the free trade agreement, EFTA, is concluded. This is why I support the carving out of the shipyards from that agreement. From the same shipyard, another concerned citizen who says that there will be repercussions on the free trade agreement with respect to shipbuilding. Paul-André Goulet says exactly the same thing. In Quebec, people are talking. In Quebec, people are saying to the Bloc Québécois, vote for the NDP amendment. Why isn't the Bloc listening to them? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, we in the Bloc Québécois hear these remarks. We listen to them as well. To the extent that, well, you always have to come back to the agreement that was agreed. We are at the stage of implementation of that agreement. Indeed, what the NDP, the party, would like is the exclusion of the shipbuilding industry from that agreement. I have said earlier, I repeat, I don't believe that this is a fundamental problem with international trade. It is that there is a lack of will on the part of the government, the Conservative government and the previous Liberal government, to support that industry. What's more, the negotiating process that took place over 10 years indicated that the problem was such that it's trickled, spread out throughout the industry. I repeat again, if the industry is not supported, whether or not the shipbuilding industry is included in the accord, there is not necessarily a future for shipbuilding. There would be if the entrepreneurs, the competent employees were not able to succeed in this area. But I am convinced that this industry has competent employees, dynamic entrepreneurs, dynamic employees. This lapse of time, 18 years, will allow them to go further along the path. I am persuaded that if the New Democratic Party were to put as much energy in convincing the Conservative government, and perhaps in the future a potential Liberal government, with, of course, Madame Denise Verreau of Chantier Verreau as co-president of the campaign, I'm quite persuaded that ultimately they will succeed in influencing the government to set in place a true shipyard policy. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
I agree with the honourable member and thank him for his intervention. I agree that this tariff, this one little piece in the EFTA, isn't going to really create a vibrant shipbuilding industry. And recently, some of my colleagues and I met with representatives from the shipbuilding industry, and they said, this 25% tariff, it's not going to really help the industry. But what it does by taking it away, if we get rid of this, it will kill the industry as it exists now. I agree that we need to have a full, robust shipbuilding policy, but why wouldn't this member support the one piece that we have now that prevents pulling the plug on a dying industry? I will refer to the Breaking Through report, which again I'll mention brought industry together with workers to come up with creative solutions for the shipbuilding industry, and I have some excerpts from it here. Their recommendations were eliminating exceptions to the existing Canadian shipbuilding policies such as tariffs and federal procurement, strengthening the industry and government partnerships to focus on high prospect areas such as oil and gas, improving the planning processes on federal procurement, pressing for the elimination of foreign subsidies and unfair pricing practices by dozens of countries, designated the industry as a national priority, and promoting marine transportation as an environmentally friendly alternative to the other modes of transportation. This is part of a shipbuilding plan to save this industry. But right now, we just have this one provision in front of us. And so my question to the member is, why wouldn't he support an amendment that could be the base upon which we could actually build for a shipbuilding plan? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the free trade agreement was signed. We are at the stage of implementation of that agreement. Indeed, if we were to acquiesce to the request from the NDP to carve out, to exclude from the Implementation Act the shipbuilding industry, automatically the agreement would fall. And they would have to begin again, start negotiations again. Doing it over doesn't automatically mean that will be what happens. It's not terribly likely, but I said it in the past, I say it again, I'm not ashamed to do so. There are elements that are really promote the development and the economy of Quebec. With respect to the shipbuilding industry, there is potential, yet, enormously so. It'll go much more quickly, I think, with respect to efficiencies for these businesses, but we have to proceed with a certain broad-mindedness with respect to the agreement. It will have to be supported by other activities by the government, and I believe that we cannot circumvent this. The House of Commons, through this government or a new government sometime in the future, people seem very dynamic. I've been listening to people on the weekend, but I have concluded that there were people who were invited to appear before the committee to give evidence. They didn't come, Mr. Speaker, to do that. Even the president of the CEO of Chantier Vero was invited and did not appear. So we can ask ourselves the same question that arises from the statements by our NDP colleague. But I believe that we must move forward and help the government with these measures.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise, of course, to speak to Bill C-55, the implementation of the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement. It's a bill that deals with a proposed arrangement between the European countries, some of the European countries, and Canada. This agreement was, of course, initiated many, many years ago, 9 years ago by the then Liberal administration under John Chrétien. And it came at a time when the ideology of free trade and the ideology of the free market system was at its height. That's not the case today. The world has seen in the last 12 months a change that is profound. It hasn't played out yet completely around the world. It's a change that will lead us to make different choices in the future. It'll lead us to situations where we must, in some cases, protect our industries, where in many cases Canadians will be obligated to take another look at free trade. We'll be obligated for the purposes of preserving our economy to understand better how the world will work. That's what we're faced here today. We're not faced with a situation of 9 years ago. We're not even faced with the situation of 2 years ago. We're faced with the situation that has now come upon us today. And, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the history of the opening of the liberalization of trade in Canada, I mean, for many, many years, we were under the guidance of a policy that said good fences make good neighbors. We understood that in many cases the situation in the world was not, between countries, was not open, was not equal, was not always, we were not in a position to allow free trade to take place. We needed to have tariffs, we needed to have protection for our industries because the world was not the place that it was 20 years ago. So when we started in on the free trade talks and free trade agreements that came in the 80s, we built them on the basis that we were opening up the world economy. We were making trade where we were taking away barriers, and we were going to create a level playing field around the world where the best possible situation could arise for industry, for commerce, and that would permit an expansion of the world's economy. And by and large, some of that worked, some of it didn't work. Some of it was based on trade, and some was based on technological advancement and many other factors. But we are dealing with today is is where do we go in the future with trade? How do we set the path for this Canadian economy? We've seen that it's not likely to be less regulation. It's likely to be more regulation. It's likely to be more careful attention to how our industries work, not less attention, be more attention. So I think what we see with this treaty and with our amendment, which proposes to carve out a very important industry to Canada, the shipbuilding industry, carve it out of this agreement, is that we don't see in the future that this is going to work for our shipbuilding industry. We don't see that free trade is going to make the kind of difference to our shipbuilding industry that perhaps 20 years ago we might have thought that would be the case. It's not the case today, and that's why we're very interested in making sure that our shipbuilding industry is protected and allowed to grow in a reasonable fashion. Shipbuilding will have a place in Canada. We are a maritime nation, largest coastline in this of almost any country in the world. The largest coastline of any country in the world. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of that coastline, of course, is in my riding, in the Arctic, among the Arctic islands. And you know, there's an enhanced interest in the development of Arctic resources, in Arctic transportation, in the use of the Arctic as, of course, the ice melts, and with climate change that we see the opening up of the Arctic Ocean, the Arctic shipping lanes, all of that. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that Canada stays on the top of Arctic marine shipping development. Right now that's in the hands of the Russians. They're the leaders in this field. Where are we? We're nowhere in it. So we're going to enter into the next century of development in the Arctic, where marine transportation will be of utmost importance. And we're going to have a shipbuilding industry that we're not supporting and that we're not ensuring has the opportunity to take advantage of this new and exciting area to work in, the Arctic. So right with that one factor should give us all pause, should make us pause and say, what's good for Canada? Not what's good for the world, what's good for Canada in our new opportunities, in the new economy, which will have a very large Arctic base. What's good for Canada? Is it good simply to abandon the shipbuilding industry to the vagaries of the world market, to the kind of competition that can come not only from Norway and from that direction, but from the Koreans and the Chinese? Is that what we want to accomplish? And it's not simply about building ships, it's about all the ancillary things that go along with ships. If you're turning over the shipbuilding industry, you're turning over many of the components, many of the things, many of the technologies that can give Canada the edge in this new economy that we're moving into. So what are we doing here? What are we trying to accomplish with this free trade agreement that was started 9 years ago by the Chrétien Liberals when free trade was popular? Are these two major parties, the Liberals, Conservatives, are they simply caught in the past, in their past rhetoric, in their past ideas of free trade, free market, that they can't see what the future has, that they can't turn their eyes and say, that's the direction we should be going in. There's where the new economy is. Those are the things that we have to protect. Those are the things we have to create. Is that what their problem is? That the ideology has just bound them down? As they used to complain about us. Oh, the NDP. They're ideologically bound by their protectionism, by their social justice, by their concerns about environment. They're bound by those things, so they can't be open to the development of world trade. Well, times are changing. We need to respond in a fashion that's acceptable and reasonable. You know, when we did go into the free trade agreement, the Mulroney government got us into the free trade agreement. The allegations at the time were that the free trade agreement was supported by the Conservatives by continuing to keep our dollar high. And, you know, at the time, the New Democratic Party was pushing for a lower interest rate, lower the interest rate, and that'll help our economy. Well, when the Liberals got in, and they actually did that. They lowered the interest rate, let the dollar fall, and under free trade agreement with the United States, we flourished because of the free trade agreement or because of the lower dollar. Both those factors had to come into play. So what's happening today? We've just gone through a major global financial crisis. We're in the midst of a major global financial crisis. We haven't settled that crisis. Yet we're talking about putting ourselves into more free trade agreements when we don't understand yet what the financial situation of the world is going to be. When it comes to currency, what's going to happen when the price of oil inevitably in the next 12 months starts to rise dramatically again, when the U.S. economy recovers, when the U.S. dollar starts to fall? It's going to be a terrible thing. Thank you for the comments from the Conservative Party. I'm glad they agree with me. I'm glad their vision is extending past the next 6 months. And I would say to them, when the American dollar falls, and the Canadian dollar inevitably will rise, it's a petrodollar. It's based on the resource industries that we have in this country. It's going to rise. We're going to find ourselves in a more difficult situation with free trade. We're going to demand protectionism for our country because when the currency situation flips around with the United States, they're going to be importing into our country the things that we used to export to them. And that's going to be a problem, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be a problem for this economy. And if we don't recognize it and realize where these things are leading us, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And it fits, that argument fits with what we're talking about here today. A free trade agreement with Europe, initially thought up 9 years ago in a different time. Let's get back to where we are today and where we need to go in the future with our shipbuilding industry. We have a shipbuilding industry that's in crisis. So we have an industry that's in crisis. Let's kick the legs right out from underneath it. Let's knock it right down on the floor. That's a good idea. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Boy, that's the kind of thinking that can really bring us forward in this world. So when the NDP stands up here and fights tooth and nail for this, with the support of the whole industry, with the support of all the workers in that industry, the collective wisdom of the Liberals and Conservatives, along with the Bloc, have decided, oh no, ideology reigns here. Ideology has to reign. Well, Mr. Speaker, ideology will not do it for us here. We need to think about where our industry has to go. We need to support our industries in this troubled times. We can't afford to make decisions like this. We can't afford to cast loose a major part of the manufacturing potential along our east and west coast, up and down our rivers. The kind of future that we're going to build in this country requires us to continue to support our shipbuilding industry. We can't give this up. By giving it up, we are giving up a significant part of the future of those provinces and territories that rely on this industry, that rely on the products of this industry to develop the new economy, to move Canada ahead. Mr. Speaker, I plead with the other parties. Look at what you're doing here. Take off the blinkers and realize where we are in the world today and where we have to go. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question. I just want to clarify also something that occurred earlier today. The member earlier from Burnaby, New Westminster, asked the member from Sackville, Eastern Shore, in terms of what happened under the Liberals, and he referred to the Minister, John Manley. At that time, Mr. Speaker, for you in the record, I was Mr. Manley's parliamentary secretary, and I remember there was a motion in this House brought forth by the NDP of which the Liberal, had it not been for the Liberal team, that motion would have died, and that was to do a review on shipbuilding. And thanks for the record, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, they can make all the statements they want, but this is in the records, and I challenge them to look at them. Had it not been, Mr. Speaker, for the Liberals to vote in favour of that motion, that review wouldn't have started. Then they referred to Mr. Tobin, who took over from Mr. Manley, and I happen to be his parliamentary secretary as well. And he commenced moving forward and was making strides until, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, Renee, betrayed Canadians, overthrew the government, and off we went. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I've enjoyed the honourable member's question, whatever the question was, but I think I have to refer back to my speech when I say if we go backwards, if we look backwards, if we continue to think of ourselves 9 years ago, when we talk about trade agreements, we're not addressing the needs of Canadians. And for the honourable member to consider that the New Democratic Party may or may not have voted against a review of the shipbuilding industry, and compare that to taking off 25% off the tariff that protects Canadian shipbuilding in this world. He's talking about things that are not quite the same, don't have quite the same merit, don't have quite the same importance to this country. Can the member please look at where we're going? Take a look at where we're going and really look at this legislation in that regard.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I have in front of me a letter from a shipyard worker. I'm not sure if it's from my riding or the riding of Dartmouth, but he CC'd me on a letter to the Prime Minister where he wrote, "As a worker employed in the shipbuilding industry for a number of years, I wish to express my concern over the EFTA trade agreement presently before Parliament. This is an industry that, with the right support, could employ thousands of workers in this country and provide a major part of the economic stimulus your government has been talking about for this country. To sign a trade agreement that further erodes our ability to compete makes absolutely no sense at this time. For the first time in history, all stakeholders in the shipbuilding industry came together with a position that the EFTA trade agreement would be detrimental to our industry, and shipbuilding should be carved out of such an agreement." And so my question to the honourable member is, could he tell us a bit more about the impacts that he sees that this amendment, not voting for this amendment, could have on our economy? Thank you.
The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did refer to a number of areas where I think we need to make progress in developing equipment and machinery, and especially in the Arctic, especially for resource development up there, which, you know, in the 70s and 80s we did pretty well with what we built for the North. But really, when you talk about a primary industry like shipbuilding, when you're not talking just simply about building hulls and putting sails on them or putting motors in them, you're talking about integrated industry. You're talking about people that build all the electronics, that build the type of machinery that's used on the ships. And those industries, Mr. Speaker, are attached to other industries. So if we take the legs out of the electronics industry for marine use in our shipbuilding, we're going to see a drop-off in that industry, an inability of that industry to compete in other areas. So what you see is shipbuilding is the prime. All around it is surrounded other industries. So when we pull the prime out, we're going to put the boots to the rest of many other kinds of industries.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments for the member from Western Arctic. And you got to say, Mr. Speaker, God love a Liberal. I mean, here you've got Liberals rising up in the House to defend a report 9 years ago that they did absolutely nothing on. Well, they're getting ready to sell out the entire shipbuilding industry in Canada. You got to have a lot of nerve to do that. I mean, Liberal members have been besieged by hundreds and hundreds of letters from shipyard workers in their ridings, boilermakers, sheet metal workers, people who depend on the shipbuilding industry, and they're just giving them the back of their hand. It's absolutely disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives and Liberals conspiring together are selling out one more industry. They did it with the softwood lumber sellout. Now they're doing it with shipbuilding. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member from Western Arctic is why do Liberals and Conservatives always get it wrong?
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've only been here for 3 years. I've only seen the Liberals and Conservatives get it wrong for 3 years. Sorry, I can't really speak to 9 years ago, and I really don't have I don't really want to go there. What I want us is to get it right for Canada. What I'm doing standing up here today speaking to this bill is to try to impress upon people the need to look ahead, not to think of the ideology that you held so dearly to yourselves for many years because you thought this was the way we should go. Look at where we have to go. Consider where we have to go. Don't think about the past. Think about the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you kindly for the time. I just want to set the record straight again. The member for Burnaby, New Westminster, said about the sellout of the lumber deal. I chaired that committee, Mr. Speaker, when we did the review, and he was a member. And all the stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, came before committee asking for financial support, which we were ready to give them. We were ready to give them, the Liberal team was, and all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, what happened again? We agreed with them on the budget 205. They went to bed with the Conservative. The deal went down the drain. $1 billion was left in the U.S., and the lumber deal went down to the drain, thanks to the NDP. For the record, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to stand up again, although I'm really quite... I really don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to go into directions that we don't need to go in this House. Mr. Speaker, the issue in front of us is a 25% tariff that is going to be taken off our shipbuilding industry over the next 3 years, which will actually cripple the industry at a very difficult time for industry generally. So what are we doing, Mr. Speaker? Why are we doing this thing that was created by the Liberals 9 years ago, carried on by the Conservative Party? What is going on in this country?
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Windsor West.
It's an interesting intervention, especially given the fact that we didn't even have enough votes to vote with the Liberals at that time. So obviously the Liberals, once again, can't even do the basic thing of counting again. And this is the issue, is the element really is about the Canadian public was tired of their behavior, and the sponsorship issue is really what's at stake here. And the bluster coming from the member really shows the sensitivity, I think, that they have about this issue, because they know that their minister, David Emerson, who flip-flopped and crossed the floor to the Conservatives, was the mastermind behind this. He sold us out with the softwood lumber deal, is the architect of trying to sell us out with the South Korea deal, which we have been able to stop as New Democrats. And this deal right here, and the heart of the matter is, should be stopped right now. If they want to do something productive, they could carve this element out there and correct their ways. And I hope the honourable member to comment on that.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the fundamental problem that I see here is that we didn't have enough seats then, and we don't have enough seats now to do the right things for Canadians. So that's what I see the problem is. The solution, of course, is more seats for the New Democratic Party.
Statements by members. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président, with the coming of spring, millions of people around the world have observed the Persian New Year, Nowruz. The people of Iran have celebrated Nowruz, the first day of spring, for over 3,000 years. In recognition of this occasion, and as a government liaison to the Persian and Iranian community in Canada, I am delighted to extend my warmest greetings to all those in Canada who are celebrating this New Year holiday. In Canada, this gives us an occasion to embrace our brothers and sisters of Persian background and to learn more about the proud Persian culture, history, and language. We in Canada draw tremendous strength from the rich history and diverse heritage that shape our lively cultural landscape, and we acknowledge the contribution to Canada of people of Persian background. Mr. Speaker, this is a celebration that makes us all in Canada happy. To repeat these words in Farsi, Mr. Speaker, Jasny Nowruz Dar Canada, Mojebe Shadiye Hamie Mas. Nowruz Mubarak.
The Honourable Member from Random Burin, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate two talented musicians from the riding of Random Burin, St. George's, Bud Daveridge and Sim Savory. Those two individuals are an impressive duo known as Simini. They have enriched Newfoundland and Labrador culture for over 30 years with their musical talent. Mr. Daveridge and Mr. Savory were recognized and awarded with a Lifetime Achievement Award at Music Newfoundland, a Music Newfoundland and Labrador award show. These two musicians played their first gig together in May of 1977 in Bellorum. In 1981, after only 4 years of playing together, the duo had written enough material to produce an album. In total, Sim and I have released 13 albums, 2 books, and have appeared on several TV specials. The longevity of their career is proof of their success. Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador is a big part of our culture, and today I thank and congratulate Sim and I on this Music Lifetime Achievement Award.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, since 1980, 511 Native women have disappeared or been killed in Canada, according to the Native Women's Association of Canada. In fact, Native women run 5 times the risk of a violent death than other Canadian women. In recent years, Amnesty International and the UN have asked Canada to investigate these unexplained disappearances. It's time that the federal government, which has been taken to task many times on this file, act and bring forward a strategy to fight violence towards Native women. It is urgent that the government respect its international commitments and that it investigate the death and the disappearance of these women and correct the shortcomings in our law enforcement system. It's also important that the social conditions and economic conditions of these Native women, guaranteed by international treaties to which Canada is party, be improved in order to be brought to a level worthy of a Western country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday I was proud to join more than 2,000 Hamiltonians, including Don Fraser, Rolf Gerstenberger, Bob Bertina, Andrea Horvath, Paul Miller, and the NDP MPs for Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and Hamilton Mountain, who marched to show their anger and frustration with government and industry attacks on their jobs and their pensions. Like other manufacturing employees in the Ontario heartland, steelworkers are being laid off by the thousands. The very survival of our southern Ontario communities is at risk. But the people of Hamilton aren't known for just lying down and taking it, Mr. Speaker. We're fighters, and we'll fight for decent jobs, fight for livable pensions, and fight for the well-being of our community. In fact, just last week, Hamiltonians also took to the streets to save CHCH, our local TV news station. Here's the message that those 2,000 workers asked us to bring back to this government. Stop ignoring layoffs. Stop ignoring the unemployed. Stop allowing foreign companies to control Canada. And stop pretending that fixing our economy is somebody else's problem.
The Honourable Member for Perth-Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise in the House today to commemorate the passing of Richard Rumas. Richard worked at the House of Commons for 34 years, serving as a procedural clerk in several directorates. Most recently, Richard served as the clerk of the Heritage Committee. I know that I speak for all the members when I say that his time with our committee was far too short. Richard will be remembered as a man who was always willing to share his knowledge with colleagues and who served all members faithfully and with distinction. I ask all members to join me in remembering this remarkable man who served this House so well.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
March 21st marks the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the beginning of the week of solidarity with the people struggling against racism and racial discrimination. On this day in 1960, police opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration in Sharpeville, South Africa, against the apartheid pass laws. The United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the day in 1966 and called on the international community to redouble its efforts to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination. Let us therefore remember all those who have fallen victim to acts of racism around the world and give thanks for their lives and the gifts they gave to their communities. Let us be vigilant regarding human rights and ensure that our institutions and legislation are appropriate to punish those who discriminate, incite, or perpetrate acts of violence against minorities.
The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, today I invite the world to come and see why my riding of Wild Rose is the most beautiful piece of country that Canada has to offer. This large region of Alberta has attracted visitors worldwide since the Canadian Pacific Railway brought the first tourists to Banff's Mineral Springs. Generations have fallen in love with our land and built our vibrant communities that rise from the rolling prairie or nestle in the Rocky Mountains. It's a region steeped in the history of Aboriginal peoples who have lived there for millennia, and the settlers who opened the Canadian West. That frontier heritage is reflected in our many summer rodeos and festivals. Wild Rose is a place to walk nature trails and marvel at some of the last untouched wilderness in North America. It's a playground for hikers, skiers, campers, and anglers. It's a place where elk and bighorn sheep saunter the streets of our mountain towns. Mr. Speaker, Wild Rose has placed out a welcome mat for the world to come and see.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, we learned last week that it's possible that funding of the RCMP Public Complaints Commission will not be maintained at its present levels. In fact, less than 2 weeks before the deadline, the Public Safety Minister still hasn't taken a decision on this matter. But this commission plays an important role. It is responsible for hearing complaints by the public against the RCMP and holding investigations into the use of stun guns, for example. The fact that the budget for this commission has not been maintained will compromise its capacity to investigate, something that Commissioner Kennedy said was indispensable to meet the public's expectations of accountability. It's important that the minister reassure the public that levels of funding be maintained and that the study of complaints not become a farce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last week a delegation of members of the Bloc Québécois went to Washington. The Bloc are still acting arrogantly and trying to lecture elected representatives of foreign countries. After France, now it's the United States. The Bloc did not answer to any questions that Quebec electors have a right to ask. Who paid for this trip? Who are the congressmen they met with, and what party did they belong to? What subjects were discussed with these people? Did they simply run into them in the hallways, or did they have real meetings? What kind of documents did they give congressmen? Did they promote Quebec hydroelectricity as a green energy, as our Prime Minister did when he met with President Obama? Everyone knows that the Bloc acts unilaterally. The Blocistes have come back from their spring stay in the American capital empty-handed as usual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in tribute to our friend and parliamentary associate, Richard Rumas, who passed away suddenly at the young age of 58. He was foremost a family man who was very proud of his 3 children, Richard Jr., Jennifer, and Alan. In addition to his volunteer community service, he also had a passion for history, politics, gardening, golf, and baseball. His 34 years of distinguished service to Parliament, including many leadership roles, most recently as clerk of the Heritage and Ethics Standing Committees. His knowledge, experience, and expertise were evident to all who worked with him, and we will miss his mentorship, his subtle humor, and of course, his favorite brown fedora. We remember the day when he administered the oath to Karl-Heinz Schreiber with dignity and professionalism. That opening event set the tone for those difficult hearings and was reflective of how well he discharged his duties each and every day. Richard Rumas was an honorable man who was well-liked and highly respected. A very successful life by any measure. Mr. Speaker, we wish his family peace at this difficult time. We will all remember him.
The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, 116 Canadian soldiers have died fighting the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in one of the most dangerous places on planet Earth. They do it in response to the terrorist assault of 9/11 on our best friends and closest neighbors. Most Americans are thankful. However, a few mouthpieces sitting in the safety of their HoC studio are not. Last Tuesday, they suggested our soldiers want a break from fighting to enjoy manicures and pedicures. If these talk show generals think the work of our soldiers is so easy, perhaps they should sweep for mines and exchange gunfire with terrorists. If they cannot stand behind our troops, maybe they should stand in front of them. Freedom of speech is one of the rights our soldiers have died defending. Unfortunately, this right sometimes extends to even the most brain-dead imbeciles. Now is the time for to express their freedom of speech again by giving an apology to our soldiers.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, as the bodies of the 4 soldiers arrive home at this very hour, a wave of sadness grips my community of Sault Ste. Marie. I rise to pay tribute to Sioux native Master Corporal Scott Francis Bernelli. In a community like the Sioux, his death is personal news for everyone. His White Pine school, sports, and military commitments made him so close to so many. The tributes pouring in for Scott honor him, a dedicated leader, his winning smile, a soldier's soldier. He had volunteered for his 3rd tour serving his country in the Royal Canadian Regiment. He was a proud soldier. He was also the proud father of his 6-month-old baby girl, Olivia. For my constituents, I offer condolences and prayers for his wife, Marcy, his parents, Chuck and Ruth, and his brother, Sean. Like his comrades, Scott wanted nothing more than to bring peace and stability to a land ravaged by war. We shall remember their sacrifice. His family.
Order. The honourable member's time has expired. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Father Fernand Lindsay, a great citizen of Lanaudière who died last week at the age of 80 years. A visionary, a teacher, a musician, and a man of great heart, Father Lindsay contributed extraordinarily to Quebec's music culture. To him we owe the Music Festival of Lanaudière, which is one of the major events for music in North America. His legacy to his community and future generations is one of monumental accomplishments. His funeral will take place Wednesday at the Cathedral of Joliette, the Bloc Québécois, and I personally offer our most sincere condolences to his family, friends, and the community of clerics of Saint-Viateur. Thank you, Father Lindsay.
Serving in Afghanistan the same week as brave young Canadians gave their lives for freedom and safety of the Afghan civilians. The clip mocks the courageous efforts of Canada's brave men and women in Afghanistan, and it is particularly hurtful as Canada mourns the loss of 4 more soldiers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Greg Gutfield's comments are ignorant and disgraceful. It's an insult to the 116 forces members, 1 diplomat, and development workers who have died in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gutfield should get his facts straight and apologize to the families of these brave Canadians and their families.
Member for order. Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House lost a distinguished son on the weekend, and so did the city of Sudbury. Doug Frith was the MP for Sudbury from 1980 to 1988, and he was a man of singular talent and energy. Born in Brampton, Doug went to Sudbury High and was educated as a pharmacist at the University of Toronto. His charm and his gift for service soon took him to Sudbury City Council. He became chairman of the Sudbury region and then a member of Parliament, where he served as parliamentary secretary and briefly as Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. After leaving here, Doug went on to serve as president of the Canadian Motion Pictures Distributors Association and later the vice chairman of Global Public Affairs. He was well known across this country as a vital, caring man who loved public policy and his country, and we are all shocked by his sudden passing, Mr. the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government is taking unprecedented action to stimulate the Canadian economy and combat the global recession through our Economic Action Plan. However, someone really doesn't believe in that.
Who?
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government even began preparing for this global recession by stimulating the economy years ago, when we reduced the GST by 7 to 6 to 5%. Someone is opposed to that. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government knows that one of the best ways to stimulate the economy is to cut taxes by putting money into shovel-ready projects. However, someone wants to bring a burdensome carbon tax that would kill jobs and have a negative impact on the Canadian economy, while at the same time, this someone wants to slow down the process of putting shovels in the ground and getting infrastructure projects started. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party is that someone.
Oh! Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, 4 Canadian soldiers lost their lives in Afghanistan. Master Corporal Scott Vernelli, Corporal Tyler Crooks, Trooper Jack Boutillier, and Trooper Corey Joseph Hayes were killed as they fought to create the conditions in which Afghanistan can hold free elections, free of terror and violence. All members of this House and all Canadians mourn their loss and honour their valour. Will the Prime Minister join me in expressing the sorrow of this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the opportunity to respond to that statement. Mr. Speaker, you will know that, of course, on Saturday, I did make very clear that we convey all of our heartfelt condolences to the friends, family, and comrades of these fallen soldiers. We have been involved, successive governments have had us involved in Afghanistan in a mission that is important, not only for the international community and the Afghan people, but, of course, for our own interests. And I'm always amazed by the fact that we have young men and women who are willing to put their lives on the line in this way for their country and for their fellow human beings, and we will always be in awe and eternal remembrance for their sacrifice.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said repeatedly that the Canadian economy will only turn around if President Obama's stimulus plan works in the United States. In public, he's been full of praise of the President. But in a private speech to his Conservative friends on the 12th of March, the Prime Minister only had criticism for President Obama's plan for the U.S. economy. The question is, how can Canadians take the Prime Minister at his word when he says one thing in public and the opposite behind closed doors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me correct the preamble to the question. I said that the most important thing the United States must actually do is, of course, fix the financial system and be part of the solution to fixing the global financial system. Without a fix to the global financial system, it will be very difficult, in fact, very unlikely that we will see a change in the recessionary conditions across the globe. And, of course, the United States has announced some additional measures today. I think what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is referring to is my opposition to raising taxes in any way to deal with this recession. I know that that may be the position of the Liberal Party, but that is not our position.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in private, The Prime Minister has only criticism to offer with respect to President Obama's recovery plan. He says in public, though, that our stimulus plan, our recovery plan, depends on the success of the Americans. How can he reconcile what he says in public and private, and to whom he is saying these things? The leader of the Liberal Party is only quoting my criticism with respect to a rise in taxes. He knows full well that this party is opposed to raising taxes for very good economic reasons. That is the policy of the Liberal Party. That is the reason why they always want taxes and income tax increases. It will never be our policy, not the Conservative Party's policy.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Everyone in the Liberal Party knows it would be idiotic to raise taxes in the middle of a recession.
In the budget, the government promised to create and preserve credits and create thousands of jobs, but there has been a loss of some 200,000 jobs since January of this year. This is clearly not a sufficient plan by the government. Why is the government mentioning this report in a first plan? Is he going to let down Canadian unemployed workers? The Minister.
The difference between the Liberal opposition, Mr. Speaker, and the government is that we have an economic action plan. All we hear from the opposition is criticism and talking down the Canadian economy. That isn't what Canada needs now, Mr. Speaker. We need to pull together as Canadians to comfort those and help those hardest hit by the recession and to build for the future. That's exactly what our economic action plan does. We're implementing it. We're building Canada's future.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Again and again, the government refuses to answer questions about their disappearing 190,000 job target. The cornerstone of the budget was to stimulate the economy and protect jobs. But they won't even tell Canadians where they stand on the 190,000 job target. So I say to the Minister again, does he stand by that 190,000 job target? Has he abandoned it? Has he given up? Does he care? Canadians deserve answers to that question.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, this is rich, Mr. Speaker. This is from the party that didn't even understand that if they didn't pass the budget promptly, unemployment insurance would not have been available. They didn't even understand that until we raised it in this House a couple of weeks ago, and then they did the flip-flop and told the senators they better pass the bill, which the Liberal senators did. We're on track, Mr. Speaker. This is a difficult time. There is a global recession, but we have a plan to help Canadians, which is more than I can say for the members opposite.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Council industry of Quebec has indicated very clearly that there is a need for loan guarantees. They are legal, full stop. But the Prime Minister is stubbornly refusing to hear this. Last week, hundreds of people demonstrated in front of my office in Jonquière-Alma on behalf of this and the forestry industry. Instead of talking about the illegality of loan guarantees, will the Prime Minister not admit his mistake and grant these loan guarantees to the forestry industry? The Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as we said recently, loan guarantees given by Investment Quebec and Ontario are in arbitration at the present time. With respect to the legal opinion that my colleague has just referred to, it was submitted to the legal advisors of the government. They are looking at it, and we will have their decision in the future. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, with respect to Canada and the United States, Canada is paying lawyers to defend Canadian cases, and now here they are paying each other. We have Canadian lawyers should there not be Canadian lawyers arguing in London to defend the Quebec and Canadian interests? The Minister for International Trade, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Bloc continues to be concerned with lawyers. We are concerned with workers. This is why, with respect to Export Development Canada, more than 90% of the companies, the forest companies, are hired now are involved with Export Development Canada, and we will continue to be involved with these companies to help them. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordeaux, Mr. Speaker, the lack of liquidity is generalized. This situation doesn't just affect business, but it is affecting workers and the unemployed. An improvement in the employment insurance system is necessary, particularly as is the case in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean last week. What is the government waiting for to improve the EI system to help workers get through this crisis? The Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we are very concerned and working with the workers throughout Canada. This is why in our economic action plan we have broadened the program that was targeted for older workers. And this is why we are increasing training, why we are increasing many programs to help the unemployed from the outset. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordeaux, Mr. Speaker, it takes a long time to process the applications, sometimes 55 days in many cases. Should the government not pay interest to the unemployed who have fallen victim to these long delays? If they do it for income tax, shouldn't they be able to do something for the unemployed? The Minister for Human Resources, Mr. Speaker, it is sad but true that there are many more people who are unemployed than before. This is why we have taken initiatives to hire hundreds of people to accelerate the payment of employment insurance benefits. This is why you have increased computerization so that they can receive the benefits that they deserve. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, in February alone, 9 of the 10 economic indicators in the combined index declined. That had a direct effect on jobs for real people. After that, the Prime Minister presided over the loss of 300,000 lost jobs in Canada, 300,000 family dramas. Will the Prime Minister not take off his rose-colored glasses and agree that the situation is getting worse, not improving? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there is significant job loss in Canada. This is a major concern for our government. This is why we have undertaken the measures in the Economic Action Plan. This is the reason why, though, the New Democratic Party is voting against that and not helping the unemployed.
Real jobs, and yet Canada is not seen as part of the global solution here. We see Great Britain ranking Canada in the lower tier of the G20 countries. Meanwhile, in February, housing and stock markets posted the largest declines. Manufacturing jobs were lost in increasing numbers, and there are extensive shutdowns in the auto industry. Why is the Prime Minister in such a state of denial about this? Has the blank check given to him by the leader of the Liberal Party blinded him so much that he can't see the 300,000 people who are out of work?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only state of denial around here is the leader of the NDP, who, no matter what Parliament wants to do for Canadians to help the economy, to help embattled sectors, to help unemployed families, all this leader wants to do is oppose everything. Without even reading it, he says he's going to oppose everything, no matter what's in it, Mr. Speaker. That's an irresponsible attitude, and Canadians understand that.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, with 300,000 jobs lost, here's what we proposed in this House before we rose and was adopted by this House. A mandate for this government to fix employment insurance, eliminate the 2-week waiting period, adjust the minimum to qualify, include self-employed workers, increase the wage replacement rate, and provide more training. There are tens of thousands of hard-working Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who play by the rules, they work hard, and now they find themselves out of work. They turn to get money from the EI fund they've paid into for decades on the end of their pay stub, and the door is slammed in their face. Will the Prime Minister change the rules so people can get some help?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government brought in 5 additional weeks for unemployed Canadian workers. Mr. Speaker, this government froze EI premiums. This government brought in billions of dollars for additional training for unemployed workers, both those eligible for EI and those not eligible for EI. This government has added additional resources to make sure that EI claims can be processed more efficiently. And every single time, Mr. Speaker, we can count on the NDP to stand up against the unemployed and vote against these things. It's disgraceful. The NDP used to stand for something. Now it's just against everything.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this past week we met with 300 auto workers in Cape Breton that just lost their jobs. They're not receiving EI benefits yet, and therefore they're not eligible for training assistance. Now, the Minister must realize that the current EI system is not working for them. These are hard times, with these workers facing hardships. Will the Minister waive the rule requiring workers to be on EI in order to get training assistance?
Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member didn't read the budget that he supported, because within that budget, Mr. Speaker, was an additional $500 million targeted at helping those very workers who don't qualify, to help them get the training that they need to qualify for the jobs for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this money and assistance is available to those who are not EI eligible, specifically because those people need and deserve our help too.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
And they do qualify, but not yet. Then they don't get the job training.
Nothing. They don't get it.
A resident of my riding, Madame Paquet, was laid off. She had to wait some 125 days before she received her EI payment. So the government is singing the same old song. Everything's fine. There's no problem. But the people are going through very hard times. When will the Conservative government finally do something to reduce these delays so that people get their EI benefits? Minister for Human Resource Development and Skills Development, rather. Mr. Speaker, the facts are false.
Just made it very clear that there is $500 million specifically in our Economic Action Plan to help those who do not qualify for EI. And as far as processing, Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done. We've hired several hundred people back into EI to get the processing done quickly. We're increasing computerization, Mr. Speaker, because we want these people to get their benefits just as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
The Minister of State for Science falsely claims that the Conservatives have invested $5.1 billion in science, technology and innovation in Budget 2009. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that $2 billion of that funding is actually for bricks and mortar infrastructure projects that do nothing to directly support scientists. Why do the Conservatives insist on misleading Canadians about science and research?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for the opportunity to say once again that the $2 billion that is going into our colleges and our universities and for hospital research is actually meant to go towards increasing the functionality of the laboratories, and that's exactly what our scientists need, Mr. Speaker. They need the right facilities to do the best job they can, and that is included in the $5.1 billion. The member's correct on that.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie, Mr. Speaker. The United States has decided to invest more than $10 billion in medical research. The Conservatives, though, are cutting the budget for health research in Canada. Many Canadian researchers have pointed out that it's all well and good to spend on university infrastructure, but parallel investment in research is necessary. Why did the government reduce the budgets for the 3 granting councils? Honourable the Minister of State.
We have actually invested quite a bit of money in all types of research, from discovery all the way through to applied. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me just read one example. Just last month alone, this government announced $100 million for 134 research chairs, including Dr. Reinhardt at McGill. Mr. Speaker, he wants to discover answers to connective tissue disease and disorders. And, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government supports the good doctor.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the budget for foreign affairs has been cut while the budget for DND is increasing. Can the government explain this growing imbalance between the two? The Minister for Foreign Affairs. I thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, the budgets under our government have not only been stable but have increased. We have an annual budget of some $21.5 billion that allows us to continue to develop Canadian policies that are intended to promote the development of human rights, the rule of law, and democratic ethics. We are, Mr. Speaker, achieving the very goals for which we were elected. The Honourable Member, does this imbalance in treatment between DND and foreign affairs not reflect the fundamental attitude of this government, which consists in promoting weapons and armaments in respect of its relations with the world rather than diplomacy? The Minister, we do not share the premise of the question as stated by my colleague. On the contrary, we act daily with respect to foreign policy for the Government of Canada. It is a work that we do with the members of NATO and other countries. In Afghanistan, we intervene and help in African countries. The Honourable Member should realize, beyond the notes that are written for her, what Canada is actually doing for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. The cuts in the ProMart program has obliged Les Grands Ballets Canadiens to assume the costing for their visits to Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Cairo. How can the Minister of Foreign Affairs accept, without flinching, these cutbacks by his department when he was in Israel recently and said that diplomatic links should be reinforced and strengthened with this country diplomatically, politically, and culturally? The Honourable the Minister for Canadian Heritage. In the past and today, we are helping our artists on the international scene. We have invested many billions of dollars to this effect. My colleague talked about the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Department and International Trade has increased its funding for foreign missions. We are delivering the goods for artists, and that is precisely what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. This doesn't give a penny more to the Grand Ballet Canadien for their tour. The Minister of Economic Development has changed his stand. He is not going to give the regional economic development funding demanded by us and others. Will he this minister please restore the funding for arts and culture? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. We have invested more money in arts and culture, $3 million this year. This is more than ever before. $13 million to the Canada Council, $4.8 million for works for publishing, $1.8 million for the music, more for telefilm. Every one of those funds has been voted against by the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. When she visited Israel, Ms. Clinton indicated clearly that the United States were still and clearly in favor of a two-state solution, that is, Israel and Palestine. I would like to know whether this is still Canada's policy. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to reassure my honourable colleague. I would like to congratulate him, first of all, because I know that he was the ambassador of Canada in Syria and I'd like to congratulate the minister. We know that we do favor having two states that would work together in peace.
How can he explain, compared to the United Kingdom, which has increased its budget for diplomacy and for public diplomacy, the United States, which has increased its budget for the State Department and for public diplomacy, why is it only Canada that is going in the opposite direction and that is preventing our diplomats from doing their job and carrying out the policies which he claims to support on behalf of the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that my honourable colleague who has just come back from Syria has been in a position to be able to realize that Canadian diplomacy is alive and thriving. Mr. Speaker, our budgets are there. Our people are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Our ambassadors, our diplomats, our policies are being carried out in a rightful and a strong manner in terms of governance issues, in terms of freedom, in terms of the rule of law, in terms of human rights, Mr. Speaker. And that's the position that this government holds to, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, several weeks ago, ministers from British Columbia came here and asked the federal government to move on ending the 2-for-1 remand credit and change the wiretap laws in the criminal code to deal with the gangs. At a meeting this weekend, Mr. Speaker, ministers from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba added their voice to that concern and that request. The question that I have is, what will it take for this Minister of Justice to move on these important issues?
Great question. Honourable Minister of Justice.
With his support, Mr. Speaker. I was actually in British Columbia this weekend, and I had a woman approach me who was confused about the Liberal position on fighting crime. I stuck up for them, Mr. Speaker. I said that's probably due to the fact they've been proposing a carbon tax for the last 2 years, so they haven't had time to focus on this, Mr. Speaker. But I assured her, Mr. Speaker, that fighting crime in this country and standing up for law-abiding citizens and victims of this country would continue to be a priority of this Conservative government.
Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I have news for the Minister. He can't fight crime with empty words such as the ones he just spoke. Mr. Speaker, this Minister has refused. He's remained silent on this very important issue to British Columbia and Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba to deal with the gangs. I want to know today from this Minister, what is his position? Is he going to move on this? What would it take for this minister to get off his duff and move on this issue?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
The result of 13 years of inaction by this member and his political party. Now, Mr. Speaker, they gutted our bill on house arrest. They fought us for mandatory prison terms for people who commit serious gun crimes, Mr. Speaker. If they've had a change of heart, if they become born-again crime fighters, Mr. Speaker, I welcome it. I ask him to stand up and show resolve from the Liberal Party and support us on these issues once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are outraged at the ignorant comments about the Canadian military that is running on the Fox News show Red Eye with Greg Gutfield. The episode mocks the courageous efforts of Canada's brave men and women in Afghanistan and is particularly hurtful as Canadians mourn the loss of 4 more soldiers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence tell us what does he think about this appalling episode that belittles the efforts of our Canadian military?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to first express our deepest condolences to the families and friends of Master Corporal Vernelli, Corporal Crooks, Trooper Boutillier, and Trooper Hayes, who returned to Canada today after making the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan. The comments expressed by so-called comedians on Fox News are disgraceful, ignorant, and insulting to the Canadian Forces members, our diplomat, and the development workers who have died in Afghanistan and others who have been injured. Canadians who know of and others who know of Canada's efforts are not laughing. Canadian troops have been consistently praised by Allied commanders and political leaders for their courage, dedication, and professionalism on the battlefield. I would hope these people recognize their remarks were wrong and would move to apologize to the families and friends.
The Honourable
Member. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, after the start of the 14th lockout in 14 years by Québécois, the Minister of Revenue promised last week that he and his department would no longer advertise in the newspaper Réveil du Saguenay as a sign of solidarity with employees. The NDP applauded that initiative, but unfortunately the minister had his knuckles rapped by the PMO. Rather than calling him to order, why will the government not support this proposal? And does he want to see families out in the street? The minister. Le Réveil du Saguenay is an important newspaper in our region and employs a number of people. The members of the union wanted to meet with their member of parliament. I did meet with them, of course. They are very concerned. We are in a recession. We might expect that there would be a reflex of wanting to centralize operations. I checked whether it was possible to stop advertising, but it was not. All this has to be settled around the bargaining table, and this is what is happening right now. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, where the Conservative Cabinet is concerned, other skeletons are coming out of the closet. The Minister of Culture cannot identify key figures from Quebec's and Canada's cultural history. The member for Yorkton Melville wants to take part in a meeting where there are semi-automatic Berettas that are the door prizes, and the Minister of Science and Technology doesn't believe in evolution. Does the minister believe that evolution means going from running shoes to high heels, and can he explain his theory? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, once again, of course, the New Democratic Party has this great philosophy and thinks that the problem can be solved by giving. As a government, however, we have to try to be neutral, but we are very concerned about people who are enduring difficulties in this situation. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the $1 billion in equalization that the Conservative government has not provided, it is taking a lot of time to solve other problems as well with the Quebec government, post-secondary education, social problems, infrastructure, and so on. When will the Conservative government stop ignoring Quebec and provide the $6 billion it owes Quebec? The Honourable Minister of State. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, as our government usually does. We have put in a number of measures to help Quebec. Last week, in fact, I had the pleasure of visiting a number of regions of Quebec to see on the ground how the programs that we were providing were helping, and we are helping people there, unlike the Bloc Québécois. The honourable member for Débouché, the Quebec government should not have to beg for this $6 billion. This is Quebec money that is being held here in Ottawa. This is not a gift. It is money that is owed. In the budget, nothing was done, but now that we are in a recession, will the government agree today to provide the money that is owed to Quebec and that is needed to stimulate the economy there? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I would like to thank the member for his question. Certainly transfers will not be reduced. We have, in fact, increased transfers by 37%, and they will continue to rise. The equalization payments account for 13% compared of the budget in Quebec, compared with 8% a few years ago.
Today, Suncor announced a takeover of Petro-Canada that has significant implications for the supply of price of fuel and others. This government demonstrated its lack of concern for higher energy prices by scrapping the Office of Petroleum Price Information and thereby destroying any chance of transparency in the energy market. What action is the government now prepared to undertake to ensure this merger won't lead to a further concentration, Mr. Speaker, of the refinery sector and even higher prices for Canadians for home heating fuel and at the pumps?
Great.
The Honourable Minister of State.
The member is right to raise issues of competitiveness, because he will know that the government's economic action plan is promoting a competitive marketplace by ensuring that Canadian business is in fact competitive. In transactions like these, he will also know that the Competition Bureau will take the appropriate steps to scrutinize the transaction under the Competition Act. If they find a reason for the government to need to protect the interests of Canadian consumers, we will of course be there, and we will do that very vigorously, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping the Honourable Minister could tap her colleague on the shoulder next door to her, because her department, Natural Resources Canada, has indicated that, quote, refinery utilization rates close to 100%, along with the growth in demand, has created a need for significant additional refinery capacity in Canada, end of quote, not less. What assurances is the government now seeking to ensure that this merger won't lead to a further reduction in refinery capacity, a process, Mr. Speaker, that I think you and all colleagues will agree has led Canadians and consumers to having to pay dearly at the pumps and to keep themselves warm in difficult times?
Honourable Minister of State.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, that's precisely the issues that the Competition Bureau will be examining under law. And our government, in the Economic Action Plan, wants to make sure that our economy is highly competitive and productive. And so, as the Competition Bureau does its work, the government will be informed. The government will take each and every necessary step to ensure that the interests of Canadian consumers and their needs are fully protected, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, suspicions have been raised about 5 previously unheard of third-party organizations that bought advertising endorsing the Minister of Sport in the 2008 campaign. 4 of these groups shared a financial agent and an office address at the office of the 2006 BC Conservative election co-chair, who's a current member of the Minister's riding executive. One group bought signs from the co-campaign manager of the Minister's 2008 campaign. Can the Minister explain why these organizations seem to have such direct ties to his campaign team?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, in the last campaign and in every election campaign, this Conservative government always follows the rules and the regulations to the absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and any allegations by the NDP are, of course, made up.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, we know from Election Canada returns that the Minister of Sport's campaign was closing in on the local legal limit. We also know that these previously unheard of organizations with links to the Minister and his political organization ran ad campaigns endorsing the Minister totaling over $12,000, a figure that if the Minister's local campaign would have spent, would have put him over the legal limit. Was this an attempt to do an end run around the spending limits, just like the in-and-out scheme of 2006?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the member involved has always respected the campaign finance laws of this country in the past and always will in the future.
The Honourable
Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada was trying to get the support of Quebecers, but he had no concrete promises. He was making fun of us and he thought that he would remove the UNESCO seat. Our Conservative government has done a great deal for Quebec, and I wonder if the minister could tell us about that. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. I would like to thank my colleague for his interesting question, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the former Liberal government, unlike us, was centralizing, and we have provided powers to Quebec since 2006. We have recognized the Quebec nation, and this is the whole difference between our party and the Liberals. Quebec is well represented here by this side of the House because we believe that Quebec must be strong within Canada.
Mr. Speaker, this shameful quote, institutionalized multiculturalism as a taxpayer-funded program, has run its course, is direct from the 2004 Conservative Policy Book. This past weekend, the Minister of Multiculturalism stunned immigrant Canadians by stating, "We don't need the state to promote diversity." It's clear the Conservative reform roots are coming out and showing up once again. Why is this Conservative government abandoning multiculturalism and forcing Canadians to choose between diversity and integration?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Order.
No one's forcing such a false choice. The reality is that we have changed the priorities within the multiculturalism program to focus on the concrete challenges that newcomers and members of cultural communities face. And Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action on those concrete challenges. The Liberals, for instance, who cut language training, language program funding, Mr. Speaker, our government has tripled it. The Liberals did nothing to assist newcomers on foreign credential recognition. We put over $80 million into helping to accelerate pathways to credential recognition, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to helping newcomers, for the Liberals, it was all talk, but we're delivering the goods.
There you go.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. The Minister of Science and Technology is the person to whom I would like to address my question. He has said the creation theory says that humans and dinosaurs coexisted. Some members across the floor would suggest that this is the truth for sure. Does the Minister of Science and Technology, can he tell us whether he agrees with Darwin's theory of evolution? Yes or no? I am not sure that this question actually deals with the minister's responsibilities under his portfolio. He may or may not want to answer it.
I accept the opportunity to clarify because I know the member has difficulty reading. I do, in fact, believe in evolution, full stop. But what's important, Mr. Speaker, is what this government is doing for our science and tech community. We just surpassed the $10 billion a year mark for our scientists. This year alone, Mr. Speaker, we put $5.1 billion into our science and tech community, and that member and his party voted against every bit of it.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We all share in the shock and sorrow at the death of 17 offshore workers who lost their lives in the Cougar helicopter crash off Newfoundland's east coast. As the Transportation Safety Board seeks the cause of this crash, questions are once again being raised about search and rescue response times, though it may not be a factor in this case. After the Ocean Ranger disaster 27 years ago, a Royal Commission recommended that the Government of Canada ensure that a fully equipped search and rescue helicopter be stationed at the St. John's Airport nearest the offshore activity, now greatly increased. Will the Government now commit to implement this recommendation to ensure the safety of offshore workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadian Forces search and rescue assets are carefully managed and strategically located across the country. The location of CF assets is based on experience and studies that determine where search and rescue incidents happen and are concentrated where the need is greatest. Gander is centrally located in Newfoundland and Labrador, and as such allows the CF an even coverage, even search and rescue coverage throughout the region. The Canadian Forces does work closely with its search and rescue partners and does take appropriate action to ensure that Canadians get the most efficient search and rescue service available anywhere in the world.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the opening of the Canadian seal hunt in the southern Gulf of St. Lawrence. It's a long-standing tradition and the backbone of many communities in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans tell this House how Canada is standing up for these proud sealers and this vital industry?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The seal hunt does begin today around the Ile de Madeline, and after being the subject of very disappointing attacks by both the Liberals and special interest groups, the sealers are a very resilient bunch. I want to assure the 6,000 Canadian sealing families that they have the full support of this government, and we wish them a safe and very prosperous season.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, across the country, sewage facilities are in a state of disrepair. Here in Ottawa, raw sewage regularly leaks into the Ottawa River from an aging treatment plant in Arnprior, contaminating a body of water used daily by over 1 million residents in this region. The mayor there, Terry Gibo, applied to the Building Canada Fund to fix the plant. It met all the known criteria to gain access to funding, but the application was refused. Why is the minister saying no to Arnprior and yes to raw sewage in the Ottawa River while sitting on a pot of over $3 billion of unspent infrastructure money?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
This decision was a joint decision between my friend Dalton McGuinty and I. The proposal from Arnprior is a good one. The challenge was that it wasn't able to begin quickly enough, Mr. Speaker. That's why the province and the federal government took that decision. Perhaps at Sunday dinner, before he wastes his time here in the House of Commons, he could inquire as to his brother's excuse as well, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I would just like to pass on to honourable members. We've completed a question period in about 46 or 47 minutes, and there were 39 questions and responses given. Last week I was in Edmonton and attended the Alberta legislature, and in 50 minutes there were 102 questions and responses in 50 minutes. Same time limits as here on questions. I thought honourable members might be interested in that. Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dr. Kenneth Baugh, a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in Jamaica. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 25 petitions.
Dépôt de documents. Introduction.
Tabling of documents.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of this House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in this 10th report later this day.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Bills. Mr. Wilford, seconded by Mr. Szabo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Nowruz Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present the bill, An Act to Respect Nowruz Day. This past weekend, many families in Canada and many countries around the world celebrated Nowruz, which marks the astronomical beginning of New Year and represents the exact moment of the vernal equinox commencing the start of spring. Yesterday, I was given the honour to celebrate Nowruz with 300 of my constituents with the Mayor of Richmond Hill for Nowruz celebration dinner, where we shared great food, music, and dance performances. Nowruz is a time of great joy and celebration. Its non-ethnic and non-religious characteristics have allowed Nowruz to remain a prominent day for many people in the Middle East, Central Asian countries, and in fact, many countries around the world, including Canada. I'll be distributing copies of the bill to the House leaders later today, and it's my hope that all parties will be united to expedite this bill to officially recognize this significant day for many Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wilford, seconded by Mr. Szabo, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant des députés. Bills. Motion.
Motions.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 10th report on the Standing Committee Procedure and House Affairs presented in this House earlier this day be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Motions? Motion. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the Clerk of Petitions, I'm pleased to present yet again another Income Trust Broken Promise petition sent to me from constituents of my riding of Mississauga South, who remember the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said that the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners want to remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government first to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present petitions and call for tougher penalties for sexual offenders. Current penalties for sexual offenders do not reflect the severity of the crime and the subsequent life-altering consequences suffered by victims. Therefore, sexual offenders must receive a minimum 10 years jail time with no parole. Sexual offenders must attend rehabilitation, and the public needs to be notified upon release of a sexual offender.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to present a petition on behalf of a number of individuals calling on the Government of Canada to amend the animal transport regulations under Canada's Health of Animals Act. Part of their demand is that the government reduce the amount of time that animals can be transported around. By calling on the reduction of travel time, these people feel such changes lower the chances of animals becoming injured or diseased during transport, and also reduce the threat to the quality, health and safety of Canadian food products.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of petitions from law students across Canada that they are very concerned about the ongoing breaches of Omar Khadr's right as a human being, and in particular as a minor at the time of his alleged offense. And as law students, they are deeply concerned that Canada seems to believe the war on terror can be fought outside the law. And as Canadians, they are concerned that our country's credibility as one committed to human rights and the rule of law have been severely undermined. So they are asking Parliament to ensure respect for Omar Khadr's legal and human rights by intervening in his case and securing his immediate repatriation.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm presenting a petition signed by over 800 disappointed constituents and counting who are disillusioned by the decision of the Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism to deport Lubomir and Olha Nalesnik. Since fleeing Ukraine in 1994 for security reasons, Mr. and Mrs. Nalesnik have contributed positively to Canadian society by working continuously throughout this period, paying their taxes and volunteering in our local community. They're exactly the type of new Canadians our country needs. They've established roots, built new lives in Canada, and made a positive contribution to society during the past 15 years. Consequently, the petitioners urge the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration to reverse this decision to deport Mr. and Mrs. Nalesnik.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Canadians from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Lethbridge, Alberta, Wolfville, Nova Scotia, Stratford, Ontario, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, I'm adding dozens of names to the thousands upon thousands of Canadians that have already written into this House asking the Canadian government to not push through with a Canada-Colombia trade agreement until such time as an independent and impartial human rights assessment is done first step, Mr. Speaker, before there's any further movement. Mr. Speaker, the thousands of Canadians that are writing to this Parliament believe that their voices can be heard on the floor of Parliament, and that's why the NDP are presenting these names from Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are saying no to Canada-Colombia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to present another petition opposing the unfair decision of Canada Post to withhold pay from its workers. Canada Post notified members of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers that it will withhold 2 weeks' pay as part of a change in the compensation system. Between the petitions I am presenting today alone, almost 900 people object to this action. They ask Canada Post to pay its employees all of their wages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q46 will be answered today. Also, Mr. Speaker, would you be so kind as to start question number Q43?
Question Q43. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that it be printed and answered as if read.
Is it agreed that the answer be printed and answered as if read? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, questions number Q39, Q40, Q41, Q45, Q47, Q48, Q49, Q50, and Q51 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed, or is it the pleasure of the House that question numbers 39 to 41, 45, and 47 to 51 be made orders for return, and that the returns be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. Questions inscrites au feuilleton, that's finished. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, I believe, is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I ask for you to seek permission to return to motions.
Return to motions? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well then, Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to this House earlier today be concurred in.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? The motion is carried.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992.
Order. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Hill for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992 as amended, be concurred in at the report stage. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter la motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed on division. I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Mr. Hill for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
It's absolutely with pleasure that I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to address the House at third reading of Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992. An amended Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act will give us, in this place, the proper mechanism to prevent and appropriately respond to security incidents during the import, handling, offering for transport, and transport of dangerous goods, just as is currently done for safety incidents. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, is the extensive consultations with the public that have been taking place, along with extensive consultations of industry, unions, first responders, provincial and territorial governments. I'm very happy to say that the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities also conducted a thorough study of Bill C9. We heard from a variety of stakeholders, including representatives from industry and unions such as the Teamsters and the Canadian Trucking Association, and I can say with certainty, Mr. Speaker, that all of the witnesses who appeared before the House Committee strongly supported this bill and indicated that it was very necessary at this particular time. Some even talked about potential technological research and innovation that may actually provide long-term security solutions to help, for example, Mr. Speaker, track the movements of dangerous goods in the future. Others spoke strongly on the need for Bill C9 and their belief that it is essential to have an effective security program in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we also believe in this government that it's very important to have the security of Canadians as our first priority. These industry stakeholders supported the bill's security prevention and response program, including a security clearance program, especially one where one single background check is accepted by our trading partners such as the United States and others for all transport workers. And this particular bill, along with the work currently done in Transport Canada with our North American partners, that being both Mexico and the United States, will enable us to do just that. Other witnesses we heard from spoke about the important role of a safe, secure, and efficient transportation of dangerous goods program plays in the Canadian economy and the good-paying industry jobs it provides. Many people in Canada work in this industry, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in 2007, total dangerous goods sales in Canada were estimated to be about $50 billion. That's right, Mr. Speaker. $50 billion, a great sum. And Canadian chemical sales accounted for $36 billion of the above total. Of the Canadian chemicals sold in 2007, 75% of the sales were to international markets. Exports to the United States actually rose by 17%, while offshore exports rose about 29%. A growth industry, Mr. Speaker, very important to the Canadian economy. Today, there are over 26 million commercially available chemicals being sold around the world, and over 46 million, that's right, Mr. Speaker, 46 million organic and inorganic substances registered with the Chemical Abstract Service of the American Chemical Society. Growth in the registration of new chemicals continues exponentially. In fact, add to that in Canada, there are over 30 million dangerous goods shipments that are made every year. These shipments are obviously absolutely critical and vital to communities nationwide. And I'd like to explain some of these chemicals, Mr. Speaker, and indeed some of the chemicals enable. For instance, municipalities to provide safe drinking water to their citizens, doctors to provide their patients with access to vital and important nuclear medicines, manufacturers to produce plastics that are used in our clothes, in our homes and cars and boats and cottages that everyday Canadians use. And Canadians on those beautiful summer days, Mr. Speaker, indeed to cook their favorite meal on their backyard propane or gas barbecue, one of my personal favorites. The Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act is criminal law, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, serious consequences as a result. And it applies to all matters relating to the importation, handling, offering for transport, and the actual transportation of the dangerous good. Provincial legislation actually addresses most local transportation on highways. The federal regulations, which are multimodal, are adopted in one manner or another by each and every province and territory. It's a cooperative effort, Mr. Speaker, and this government works in cooperation with our other partners in the provinces and territories. The current Act and regulations are enforced by federal and provincial inspectors. The Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act provides the federal government with the authority to develop policy, to verify compliance, conduct research to enhance safety, to guide emergency response in cases of need, and to develop regulations and standards to manage risk and promote public safety during the transportation of dangerous goods. As you know, Mr. Speaker, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, and we are working at the start instead of just the end. Before a shipment can be made, the person who offers for transport or imports the dangerous good must, and I repeat must, submit an emergency response assistance plan to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Directorate. These plans are actually reviewed by experts, and if they are satisfied that these plans would be able to appropriately respond to an emergency, they are therefore approved. There are currently about 1,000 approved emergency response assistance plans that industry uses to respond to accidental release of dangerous goods. These important emergency response assistance plans actually assist local emergency responders by providing them access to 24-hour technical experts and specialized equipment in the event of an incident involving dangerous goods. The plans are required, Mr. Speaker, to explain how specialists and other personnel with knowledge and special knowledge, especially in this case, with special equipment and skills, will be available to respond following an incident involving their dangerous goods. Prior to the changes put forward by our committee for C9, these plans are not available to governments or first responders should there be a security incident involving dangerous goods. That's right, Mr. Speaker. Prior to these changes, these plans would not be available. These new changes will actually enhance public safety, and I think most Canadians would agree, by enabling a response to a terrorist incident involving dangerous goods, just like that of an incident following an accident. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the bill will enable the government to authorize a person with an approved emergency response assistance plan to implement the plan in order to respond to an orphaned release of dangerous goods when the identity of the responsible person is actually not known. This is important, Mr. Speaker. And in committee, we heard from industry that they support the use of their emergency response assistance plan to correspond following a government request to security incidents involving dangerous goods. Industry actually testified that they sought recovery of their costs associated with response, and that the government, this government, will provide them with indemnity protection during the requested response time. This is important for them, Mr. Speaker, because those costs can actually be prohibitive in some cases. This is what Bill C9 does, and this is why industry supports it so strongly. There's also been a lot of discussion in committee about the important and new security prevention program proposed in Bill C9. The prevention program includes requiring security plans and security training, providing the authority for transportation security clearances for the dangerous goods as well as an appeal process, providing for interim orders and security measures, actually authorizing regulations to be made to require that dangerous goods are tracked during transport, and authorizing regulations to be made to require that dangerous goods be reported if they are lost or stolen during their importation, their handling, their offering for transport, or their transport. very important provisions, Mr. Speaker, 5 very important things to keep Canadians safe. Bill C-9 would provide the authority to establish performance regulations for security plans and training based on international and United Nations recommendations and aligned with existing U.S. regulations. It would also enable regulations to be made to establish security requirements for tracking dangerous goods, as well as regulations to be made to require companies to report lost or dangerous goods. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, to report lost or stolen dangerous goods. Obviously very important. In August 2005, the Safe, Accountable, Flexible, Efficient Transportation Equity Act, a legacy for users, or better known as Safety Lou, came into force in the United States. This act requires commercial motor vehicle drivers licensed in Canada or licensed in Mexico transporting dangerous goods into and within the United States in truckload quantities to undergo a background check, much like our security clearance that we propose. And these are similar to those required for United States truck drivers transporting truckload quantities of dangerous goods in the United States. And Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, it makes sense. Canadian drivers are currently satisfying these provisions if they have been accepted into the Free and Secure Trade, or FAST program of the Canadian Border Services Agency and the U.S. Bureau of Customs and Border Protection. But the United States still expects Canada to implement a long-term solution. And that's what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. Long-term vision, long-term solutions for the best interest of Canadians. The bill before us today will provide the authority to establish the long-term solution by establishing a transportation security clearance program. There has actually been much discussion at committee on this component of the prevention program, but industry and union representatives all indicated a preference for a Canadian program, one where an appeal is done in Canada as the preferred clearance program. This is what Bill C-9 provides. This is what industry wants, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we are delivering for Canada, a Canadian program. We also heard from witnesses that with the upcoming Vancouver 2010 Winter Olympics, there's a strong need for Bill C-9. An amended Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act will provide the right tools to support a safe and secure Olympic Games, and this also is important for Canada and important for Canada on the world stage. Witnesses spoke to the committee specifically on the importance of passing this legislation as quickly as possible so that Canadians can be protected should Canada be a target before, during, or after the Olympics of a security incident using dangerous goods. With the passage of Bill C-9, government would be able to, acting on intelligence provided by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police or Canadian Security Intelligence Agency, use immediately the emergency regulatory instruments in Bill C-9, the use of interim orders and security measures to prevent an incident during the transportation of dangerous goods at that time. They would also be able to provide help to first responders during the response to a terrorist incident involving dangerous goods using industry's Transport Canada approved emergency response assistance program. Again, a Canadian-made program for Canadian interests. Canada has a strict and vigorous dangerous goods program, one that was built primarily on preventing safety incidents during the transportation of dangerous goods, but also covering responses to actual or anticipated release of dangerous goods and dangerous products. With the passage of an amended Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, public safety will be enhanced through the conclusion of a world-class security prevention and response program to the existing safety program. This is important, Mr. Speaker, and these enhancements are important to keep Canadians safe. In conclusion, Bill C-9 is extremely important for the promotion and enhancement of public safety. In fact, our international and domestic partners have been waiting for these changes for some period of time. I would like to commend the committee on bringing this forward as quickly as possible, and I therefore encourage all members to vote to pass this bill so that our colleagues in the Senate can start the process of reviewing this bill without delay, and we can get one step closer to this very important bill becoming law, and altogether, Mr. Speaker, we can take one step further to protect Canadians and protect Canadian interests. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his his introduction to this bill on third reading, and certainly he did mention something in his speech, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to clarify. He said that there was no party giving evidence to the committee that indicated that they had a problem with the bill. And I wanted to refer him back to the International Longshore and Warehouse Union of Canada in a submission to the committee, the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructures and Committees, in which they said, on review of Bill C-9, the ILWU is immediately and seriously concerned about S 5.21, which requires workers who handle and deal with dangerous goods to hold transportation security clearances. And they go on to say that they oppose the imposition of background checks on port workers who handle dangerous goods. So would the honourable member not agree that there were representations to the committee that spoke against the bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to respond to my friend by saying that I think what his concern is a legitimate concern, Madam Speaker. But the reality is that what outweighs that legitimate concern on privacy is indeed the need to keep Canadians safe and the need to keep trade with the United States and other partners. And, Madam Speaker, people that deal with large quantities of chlorine or other substances that can cause serious damage and sickness to Canadians, those people should undergo some form of security check. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that this is far outdated. It's needed. It's been needed for some period of time. And not to take this seriously, Madam Speaker, as the member, in my opinion, just did, is just not constructive and not going to help Canadians feel safe and keep them safe. And this is what we're doing, Madam Speaker, and that's why this is so important for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Western Arctic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry if I addressed you wrong previously. I'll try and get that right in the future. But to the honourable member, there was evidence given from the actions that were taken in the United States with the transportation security clearances, and the evidence given by the security companies that presented in front of us suggested that some 10% of the workers that were asked to give these to submit to these criminal records checks, which is the main aspect of these clearances, were rejected from working in their chosen field. Now, that is a serious business when 10% of the workers in a particular area are put out of work because of transportation security clearances based on criminal records, which I might remind my honourable colleague are hardly a place to capture terrorists.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can confirm with the member that I'm not sure where to catch terrorists. I've never dealt with them. But I do understand that they're in every walk of life. I understand they're in many countries throughout the world, including Canada and the United States and others. What I do understand as well, Madam Speaker, is this, is that just because you have a criminal record does not mean that you're not able to work in this field. It's a criminal record dealing with some form of violence or something that may suggest that you have terrorist aspirations or activities behind you. And as such, those people, I think most Canadians would be shocked to find out that someone with that kind of criminal record or that kind of background dealing with terrorist individuals or indeed dealing with violence of any kind against society would be able to actually handle any kind of dangerous good. And, Madam Speaker, that can actually happen today. I think Canadians don't want that. They want Canadians want to feel safe. They want to feel safe in their ports. They want to feel safe on the roads, in their homes. And that's what we're doing as a government, Madam Speaker. And that's what I would ask that member and his colleagues to stand up today and support this Conservative government in keeping Canadians safe.
Comments? The Honourable Member from Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague a question regarding the upcoming Olympics. I think that Canadians are very concerned with the safety of the Olympics. And so I'm wondering if my colleague could expand on how this bill will contribute and will enhance the safety of the Olympics coming up in 2010.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank this particular member for her hard work on that committee, because it is hard work to go through these very taskful bills and to decide what's in the best interest of Canadians and make balanced decisions like we did in that committee and, in fact, voted on it and passed it through to this place. I would also like to say, Madam Speaker, that we heard from experts. In fact, I heard before this particular bill as Parliamentary Secretary, I heard from some experts in particular that were fearful of the situation of the Olympics because of their ability to respond to chemical spills, their ability to cordon off areas and to deal with particular issues that arise during the Olympics. So they have clearly indicated to me, Madam Speaker, and clearly indicated, I believe, to the committee, that this is necessary in order to keep Canadians safe, in order to respond after some sort of incident or before an incident, to actually seclude that particular area and to make sure that they can find those dangerous chemicals, make sure they can find those terrorists that are handling those chemicals, and keep Canadians safe. It's very, very important for the Olympics, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say this, too, if I may. Not only is it important for Canadians to feel safe here and international visitors to feel safe here, but it's also important for the world to recognize that Canada is one of the safest places in the world, the best place in the world to live. Madam Speaker, that's what it's all about for us, keeping Canadians safe and making sure our international reputation stays as strong and secure as it is.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, when you work with a bill intimately, you certainly know all the different clauses. As someone who is responsible for riding with many transnational highways running through it, I'm wondering if the honourable member could just sort of clarify how this will impact the safety in terms of my membership and in my riding.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member, another hard-working member of this House, for that particular question. I'd like to say to her in response that not only does it deal with protecting Canadians, Madam Speaker, but it also means that Canadians can continue to enjoy the great quality of life we have. And I did use some of these examples, but I'd like to bring them out again. One of the particular example is for municipalities to continue to provide safe drinking water to their citizens. That means they can transport up and down the highways. They can bring those chemicals necessary for doctors, for patients, for safe drinking water for all Canadians, and they can do so safely because they will have these security checks, and we will know who's carrying them. They will be authorized to do so. So from two perspectives, Madam Speaker. One, to make sure that we have a plan in place if there is an accident, to make sure those people that would cause harm don't cause harm because they're not able to transport it. And thirdly, to make sure we continue to have the great quality of life and those things we need. It's very important for Canada, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member from Transcona, Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary as to whether or not this bill would apply to military and their transportation of chemicals across the country. We know over the years that military has used Agent Orange and other chemicals in experiments, and we found out only much later that these chemicals were being used. So I would think that any application of this bill, if it's going to apply to farmers, for example, in Manitoba and across the country, it should also be applying to the military as well. Could the member enlighten me as to whether it does or not?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can't tell the member for sure whether or not it will deal with all aspects of the bill, but as he knows, I would be more than happy to get back to him on that particular question because it's such a large gambit. But I will tell him that what does deal with the military is the response mechanism itself, which is so important. And that is the ability for first responders to get on the scene and to have the information necessary to deal with the incident if indeed there is a dangerous chemical spill or indeed something else happens. They will be able to deal with it so there will be minimum damage, Madam Speaker. And I know that's there because they will be working with their partners in the provinces and territories to make sure that they respond in such a way that the minimal impact is had on Canadians. And we have had some horrendous spills and some difficulties in the past, over the past decade or two, Madam Speaker, and this bill will deal with those specifically in the way that we clean up those messes and try to get to a point where an ounce of prevention actually deals with the pound of cure before we have to worry about the cure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C9, the government's proposed amendments to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992. The Liberal Party is committed to assuring and improving the safety and security of all Canadians. It was the Liberal government that initiated a series of studies in 2002 and consultations in 2004 in order to lead to the proposed legislation that we have before us today. We are glad that the Conservative government is finally bringing forward the proposed amendments to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992. Canadians are at risk every day from accidental exposure to dangerous goods. In fact, 2 train derailments involving dangerous goods, one in Winnipeg and one east of Toronto, occurred just this weekend. Each year, roughly 30 million shipments of dangerous goods occur in Canada. This means that approximately once every second, a dangerous good is being transported. Our current system is good, and there is no suggestion here that we should be overly alarmed. However, we live in a very different world today than we did when this bill was originally written. In the committee, the Liberal members examined the proposed legislation to see if it accomplished the following 5 objectives. First, does it reinforce the existing emergency response assistance plan systems? Second, will it require security training and screening for all personnel who are handling and transporting these dangerous goods? Third, since this is an enabling legislation, how will the regulations that would flow improve the safety and security of workers and the public? Fourth, will the amendments in the legislation give us a clearer handle on the companies, products, and associated security protocols that move dangerous goods around the country? Finally, the 5th objective, will the enforcement of this legislation be consistent throughout the entire country, east-west, north-south, and as a result, will it be uniform in its application and its demands for all shippers and transportation companies? From our perspective, the most important issue is to make sure that we have qualified people handling these shipments of dangerous goods. It is not the transportation of dangerous goods itself that poses a public risk, but rather it is the people that are involved in the transportation of these goods where our attention must be focused. We must know that everyone involved in transporting these goods is qualified, that they are appropriately trained, screened, and capable of dealing with emergencies should there be an accident. We also must know that companies involved in transporting dangerous goods have foolproof systems in place to track the goods, remembering that approximately 1 every second a dangerous good transportation is being sent out. The proposed legislation will require security training and screening of personnel working with dangerous goods. However, the exact regulations and requirements won't be known until the government moves to bring them forward. In committee, we heard from witnesses who had concerns and views about the regulations that will stem from this proposed bill. The Teamsters made it very clear that workers who will require security clearances will be treated fairly and with sensitivity, and that the regulatory framework respects their rights. The Canadian Trucking Alliance expressed concerns about the costs and overlaps involved in the proposed requirements for transportation security clearances and for security plans and security training. AC Global Systems from my home province of British Columbia is working with Transportation Security Administration in the United States on future regulations. They suggested that Canada develop a parallel tracking system for hazardous materials shipments, including the mandating of vehicles shutdown technology and driver authentication technology. And finally, L1 Identity Solutions suggested that Canada use fingerprinting technology to screen the prospective haulers of dangerous goods. All of the witnesses brought great depth and value to the committee considerations. It is striking that most of the discussion related not to the legislation being considered, but rather to the future regulations that this legislation enables. The potential controversy with this proposed legislation lies in the regulations that will be revealed in the future. We were pleased, therefore, that the Liberal amendment to this bill, that the Transport Committee be mandated to review future regulations made under the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, was passed in the committee stage of this bill. We will lead the charge in scrutinizing and studying each and every regulation that stems from this bill to ensure that our national safety and security and our individuals' rights are defended with equal vigor. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to address the House.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member from Calgary Northeast.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Seems like my friend from the other side has widely and have thoroughly studied this bill, and he is aware, as the member knows, that the industry, first responders, and provincial and territorial governments are all in support of the bill. Can the honourable member tell me that can we count on his support to make this bill very effective?
Member from Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also like to thank the honourable member from Northeast Calgary, where I landed when I came to Canada, and I'm very pleased that he asked me the question about my sport. In fact, if you look at this, Madam Speaker, this was the bill that was brought in by the Liberal government. And the Liberal members on this committee extensively gone through the witnesses that came in, their deliberations, and the concerns that Canadians have for their security and safety of all Canadians, and I tell you that I, along with other members on this side of the House, will not sacrifice the security and well-being of Canadians when it comes to transportation of the dangerous goods.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Reprise.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to Bill C9, which is an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992. I'm pleased, as I said, Madam Speaker, and we will go through the bill together. I would also like to give a bit of historical background and recall a little bit how Canada in this Parliament takes a lot of time to come up with legislation that achieves consensus across Canada and in Quebec. Since 2002, as my colleague has said, from the Liberal Party, we have been dealing with this issue. There were consultations in 2004. We had a series of elections after that. And therefore, this bill never became law. Madam Speaker, this was because the government changed. We had the Liberal government that was there for 18 months or so. It was not a national priority, and therefore it did not move forward. Then there were elections. We had the Conservative government that came into office. This also was not a national priority for them when it was elected the first time, and it was in office from 2006 to 2008. It was not a priority. It went through the various stages, and then we had the election of a new Conservative government that now seems to want to move forward with this bill. As some colleagues have already pointed out, all the territories and provinces are in agreement with this legislation. And why is that? It is because the transportation of dangerous goods is an urgent issue. I would take advantage of this time to read the summary of the bill that reads as follows. The main amendments fall into two categories: new security requirements and new safety amendments. The amendments include the following: A, requirements for security plans and security training. B, a requirement that prescribed persons must hold transportation security clearances to transport dangerous goods, and the establishment of a regulatory authority in relation to appeals and reviews of any decision in respect of those clearances. C, the creation of a choice of instruments, regulations, security measures, and interim orders to govern security in relation to dangerous goods. D, the use of industry emergency response assistance plans approved by Transport Canada to respond to an actual or apprehended release of dangerous goods during their transportation. E, the establishment of regulatory authority to require that dangerous goods be tracked during transport or reported if lost or stolen. F, clarification of the Act to ensure that it is applicable uniformly throughout Canada, including to local works and undertakings. G, reinforcement and strengthening of the Emergency Response Assistance Plan Program. And H, authority for inspectors to inspect any place in which standardized means of containment are being manufactured, repaired, and tested. It is clear from this summary that this bill should have been passed a long time ago. The Conservatives have looked at this with us in the committee and said that now it was a national urgency because we were going to have the Olympics in Vancouver. This process has been underway since 2002. We were told now that this was urgent, and certainly some of these clauses will not apply for the Olympics. And that is the hard reality. I don't know whether the Conservatives have trouble with this bill on the transportation of dangerous goods. Perhaps their grassroots members and supporters are not in agreement. They're having a hard time selling it. But this issue and bill should have been a priority for this government that has been in office, after all, since 2006. As I've said, some parts of the bill will not be able to be adopted. There are important issues dealing with security, and when you look at Clause 5.2, and it's worth looking at that, then you see that, and I will read you the clause: no prescribed person shall import, offer for transport, handle, or transport dangerous goods in a quantity or concentration that is specified by regulation within a range of quantities or concentrations, unless that person has a transportation security clearance granted under subsection 2. So anybody transporting dangerous goods must have this security clearance. There are pros and cons, obviously, and certainly various colleagues will talk about what the reality is. But when we look at that provision, it clearly says that no prescribed person will be able to do that. So it will not be possible to put this in place by the time the Olympics happen. When the Conservatives tell us before the witnesses and everyone else that we need security clearance to be able to take dangerous goods across the border, it gives the impression that there might be something terrible coming across the border from the United States, but clearly they already have their security provisions. And we don't think that there will be disastrous, dangerous goods coming across the border to Vancouver, for example. We have navigable waterways. We have areas where people move across the border quite freely. And we have obviously RCMP officers to ensure security. We know, of course, that the RCMP no longer work the same way in the airports that they used to. So theoretically, it would have been possible to have a security clearance to protect the Olympic Games, and that should have also been used or usable for interprovincial transportation of dangerous goods and so on. So by 2010, we will not have time to have truckers pass all of the security clearances and so on. So if all of these truckers had to take and pass tests, well, we know that in the United States, 10 to 15% of truckers do not have a security clearance for various reasons. So each country has its own requirements. Everyone seems to agree, and I do as well, because the Bloc Québécois knows what the people of Quebec think of this. Since 2004, we have been involved in this whole debate, and we're hearing that it is taking too long to adopt this legislation. But as I have said, Madam Speaker, if we are looking ahead to 2010, it will not be possible to put this in place for interprovincial transportation. It takes 3 to 5 years, and we were told that by the departmental officials.
The regulations to be interpreted are those that will bear on transportation to and from the United States. So I'd like to make sure that our carriers have access to the United States. I think Canada has already issued various security clearances that will make it easier to transport dangerous goods to the United States once they are accredited, and the same holds for Americans who will have their security certificates to transport dangerous goods into Canada. I think it's I don't know what this has to do with the Olympic Games of 2010, but I do think that this bill has to be adopted, and the Bloc Québécois will make sure it does its utmost to see that this is the case. Madam Speaker, there's also the fact that if we bring in this bill and its attendant regulations, it's true. There are colleagues who have asked serious questions, and amendments have been brought forth. We're told with security clearances that these are things that are for certain people. There will have to be regulations brought in after the bill is adopted and is enacted. But since the Conservatives have been in power, many people have said that their very right-wing ideology is a problem and is dangerous insofar as it might have a bearing on people's rights. It's not everyone's cup of tea, obviously. So this isn't easy because we do have to give the department certain latitude because they have to deal with the transport of dangerous goods, and this will need regulations. But the legislation we need to bring this into effect, whoever the minister is in November when this will take place, will also have to bring in regulations for its coming into effect, have to bring in regulations for the safety of all citizens. So we're supporting it. With a Liberal amendment, we're in agreement with the bill itself. There is Section 3, Paragraph 3, or Section 3. This is on page 26 of the French text. So Section 3 is to be amended by as follows, by adding that the Standing Committee on Transportation, being the competent committee, will be able on its own initiative to deal with specific security issues and examine the regulations connected to this legislation, and will be able to report on its examination to the House. So you can see, Madam Speaker, that this amendment will be added to the bill to make absolutely sure that if there ever is a complaint, that it will be presented to the Standing Committee of Transportation to make sure that it's heard properly. We do have to be careful, Madam Speaker. The problem isn't with respect to dangerous goods. It's of two orders. And some will say that it is our waterways, which might be carrying dangerous goods. And the other, but we can deal with this by forcing businesses to have an emergency plan in place so that people who handle dangerous goods will have the proper security, training, and clearance, and to make sure that they won't have any malicious intent in dealing with these goods. And also, Madam Speaker, we need transparency, and this for two reasons. Because we don't want it to be public on the date on which certain dangerous goods are going to be transported. We don't want to give any ideas to people with malicious intentions. So this is the kind of thing that has to be kept secret. And the same thing holds inversely. We also want to prevent the public having to worry about the transportation of dangerous goods, of people being upset with dangerous goods being transported through their territory. But this hasn't anything to do with Vancouver 2010, because we're dealing with, we're in the era of chemistry, of high tech, and people have to be able to sell, transport, deliver dangerous goods, and we need people who have the proper training and clearance and who can intervene, and we need the government to be able to intervene if anything happens. We need also to have the Standing Committee of Transportation and Transport Canada be empowered to intervene if anything were to happen. We have to make sure that all fire stations along the way are alerted, and we have to make sure that Transportation Canada can act immediately if there is an emergency. This is a matter of national safety, I think, the adoption of this bill. I'm not going to go into a learned interpretation of why the Conservatives want to do this now and use the 2010 Olympics as a pretext, because when it concerns the transportation of dangerous goods, there does have to be an emergency plan in place. It's something that's also the case in Europe. They have this kind of thing. So, and it's time we brought this in. So we'll be supporting this, but it should be followed up on. There is section 30, or clause 30 rather, that says that the Standing Committee of Transportation will be able to look into this and deal with complaints, because this is being approved by all provinces and territories, and where we read in the text, that there are specific items on the scope of the law. You read it in this summary that it should apply uniformly throughout Canada, especially to local matters. Well, that's not really all that clear, because in Quebec, we have our own way of inspecting and checking things. We have our own network of inspectors with respect to road safety. These are people who are far more familiar with what's happening on the ground. We have our own police forces, etc. And there's also Transportation Quebec, the Quebec Ministry of Transportation. So this really is a responsibility of the Quebec government. So, the Quebec government has given its accord to what is presented in this bill. So, but if this brings in additional expenses for provinces and territories, the federal government will have to provide compensation. Well, there is the Department of on the Committee of Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities, we find that there is legislation that is carried and that brings in of necessity extra expenses for the provinces and territories. And when these things take place in provinces and municipalities, there are bills that have to be paid. There have been monies put into fighting street gangs, but the problem has increased, and it necessitates increased funding. So the federal government is going to, or this bill is going to be adopted. But this bill does not provide for any additional assistance to provinces and territories. And I hope the government will be aware of the fact that it's going to have to provide additional help to inspectors. They can't expect to double people's inspection responsibilities. If it does happen, they're going to have to compensate the province to see that this bill can be fully complied with. This is a bill that should have been adopted in 2004, Madam Speaker. And I think the government, I can assure the government of our entire support on this matter. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Well, resuming debate.
From Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on this Bill C9, a bill to amend the Dangerous Goods Act and to provide certain measures that relate to the security of the transportation system under the Dangerous Goods Act. Madam Speaker, this bill was presented as in the beginning as a way to protect Canadians, and I think many of the provisions within it may serve some purpose in that way. And as such, we have not really had exception to many of the things within the bill. But where we have trouble with the bill, Madam Speaker, lies with the provisions in the Act under Section 5.2, the Transportation Security Clearances. That's been a focus of our attention to the bill. We recognize that many of the other aspects within the bill are important and will continue to be developed over time through regulation. But where we saw this bill going was contrary to what perhaps even the minister described it in the beginning. And the minister, when he spoke to the Standing Committee on Transportation on February 24th of this year, indicated that the problem lay in terms of transportation security clearances. One of the main purposes of the bill lay with the international trade with the United States. Since 2005, the Safe, Accountable, Flexible, Efficient Transportation Equity Act came in place in the United States, and it required commercial motor vehicle licensed operators in Canada and Mexico to go through a background check under the U.S. regulations before they were permitted to bring their goods into the United States. And he went on to describe how, we're currently doing this, and Canadian drivers are doing this, but what we really want to do is set up a system within Canada that can satisfy the U.S. requirements under this act. And he said, basically, and I quote him, "Canadians enjoy access to the market through the FAST program, and this will continue. But it's essential we have long-term solutions to guarantee access to important markets for Canadian manufacturers, producers, and suppliers." So this is a bit of a smokescreen in terms of what the bill actually offers up under 5.2. After detailed questioning in committee, the minister and his departmental officials indicated really they were going to put in place a bill that would expand security clearances to any Canadian that handled or transported dangerous goods. When I asked why this was going on, they said they don't want to limit this to international travel. So quite clearly, the way the bill was presented by the minister and the way the bill actually is written are quite different things. And in reality, that's what the minister and the department were looking for. They chose to present it in a fashion, and that certainly made the work on the committee more difficult, and also perhaps brought us to a situation here today where we have a bill that we have difficulty supporting as it stands. So why do we care? Why do we care whether transportation security clearances, as outlined in the United States, will be permitted to be used for Canadians across the board in Canada. Well, let's look at who could be caught up by a law like this. And remember, in the United States, as witnesses presented in the committee, many of the people transporting dangerous goods in the United States lost their ability through the licensing and the security clearance process. So you could have farmers picking up a load of fertilizer. You could have a worker in a warehouse who moves a pallet of car batteries. You know, you could have an Aboriginal person who buys ammunition and takes it to their community. You could have a home heating fuel delivery person. I know these are perhaps on seem extreme, but that's what the bill allows to happen. Why would we want to have these privacies invaded? Where is the protection for the little guy that this conservative government always stands up and says they're defending? You know, and I have a letter here from Canadian Association of Agri-Retailers, and they're very concerned about the contents in this bill, what it's going to do to their costs and their ability to compete. What they're looking for, of course, as retailers, is compensation for the type of changes that this bill will permit. What about those people in the transportation industry, Madam Speaker? What about the people that may lose their ability to operate in Canada as a result of this rather wide-ranging legislation? Madam Speaker, at committee we put forward amendments to limit the scope of the transportation security clearances to simply to those instances in Canada where Canadians are engaged in international traffic of goods. But those were defeated at committee, and that does give us a great deal of difficulty in supporting this bill. The International Longshore and Warehouse Union of Canada is battling against the privacy invasion the government wants under the Marine Transportation Act right now. Their case is scheduled for hearing in the Federal Court of Appeal in June of this year. In their brief to the committee, the ILWU said, "It takes our members' privacy interests and job security very seriously and is consequently concerned about the ramifications of imposing unnecessary and invasive background checks on Canadian workers." The longshore workers are particularly concerned in this bill about Section 5.21, which states that no worker can handle or transport dangerous goods unless the person has a transportation security clearance. This means, if we follow the American model, that the workers will be asked invasive questions about a series of irrelevant personal matters such as credit history, past travel, employment, education, who they associate with, along with their criminal record checks and a number of other things that may or may not be appropriate. They will also be asked to provide information about other family members. This is what we're opening the door for Canadian workers right across the country in the handling of dangerous goods. Workers that refuse to answer these invasions of privacy could lose their employment. Then what happens to those that fail their security clearance due to something as simple as a minor criminal conviction from their teenage years? They lose their job. What happens to, also concerned about this invasion of privacy, who will the information be shared with? This is of great concern to all of us in this House, following many of the things that we've had in place since the terrorist incident of 2001. The longshore workers found that their private information could be shared by CSIS, Canadian Security Intelligence, with foreign governments. We also put forward an amendment here that would limit the ability of the government to share any information collected under the transportation security clearances with another government. This amendment was put forward, but it was voted down in committee as well. So once again, our attempts to protect the rights of Canadians in a reasonable and logical sense, not going too far ahead, keeping in with the bounds of what's required for security, were turned down. We know this government has the problem with Canadians defending their human rights. You can just look at what they did under the guise of a budget implementation bill with pay equity. Stripping women of their equality rights, their ability to deal with important questions like that as a result of a current economic crisis. Can you imagine what a major security breach in this country what the results of that could be to Canadian workers across the country if any kind of security breach occurred in this country? What kind of draconian measures the minister could put forward with the kind of powers that he's given under the bill. So, Madam Speaker, we tried very carefully to, after those two amendments failed, to put forward an amendment which would deal precisely with the question of human rights, and that any of the regulations that would be struck by the bill and by the minister on the issue of transportation security clearances. These are not complex issues. Those issues would come back in front of a parliamentary committee for examination. This would give us at least a little opportunity in Parliament to understand what the laws are doing to the essential rights of Canadians. You know, this bill does not set out any restrictions on the minister or set out any criteria to determine who will or will not be granted a security clearance. Transport Canada says the assessment whether to grant or refuse a security clearance is based on the global evaluation obtained by the background checks. This means Canadians will lose their jobs based on a subjective process, a process which may never get reviewed by Parliament without the proper amendments. The Liberal amendment, which we supported, it was simply allowed, with the support of a committee, to bring forward regulations for review. It didn't ensure that the regulations that would impact Canadians' human rights would be in front of the committee. It allowed it to happen with the majority support of a committee. Well, Madam Speaker, that doesn't always exist. The opportunity for a committee, or it doesn't always exist a minority government where the opportunity at a committee level for the opposition to look at what the government's doing in a critical eye when the majority on the committee can simply refuse to do so. So, in the likelihood of a situation occurring that would impact on Canadians' rights under a majority government, the committee likely wouldn't get a chance to review those things, and that's kind of the fatal flaw in the Liberal amendment, in which our amendment would have made sure that that situation didn't occur. So the Liberals, with their toothless amendment, have, satisfied, I guess, their angst about some of the issues that we raised in committee, and I felt there was some angst there, but once again, the half measure that was proposed by the Liberals is all we really have in this bill. Madam Speaker, the issue of dangerous goods and their safety and handling is very important. We don't deny that. We don't deny that many of the provisions within the bill are correct and that they are things that can be worked out between government and businesses. Madam Speaker, the fundamental rights of Canadians to privacy, to the respect for their human rights are things that you can't work out. They're fundamental, and they have to be respected. So that's our difficulty with this bill, is that we haven't been able to adjust it so that it meets the NOD test over a period of time, that this bill is correctly outlined and that it will work for Canadians. And it will ensure that if this government perhaps will respect the rights of Canadians, it doesn't give any assurances that the next minister of another government would do the same thing. So that's our problem here. We want to ensure that legislation not only fits with this Parliament, not only fits with this government, but fits in the future and will ensure that the basic rights of Canadians are protected. That's why we're standing up today to voice our opposition to what has happened here with this bill. I would be very open for some, still at this stage, to see this bill amended to provide
better legislation.
The slightly better legislation. I've had talks with the parliamentary secretary about that. We would encourage the government. Yep. We would encourage the government to simply look carefully at the legislation right now. If it can offer up a solution to some of our issues, we'd be very happy to support the government in their efforts and bring unanimity to this bill and to ensure that this bill serves Canadians well. If they choose to not do that, well then I guess we're stuck in the position we are today. Madam Speaker, our job here is to protect the rights of Canadians. To keep Canadians safe, protect them from harm, but also to protect their rights. Always there's a balance there. There's always a balance that we have to strike. And it's difficult. We can't say that legislation is simple, that the way that we outline our rights is simple. We only got the Bill of Rights established in Canada in 1982. Much of our legislation that we deal with hasn't got to the point where it matches up to the Bill of Rights in Canada. So why would we put forward legislation now that still doesn't accomplish what was laid out in the 1982 Bill of Rights? Why would we do that? Why would we not work together to come up with the solutions that can follow an orderly and good system of government? Madam Speaker, I see you. How's my time doing there? 3 minutes? Well, that's plenty of time, I guess, to offer up a number of other comments on this bill. But I want to also talk about, when we talk about providing transportation security clearance across the country to workers, we have another approach within the bill. We didn't have to go that way because we're asking companies that handle dangerous goods to come up with transportation security plans outlining how they're going to. We have the opportunity there to working with companies with goods that we can recognize that have real danger, that are in situations. We can work with those companies in a selective fashion to ensure that their transportation security planning covers the employees that they use to move the goods. We have that opportunity. We don't need to have a national-wide program of transportation security clearances in order to accomplish what we want to accomplish within this bill. Already within the bill, there is the options to do it another way. And so those are things that are, I think, we need to take into account when we look at this type of legislation. You know, it's been on the books since 2002. The sense of urgency to get it in place now, I think, is simply theatrics. And what we need to do with legislation is to make sure that we get it right for a change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for getting back to me so quick after I'd asked the question about whether the military would be covered under this bill. And he did say that the military is exempt, but they will comply voluntarily to the provisions of the bill when passed. And I wanted to make a comment about how the government, the current government, when they're in opposition, certainly in opposition, complained about making criminals of duck hunters and farmers who did not register their long guns. And they are also saying, of course, the registry didn't cover criminals from getting guns if they really wanted them. That's certainly been true. But now, under this legislation, they want to make criminals of farmers who don't register to transport fertilizer, And but these criminals will still get fertilizer if they want to. In the United States, we had an example of domestic terrorism where, in fact, that happened. And no amount of registration will stop a criminal from getting, the sufficient quantities of fertilizer if, in fact, he wants it. So I'd like to ask the members talked about having restrictions. I mean, we're happy with the bill, except for just a few minor concerns that the member has, and we're hoping that we can get this resolved even this afternoon. But the member has mentioned restrictions on the minister. I'd like him to be able to explain the amendments that he has in the past suggested on this bill and how we might be able to work out a solution today on this matter.
Honourable member from Western Arctic.
Well, I did talk about a number of the amendments, but one amendment in particular under 5.2, we simply made it the minister's authority to provide transportation security clearance for those that are transporting goods internationally or for ports and airports. So that's a definition of the type of transportation security clearance that the minister indicated he really needed. He needed this bill for to match up with the requirements that are in the United States. You're quite right. I mean, the concerns about dangerous goods and the security clearances on dangerous goods, if you did an analysis of any kind, it would suggest to you probably that you might put security clearance on those that sometimes are in possession of weapons. Now that we don't want to go there, quite obviously, because we don't want to encumber hunters and trappers and recreational shooters with security clearances. We want to do that.
Now they can't get fertilizer.
But all of a sudden, within this law, we're going to be able to put transportation security clearances on people that might be handling dangerous goods a few days of the month. They may be dangerous goods that are not really going to cause an explosion, or they're going to do anything else. So it's very important what we do with the bill in terms of how we put the transportation security clearances in place. That's why we suggested, and I pointed out again, that the more likely place to handle transportation security clearance for Canadians is within the transportation security plans of the individual industries. And that was a better place to handle this requirement, not a trans-Canada ability of the minister to put this in place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate, as always, the comments from the member for Western Arctic. He's obviously read the bill, done the due diligence on the bill. I wish it was the same for the other parties. Could he outline the position of the other parties in regards to the weaknesses that are in this bill? There's principle, which everyone agrees to. The problem, the devil always seems to be in the details with this Conservative government. They're just not able to get things right when it actually comes to drafting legislation. So where do the parties stand, and what needs to happen before this bill is actually ready for any sort of sanction by the House of Commons?
The honourable member from Western Arctic.
Well, I think quite clearly what we want to see with this bill is a little less of the enabling nature of the bill and a little bit more prescriptive nature. That was how the bill was presented. The issue was presented to us as a prescriptive issue when it came to transportation security clearances. The bill should follow that. And that's, when it comes to the other parties, we didn't elicit a lot of support from the other parties for this. Certainly the Bloc showed some keen interest in the issue. But, Madam Speaker, you have to remember that this bill was presented to us and presented to all the members in a fashion of prescriptive nature rather than of enabling nature. And it's taken quite a bit of work at the committee level to get to the point where the government has admitted the enabling nature of the bill and perhaps also their future plans with the bill. We haven't got to that yet. So that is some of the problems that we have with the bill.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, for the member of Western Arctic, if he could enlighten us then, is it at this point the NDP putting forward substantive motions in order to approve the bill, as I understand it, and the other parties basically allowing anything to go through without the due diligence and scrutiny that is required?
That's certainly my feeling.
The honourable member
spending...
from Western Arctic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's certainly my feeling after spending the time in committee, and certainly after reviewing the Liberal amendment, which is also, once again, enables the committee to review any of the regulations after they're in place, after they've been put in place and been operating, so they can respond to a complaint, and they can adjust things accordingly. And that, Madam Speaker, actually for many of the other provisions within the Dangerous Goods Act is a good idea. But for the 5.2, which deals with human rights, which deals with privacy, which deals the way we deal with human beings in their work, we felt that there was much more the requirement for the type of amendment that we put forward that said that these regulations that were put in place by the minister shall be reviewed prior to implementation by a committee of Parliament. So what we were looking for was the guarantee that the regulations would not infringe on the rights of Canadians, and if the government was acting in good faith, of course that they would pass the review. And we're not talking about complex 3,000-page regulations that would tie up a committee for months and months. We're talking about transportation security clearance regulations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague, for the record, if he is aware that there actually are regulations in place right now that would exempt farmers from transporting their chemicals and their fertilizer. Farmers will not be affected by this new regulation. I think it's important that that's on the record, and I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague was aware of that. If you could please comment on that.
The honourable member from Western Arctic.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote from the Canadian Association of Agri-Retailers, which indicates that their great concern with this bill as to the regulations that it's going to be put onto them for what they're doing. Now, of course, this is, the agricultural business is large, and there's farmers and there's suppliers. The delineation point between those two, I guess, would be something that we'll have to, probably wouldn't be covered under existing regulations. We'll have to see how this works out. But quite clearly, the association has concerns about it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important bill, and we, as always, in the NDP corner of the House, are doing our due diligence, scrutinizing the bill. That's what we believe all members should be doing when there are problems, as have been clearly identified for farmers and for small farming communities across the country, when there are difficulties that concern our workers on the docks in areas like Vancouver and Halifax, and when there are areas where there are clear problems, the NDP likes to scrutinize it. So I just, for the record, want to ask the member from Western Arctic then, what are the three things that need to happen for...
I will have to give the honourable member from Western Arctic 25 seconds to respond very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And quite quickly, one, prescriptive powers for the minister in terms of who the transportation security clearances can apply to. Two is assurances that the information that's collected by the minister under these transportation security clearances is not provided to foreign governments. And three, the ability of Parliament to ensure that the regulations match up to the rights of Canadians before they're put into place.
Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Etobicoke North, on the environment, the honourable member from Malpeque on access to information. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is an important bill, Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act. Madam Speaker, for the folks who are listening in today at the parliamentary deliberations, they need to know that the problems that are in the bill that we'll come back to in a moment, that the member from Western Arctic just spoke about in the House, are issues that all Canadians should be concerned about. Granted, Madam Speaker, no one in this House would want to see less security around provision for dangerous goods. That's a given. Madam Speaker, we all believe in an increased level of safety and security for all Canadians. But the actions of this government, Madam Speaker, clearly show that generally their tendency is to move to less safety and less security. And it's because of that fact, tragically, that we have to make sure that we're looking through every bit of legislation that's brought before this House to ensure that the objectives that they're setting out are actually being accomplished by the bill. Madam Speaker, when we look at self-managed safety, the famous controversial SMS, where basically safety was handed over to the companies themselves, to corporate CEOs, to police their own safety, we clearly saw that is an issue that meant a decreased level of safety and security for Canadians. Madam Speaker, the Liberals brought it in under the Railway Act, essentially handed over to Hunter Harrison and other corporate CEOs the safety management of the railways. So basically got out of the business of protecting Canadians. What happened, Madam Speaker? Well, escalating derailment rates. In British Columbia, we've been faced with a number of high-profile derailments, deaths, environmental degradation, all as a result of the government pulling itself out of safety management, ensuring protection for Canadians. Madam Speaker, when this government moved on the Liberal model under the Conservatives, they moved with the same type of agenda to save a little bit of money by cutting back on flight inspectors and basically handing over to corporate CEOs safety and security in the airline business. The NDP said no, and we essentially stopped that bill from the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, not because we thought every single airline would treat it irresponsibly. Of course not, Madam Speaker. Some airlines would be very responsible, but we knew that some airlines would not be. And the past history of fly-by-night airlines clearly show that in a case where an airline becomes financially troubled, in many cases what happens is upper management decides to degrade safety in order to save some money and keep the airline afloat. That's right. That's why we opposed that bill. We shut it down in 2 parliaments, and I'm pleased to say, Madam Speaker, there has not been a full implementation of SMS in commercial airlines in Canada because of the NDP, because there was one voice, NDP MPs, standing up this House and saying, no, government cannot move forward with SMS, cannot cheapen and devalue safety for Canadians, that there is one party in this House that is going to stand up for an adequate level of safety and enhancing safety for Canadian families. Madam Speaker, we're seeing now that SMS was implemented with business aircraft, that a number of tragic crashes, and the TSB is now looking into those crashes to see to what extent, what role the farming out of safety to the companies themselves, what role that played in these tragic crashes, Madam Speaker. And we've heard of other crashes more recently, and a drive by the government to try to implement self-managed safety, self-serve safety in other areas, like helicopters. So, Madam Speaker, what we've seen is a government track record that is not very good when it comes to safety. Madam Speaker, it's not very good when it comes to general concerns about public safety as well. We've seen the cutbacks to RCMP officers, to their salaries, cutbacks in prosecution across the country. So the government may move ahead with some criminal justice legislation, but they don't get the fundamentals right, which is having a system in place that protects Canadians. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. That's the skepticism that we have, that essentially the track record of this government, because it seems oriented towards cutbacks in providing safety for Canadians, rather than moving ahead with an agenda that actually makes sense, we are naturally going to redouble our due diligence to ensure that the legislation that the government puts forward is legislation that actually does enhance the level of safety of Canadians, Madam Speaker. We're not a rubber stamp party like the Liberals. We believe in our role as parliamentarians. New Democrats work very hard because we believe that Canadians should accept no less. They should accept members of Parliament. They should demand from their members of Parliament due scrutiny and due diligence when it comes to every bit of legislation that's brought forward. So that's the context, Madam Speaker, of Bill C-9. That essentially our role in Parliament with the tripled caucus that we've seen over the last 3 elections is to duly scrutinize government bills and ensure that they're accomplishing what they set out to accomplish. Well, Madam Speaker, we've got some difficulties with the overall approach of this government to dangerous goods. For example, Madam Speaker, and this has not changed, it was irresponsible under the Liberals, is equally irresponsible under the Conservatives, is the low level of screening taking place for cargo containers coming into Canada from around the world. Less than 1% of them are actually screened for contents, Madam Speaker. So when we're talking about dangerous goods, fundamentally, that is something that the government needs to address right up front, rather than this orgy of corporate tax cuts that seems to be their reason for being. They need to look at the fact that we have millions of cargo containers coming into Canada every year, and essentially we are screening a lamentably small amount of those cargo containers to actually find out what the contents are. Madam Speaker, if this government moved forward with investments in that regard, they get the support of the NDP. But they've made no attempt to increase the scrutiny that is required for these cargo containers coming from other parts of the planet. So, Madam Speaker, we come to Bill C-9. And as a member from Western Arctic, the NDP transportation critic, has mentioned very clearly, one of our great concerns is Section 5. Now, essentially, under transportation security clearances, we have the following, that the minister may, for the purposes of this Act, grant or refuse to grant a transportation security clearance to any person or suspend and revoke such a clearance. Madam Speaker, that's essentially a fundamental problem. When you give a minister a blank check and say essentially, well, you have total control, what does that mean in terms of government operations? Can this government be trusted to use that total control given to the minister to actually ensure that what is put into place is fair to Canadians? Well, Madam Speaker, we've seen various attempts by this government to use that blank check that can be given to them by legislation in a way that we do not believe is appropriate. Most recently, refusing immigration entrance visas to people with whom they disagree. Essentially saying, well, no, we're going to take that overall control that we have, and we're simply going to say no to certain categories of people. Well, Madam Speaker, when there's no system of checks and balances, that is a matter of great concern to us. And the Section 5 amendments essentially give that blank check to the minister, and they don't provide for that system of checks and balances that we believe in a free and democratic society is absolutely essential. Madam Speaker, this is the fundamental problem, and why we've seen from various parts of the country issues raised about the advisability of Bill C-9 as it is going through. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, there are difficulties with the lack of an overall strategy that this government has when it comes to dangerous goods. There is a lack of credibility when it comes to safety. When you look at issues like bringing in self-managed safety, turning over our safety management systems, turning over Canadians' personal safety and those of their families to corporate CEO who may or may not consider the safety in regards to other issues that are at play. The particular legislation that we stopped in this House, Madam Speaker, also gave a get-out-of-jail-free card to those who misbehaved or acted in an irresponsible and inappropriate way. Essentially, it was a get-out-of-jail-free card, and we said no to that. And, Madam Speaker, the SMS provisions that we stopped in this House, it's only NDP members speaking up about this. Now, more and more people Justice Mashansky spoke out earlier this week about the fact that under SMS, Canadian skies are more insecure now than they were even at the time of the Dryden tragedy of 1989, that essentially we're moving backwards in transportation safety. Well, it would be even worse, Madam Speaker, if it wasn't for the stalwart NDP members who stopped those bills in the House of Commons, stopped them cold, because we knew it was not in the public interest. And Justice Mashansky is speaking out, and flight inspectors are speaking out. And increasingly, we're seeing the media now taking an interest because of these tragic crashes to ensure that Canadian safety now actually moves to a higher standard, not to a lower standard. Madam Speaker. So, the bill has been brought forward. We've heard from the member from Western Arctic that there were amendments that were brought forward to ensure that the legislation was improved and actually did what it was purported to do. And yet, Madam Speaker, we have letters, evidence, testimony from groups across the country who continue to have very strong concerns because of the fact that the Transport Committee did not adopt the amendments from the member from Western Arctic. Now, the member from Western Arctic is a friendly guy. He's also very, very smart, razor smart. And what he did is he presented these amendments in an effort to improve the bill, to actually have the bill accomplish what it set out to do. Conservatives have a tendency of being really good on the spin and the smoke and mirrors and very, very poor on the substance. Criminal justice issues are one example of that, certainly. SMS is another example of that. In fact, we could spend a full 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, talking about the various methods that Conservatives use to not do what they're trying to do. But in this bill, very clearly, we have evidence that there are concerns that have been raised. The Canadian Association of Agri-Retailers says the following, and this is a letter that dates just from 2 weeks ago. Confronted with increasing pressure from government regulations and more stringent industry standards, agri-retailers are facing prohibitive costs to keep their businesses compliant with security and safety infrastructure requirements. This financial burden cannot possibly be shouldered by agri-retailers alone. Without government assistance, many facilities will be forced out of the fertilizer market or will now have no choice but to pass these costs on to Canadian farmers in an already recessed economic climate. Crop input dealers are still reeling from devastating fertilizer write-downs as a result of the precipitous drop in commodity prices in the fall of 2008. So, Madam Speaker, you have the Canadian farmers concerned, agri-retailers concerned about what this means because the legislation wasn't drafted properly and because there's essentially a blank check being given out. They're concerned about the impacts. The government hasn't listened to this so far, Madam Speaker, but it's never too late to listen to the NDP. And we're putting forward these amendments again and trying to get the government to understand that this bill, as is not appropriate to actually deal fundamentally with the issue of dangerous goods. Madam Speaker, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union of Canada has also indicated, in a very lengthy letter, their concerns about this bill. They say, on review of Bill C-9, and this is written by Tom Dufresne, who's president of the ILWU. He's from British Columbia. He's a very articulate leader of his union and certainly has the support of the rank and file. These are hardworking, dedicated longshore workers and warehouse workers that work every day, and you know, they make sure that things keep moving in Canada, Madam Speaker. So one would think that the government would listen to them, but they haven't yet. So they say, on review of Bill C-9, the ILWU is immediately and seriously concerned about Section 5.2, that's what I'd mentioned to you earlier, which requires workers who handle and deal with dangerous goods to hold transportation security clearances. And that's the Section 5 that I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker. The ILWU takes its members' privacy interests and job security very seriously and is consequently concerned about the ramifications of imposing unnecessary and invasive background checks on Canada's workers' employees. The ILWU is committed to ensuring the safety of its members and Canada's ports generally. However, the ILWU does not believe that requiring security clearances to transport dangerous goods will further this objectives, as they are conceived now, Madam Speaker, for obvious reasons. Farmers are not the only ones concerned about this bill. Section 5.21 states that no worker can handle or transport dangerous goods unless the person has a transportation security clearance that we mentioned earlier and that the member from Western Arctic referenced. This means that workers will be asked to answer invasive questions about a series of irrelevant personal matters such as credit history, past travel, employment, and education, their associations. They will also be asked to provide information about family members, and those who refuse to answer those invasive personal questions could lose their employment, as well as others. Madam Speaker, now you've got to wonder how many Conservative MPs would pass this kind of questioning on credit history, past travel, employment, education, their associations. Conservative MPs wouldn't want to go through that kind of in-depth personal history, and yet they are subjecting hardworking longshore people, hardworking warehouse people to do that. At the same time, Madam Speaker, and this is important to note, that they are simply allowing well over 99% of cargo containers from wherever they come from in the world to just come right into Canada. So what's wrong with this picture, Madam Speaker? We just bring in the cargo containers from wherever, no screening, no control, no investment to ensure that they are not transporting dangerous goods. But there, the hardworking Canadians that have spent decades on the longshore, they're going to be subjected to a rigorous cross-examination to ensure that, well, they didn't smoke a marijuana cigarette when they were in high school or whatever else that the Conservatives decide to concoct to try to put those hardworking Canadians, push them out of their job. It's absurd, Madam Speaker. It's a blank check. It's very clear why there would be concerns raised about the blank check that the minister gets. Now, the ILWU goes on to say it's presently involved in a legal challenge to this requirement that is contained within this particular bill. Of particular concerns to the ILWU, the letter continues, is the admissions received during the course of this proceedings from CSIS that personal information collected from employees and provided to CSIS during the background check process could be disclosed to foreign governments. Madam Speaker, this is one of the issues that the member from Western Arctic raised, that not only are we penalizing farmers for transporting fertilizer, but essentially, once this rigorous cross-examination takes place from people who've worked on the docks for decades, then after that, the information is sent who knows where, Madam Speaker. There's no system of control, no system of checks and balances. Essentially, the Conservatives saying, well, we want a blank check to do whatever we want. The letter continues, Madam Speaker. There are no set criteria to determine who will or will not be granted a security clearance. Transport Canada explains that the assessment of whether to grant or refuse a security clearance is based on a global evaluation obtained by the background checks. Thus, workers may be deprived of their jobs based on subjective criteria. And obviously, this is particularly problematic, the letter continues, Madam Speaker, when it comes to workers who handle dangerous goods, since these employees are skilled, full-time, trusted employees who have the most to lose if deprived of their employment. Madam Speaker, the letter concludes by essentially saying, as the frontline workers on the docks of Canada's ports and working through the transportation system, they already are subject to a wide variety of security. Security requirements including secured areas, restricted access passes, cameras, water and land patrols, gates, fences, which prevent unauthorized persons from accessing areas in which hazardous goods are unloaded, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that, they submit, or the ILWU submits, that background checks will do nothing to enhance the security of Canada's ports and transportation system. For the obvious reason, Madam Speaker, that the fundamentals, as I mentioned, the screening of cargo containers, haven't been addressed by this government. They don't want to do the investment, but they do bring forward legislation that even Conservative and Liberal members themselves will admit is flawed. Well, Madam Speaker, what the NDP has been doing in committee, what we're doing in the House, is offering to improve those flaws so that this bill, Bill C-9, actually does what it purports to do. Madam Speaker, that is our role as NDP MPs, and it's a role that we take on proudly for the interests of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Portage-Lisker.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy that I can have the opportunity to ask my honourable colleague a few questions, because it seemed like he was speaking about a completely different bill than the one that we've been working on in our committee. He mentioned safety management systems several times, and that actually has nothing to do with Bill C-9. And so I was just wondering, first of all, if my honourable colleague was aware of that. The other question that I had for my honourable colleague is, I think, and I know that we have worked extremely hard with the stakeholders concerning this bill. We've talked to the trucking industry, we've talked to the Teamsters, we've talked to farmers who actually will not be penalized at all with this bill. It is important for us to protect Canadians, and I'm wondering why my honourable colleague seems so opposed to protecting Canadians and making sure that when dangerous goods are transported, that they're done in a safe way by people who are have the proper licensing to actually transport these goods. Why is that such a problem for this member? And why is the NDP opposing everything that we're trying to do for the good of Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the reason why I referenced SMS is very clearly that everything the Conservatives are doing is not in the interests of Canadians. And the Conservatives admitted themselves by pulling the bill on SMS. But if the NDP hadn't stopped that bill, it would have been law, and Canadians might have died as a result of that completely irresponsible approach to diminish safety. And that is the principle behind why we scrutinize so carefully government bills. Now, Liberals aren't going to do this. As the member well knows, Liberals give a rubber stamp to anything that Conservatives do. You could come in all with any type of bad bill, and you know the Liberals will just rubber stamp it. That's their role. 63 confidence votes, hundreds of other votes. Whatever the Conservatives bring in, the Liberals just rubber stamp. We don't rubber stamp, we scrutinize. And the reasons why the Canadian Association of Agri-Retailers and why the International Longshore and Warehouse Union are opposed to this bill is because they've raised very legitimate objections. So my point back to the member from Portage-Lisker is, given these serious objections, I would hope that she would endeavour to talk to her minister, talk to other members on the Conservative side, so that the bill can actually do what the Conservatives want it to do, which is hopefully protect Canadians with transportation of dangerous goods as part of a broader strategy that actually makes Canadians more secure. I hope that she will do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and safety management systems is very important to this bill. And one of the things that's happened is a deregulation of the actual railroad industry has allowed safety management systems to be implemented actually, and there has been a rail traffic study that recently came back and talked about the culture of intimidation and fear that was felt on railroad workers that are supposed to report into the system. So this deregulation is very important to this aspect because the components connect quite together. And I'd like to ask my colleague, I guess the Conservatives are arguing that they are doing this for public safety on one side, but let me give a specific example of what they're doing with deregulation on the other side and the consequences, and that is CP Rail has filed to fire and move 25 safety inspector officers in Windsor and relocate them elsewhere. There won't be an evaluation of rail transportation support from Chicago to Toronto and to Montreal. In between will be left vacant now, and the minister has yet to respond to this actual issue to protect those jobs. There has been a refiling requested from CP Rail, but the reality is that there could be the potential withdrawal in the upcoming weeks of these workers. So I would ask my colleague about that, because how could we be saying to the United States that we want to do this, at the same time take away inspection for all of Southern Ontario?
The Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, that's the key issue, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'm happy to have the question from the member from Windsor West. It's the difference between appearance and reality, and this government is very good on spin. They always try to take the title of the bill and then try to make it an issue of, well, you must be for the transportation of dangerous goods because you're opposed to our bill, rather than looking into the details and seeing what the implications are. Now, the implications about where the government is moving in other areas obviously show that the government's not been very responsible when it comes to safety issues. But coming back to the previous question that was asked by the member from Portage Lisgar as well, the whole issue of how farmers are impacted by this bill is a wide open question, because any regulations that are put into place can be changed by the minister. It's a bill. It's an act that this government is looking to have adopted, and it is a blank check that allows essentially the minister to do whatever he or she pleases, regardless of the consequences. That's why the NDP is saying, look, this needs to be reworked. If the government is sincere, rather than having in their ideological drive, but rather sincere on handling dangerous goods, there's a wide variety of things that need to be brought into play, including investments, and we'd certainly support them in that, and we would certainly support a reworking of this bill.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Very pleased to be speaking to this bill at third reading today. And I do want to comment at the outset that the member for Portage Lisgar asked a question a few minutes ago, and I wanted to assure her that she should not be personally affronted by comments made on this side of the House. We want to assure her and all members opposite that we are very serious in trying to make this legislation good legislation. We want to do it right, and we want to do it right the first time. There is no advantage to the government to have legislation that will be attacked in the courts and or may not be workable in the long run. So we're doing our job. We were elected as opposition members. If our constituents had wanted us to come here and rubber stamp everything the government wanted to do, they would have elected Conservatives, or as my colleague said, Liberals. But they would not have elected NDP members, and they did elect NDP members. They've done so for years. They will continue to do in the future. And it's our job to point out mistakes that the government is possibly making, to try to make improvements before bad legislation gets put on the books or gets on the books and gets knocked down or thrown out by the courts. So the member for Vancouver had mentioned a very gaping area of security in this country, and the fact that 99% of containers coming into this country are not inspected. And we all know that news organizations have done investigations in the past in Canada and the United States, and they have found a lot of illegal substances coming in containers. It's very easy to load drugs into containers and get them through the borders. And if the government wants to look at very serious breaches of security, that's certainly one area they should be looking at, and we would encourage them to do that. We also think here that there is some improvements that can be made. We have made amendments at committee at second reading, and the government so far has chosen to ignore them. And although there are signs, and the parliamentary secretary was, telling us just recently that he would be willing to talk about an amendment that needed to be made, and I think that if we were to give ourselves a little bit more time here, we could possibly get this resolved to the betterment of the bill and a better situation for Canadians. And with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Western Arctic, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words following that and replacing them with Bill C-9, an Act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for the purpose of reviewing Clause 5.2 with a view to reviewing the procedures on security clearances.
It is the chair's understanding that the motion is in order. Moved by Mr. Malloway, seconded by Mr. Bevington, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words following that and replacing them with Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for the purpose of reviewing Clause 5.2 with a view to reviewing the procedures on security clearances. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for putting forward this amendment, and I'll have a chance to speak to it a little bit later. But in the meantime, I want to ask him, you know, over the course of this time in Parliament, perhaps he could describe some of the conversations that we've had on this particular bill, and perhaps that would explain why we feel it's appropriate to bring forward this amendment at this time.
Wait, and we'll see if somebody stands up, I suppose.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And of course, that is an important observation that the member makes. I am quite familiar with the ability in some jurisdictions of ministers to be a little bit independent in their action and their thought, and take good amendments and or make good amendments, and even cooperate with the members of the opposition to arrive at a successful conclusion. And the parliamentary secretary seems to be a little bit different than some of the members opposite in that regard. And I think that there is potential here. I believe he's expressed some interest and concern that perhaps one or two of the NDP amendments could be worked upon at the third reading stage, and that we could perhaps come up with a compromise here that the member for the Western Arctic could support, and the NDP caucus could support in support of this bill in an effort to get it through.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I commend the member for putting this forward and trying to reach some consensus with this issue, because we all want to improve our rail safety. But I think it's important to provide a couple of examples to make sure that people understand the context of what can happen. On the border in my region, with 40% of Canada's daily trade, we often have people that are caught within legislation with unintended consequences. And I do worry about the powers of the minister in this regards in terms of the screening process, because we've seen even just right now some extreme behavior by current ministers with denying a British MP entry into Canada, and other types of behaviors that really haven't been effective in terms of the original intent of why they should even have that discretionary power. And one of the ones that we get caught in Windsor often is the issues related to having a marijuana charge back in your teens. So we literally have people that are driving trucks and transport for just-in-time delivery for the auto industry who 25, 30 years ago had a charge, an offense that really prohibits them from having access to different programs and screening. And not only that, it depends upon the interpretation and discretionary power of the people they run into. And on the U.S. border, I'll give a particular example. One major auto company had a worker there for 25 years, outstanding record of employment, and had no problems after this one charge as a teenager having a marijuana cigarette, was detained at the border for 2 to 4 hours every time that they went over the process. So we had to work that through to stop that happening. So I commend the member for it and making sure that these types of situations maybe can be resolved before they create a drag on the economy.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is certainly a very good observation on behalf of the member. I mean, workers, we have an economic slowdown at the moment, and we are looking here at putting a lot more restrictions on workers when all they're trying to do is their jobs. We have a government here who has, for a number of years now, has been attempting to repeal the long-run registry on the basis that it's going to make criminals out of farmers and duck hunters. And the argument that they make is that the criminals are still going to get the guns. Well, I see a parallel here, because the same government is trying to eliminate or roll back the gun registry is now attempting to put in regulations that is going to put possibly a big restrictions on people. We just had a letter given to us by the Canadian Association of Agriculture Retailers, who are very concerned that their compliance costs with this legislation are going to be very high because they're going to have to, they're going to have a lot of difficulties with this type of legislation. I think we should be listening to these people and trying to work around the problems rather than trying to ram this through.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee has worked very hard on this bill. And I just a short time I've been on this committee, Mr. Speaker, I've seen members from every side of the House work together. We brought in a large variety of witnesses, all the stakeholders. I believe that the work that we've done on this committee has brought this bill to the place that it is and brought the consensus forward that has been built on this bill. So the amendment as it stands, I don't think is something that we need to move forward on. Thank you.
The honourable member from Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would encourage the member from Portage-Lisgar to reconsider those comments. I mean, this legislation has to not only make it through third reading in this House, but also has to go to the Senate to be dealt with by the Senate before it becomes the law of the country. And I've already mentioned that if you develop legislation that is simply going to be challenged by the courts and end up being ruled out of order at the end of the day anyway, you haven't really accomplished much. So we've spent a lot of time, as the member said, we spent a lot of time on this bill. But the fact of the matter is we're just asking for another little bit more consideration here, and that's why we're introducing this amendment at third reading.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is what I find a little incomprehensible. The Conservatives didn't get the job done. They didn't actually put together a bill that didn't have these huge flaws in it. They didn't listen the first time around when the member from Western Ontario brought those amendments forward. They didn't listen to the testimony and the letters coming in from organizations who raised real concerns about the impact on farmers, about the impact on longshore workers. I mean, here we've got a government that didn't want to do the job right, and now they're being confronted, of course, with an amendment that says, no, I'm sorry, this House requests that you get the job done and that you do it right. And yet there's Conservative members who seem to object. And I guess my question to the member from Elmwood-Transcona is quite simple. Why would the Conservatives object to getting the bill right? Why didn't they choose to get the bill right in the first place and actually listen to what people were saying about it?
The honourable member from Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, those are very good comments as well, and I think in many respects the Conservatives in some ways don't realize that they don't have a majority government. They think they do, but they don't. And they have to deal with all the parties. They have to deal with all the parties in the House and on a proper basis. And we have a third reading procedure in Parliament for many, many years now. And the member, who is new here, as I am, will recognize at some point that she has to get the bill through all of the stages. It just doesn't go, you just don't have to get it to second reading and demand that a vote be taken because you've sat on a committee for a few days and heard a bunch of presenters. Well, let me tell you, there are numerous people across the country who don't know about this bill at all. Matter of fact, we've dealt with another bill dealing with charities, and there are 90% of the charities don't even know this bill exists, and it's gone through now at least 3 parliaments in 6 or 7 years. So for her to think that somehow the agri-producers, Canadian Association of Agri-Retailers, and all their members know about this bill, I think she's sadly mistaken. I'm sure they don't, and there's many, many others who are going to wake up one day and find out that this bill's in effect, and they weren't even aware of it. So there's no harm. There's no harm in taking a little more time to hear more people's concerns and do a little more study on this bill.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for
Oak Ridges Markham.
Oak Ridge's Markham, a very short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the honourable member might comment, as he knows the Olympics is coming, and the Olympics are very important to Canada, to all Canadians. From coast to coast to coast, we're preparing for the Olympics, and one of the reasons why this bill is so very important is because Canadians expect that their government will take care of them. That's what this bill does. This bill ensures that Canadians will be protected. It ensures that people who come to visit the Olympics will be protected. I find it amazing that a member who's voted against security at the border, who's voted against the military when he's had the option to make sure that Canadians are protected, has voted against them constantly, and now we have another opportunity to protect Canadians, and you're trying to delay it yet again, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona, a very short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, this member is ranting and raving here, and his government lets 99% of cargo containers in this country without screening. If he's concerned about security, why doesn't he deal with that issue?
Resuming debate, the honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really happy to see that we're actually debating this in some more detail, and some of the questions that have been raised here deserve more attention. The honourable member from Portage Lisgar pointed out that many witnesses were in front of the committee. Well, there were a few witnesses in front of the committee. I might jog her memory on some of the witnesses that talked about the amendments. And we had the government witnesses. And I have the transcripts here from the Tuesday, March 10th Standing Committee on this issue, where the government representatives presenting evidence to the committee on the amendments that I put forward didn't understand the amendments and had to admit in the transcripts that they had got it wrong on 2 out of 3 of the amendments. So, in fact, when they presented the departmental view on the amendments, it was an incorrect view. It didn't speak to the actual substance of the amendments. And they had to retract those statements and agree with. So what we saw was a lack of interest on the part of the bureaucrats in this process, in informing the committee members of the nature of the amendments. And what we saw throughout this process, and the member from Portage Lisgar says that we did a very detailed job on this. Mr. Speaker, this is not the case. Quite clearly, the transcripts show what happened in the committee meetings. We didn't give this enough time. We didn't give it enough time in committee. We didn't see enough witnesses for an important. The honourable member from Portage Lisgar brings up the point about farmers and that they're protected under regulations. Are they protected under statutes, which can hold them free of the conditions that the minister could apply to them under the statute that we're passing? So when we talk about the farming industry, we weren't presented with information about the farming industry in the committees. There's no mention of farmers in the committees. That issue was not dealt with. So quite clearly, once again, we have some more work to do. The issues that were raised in the House of Commons here at the time of this debate are actually very serious issues. When you're talking about the imposition of very onerous conditions that can be imposed on any industry in this country by the minister, through regulations, through the governor and council, without any further opportunity for parliamentarians, who are the ultimate judge of legislation. And, you know, to me, that means that we haven't done our job. To me, that means we should take the opportunity that's now been given us through this amendment to go back, to have an opportunity to look at the amendments again, to ensure that we get this right. This is not a delaying tactic, Mr. Speaker. This is an opportunity to do good legislation. What else do we stand up in this House for, other than to provide the very best of service with our thoughts and our directions as parliamentarians? I take my work seriously. I look at what the legislation is. My staff take their work seriously. If we make mistakes, they're honest mistakes, and we want to be corrected. We want to ensure that what we're saying, the principles, the philosophy, the direction that the legislation applies will carry through in that fashion when it is applied to Canadians. That is our job here. There's no smaller job. There's no larger job. That is our job. And when we see that that's not being accomplished, then we have to go back and make that happen. We're not here simply to engage in partisan politics. This is not why we get up in the House of Commons and talk about issues like this. And I really hope that perhaps we can come to some understanding on this bill, and through a process, allow us to go back to the committee, allow us to continue the work that needed to be done on this legislation, and bring it forth with Parliament and get this third reading done. Get it moved on to the Senate in a good fashion where the Senate doesn't have questions about it. Get it out into the public where the public's satisfied with what we created. All those things are the work that we should be doing here. And as a New Democrat, as a person that worked with legislation at a municipal level, who understands what happens when you put in legislation that's not appropriate, you have to do things right. So here we have a chance to do things right. I'm very happy that my colleague has brought forward this amendment. I trust that this amendment will pass and that we will be able to deliver to Canadians in a timely fashion a good piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's very important that this amendment's been brought forward by the member from Western Arctic, who is very concerned about how farmers are treated in this bill, how longshore workers are treated in this bill. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, of course, that where there are more Conservative MPs, farmers are worse and worse off. In Manitoba, where there are fewer Conservative MPs, they actually have much better farmer seats. Saskatchewan is worse. And Alberta, where there are more Conservative MPs, they have the worst farmer seats in the country. So I can gather from that, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives don't seem to care much about farmers and people in the agricultural sector. They just seem to sell them out. It's tragic. But we have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Essentially what the member from Western Arctic has done, since the government failed the first test, is allow Conservatives, allow the government to do a retake on this exam and actually get the bill right, subject to the testimony that has already been provided and the letters that have come in about the major flaws and problems in this bill. So my question to the member from Western Arctic is, why wouldn't the Conservatives snap up this offer on a retake on an exam that they failed so horribly the first time?
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't really think the Conservatives have failed here. This is not a question of fail or pass. This is a question of production of good legislation. Right. And it's a complex business. Sometimes we want to move things ahead because we have other agendas. Perhaps we have concerns about things like the Olympics that say this has to be done. And if we allow the other parties to interfere with the process, it might not get done. We're not talking about interfering with the process here. We're talking about getting the bill back to a committee so that we can top it off with a couple days on the one item alone, that we can deal with it in a good fashion, make sure that it's completely correct, that all the committee members understand how this works, that the government understands how it works. We don't get fed information that's not correct from the government witnesses. That everything is lined up in good fashion. So that's my feeling about it, Mr. Speaker, and I'm
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the member a question. I found it interesting. I did have an opportunity to talk to the member while speeches were going on, and I tried to answer a couple questions he did have that he wasn't able to do his own homework on, and I provided specific information in relation to the Privacy Act and one of the concerns he had there. In fact, we can't go against the terms of the Privacy Act, and the government can't, so I want to make sure that I put that on the record so he clearly understands that the balance between the two cannot be compromised. The Privacy Act protects Canadians and their privacy, and we're going to continue to do that, so that's not an issue for this particular question. It's good to see the NDP stand up for big business like agri-retailers. I really appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, because we hear a lot about them talking about farmers, and I think they should let me stand up for my constituents, just like all of the Conservatives will continue to stand up for farmers across this country, and the only party in this House that has done so. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have a huge portion of farmers in my riding, and I've heard clearly that they're in favour of this legislation. But I do wonder, Mr. Speaker, why he is putting off such an important piece of legislation. We've heard from members, from expert witnesses come forward to say that the Olympics, we need this for the Olympics. Now, why would he put this back on the burner when I've already satisfied those questions, Mr. Speaker? I don't know that. But my question for him today really is this, is why did he vote in favour of moving this particular bill out of committee and into the House? Because it was unanimous, Mr. Speaker. If he checks the record, he will see that he actually voted to move this onto the committee. So if he wanted to speak with it then, I asked him 3 times if he had an opportunity to talk about a compromise on any particular piece of legislation that the government could live with. He never talked to me before he put through his amendments. He never talked to me after he put through his amendments. He talked to me today after it's back in the House, Mr. Speaker. So what more can we do, Mr. Speaker? We listen, we act, and we're reacting, but we have to do this in the best interest of Canadians, and I wonder why he supported this bill at committee to move it on if he's not supporting it today.
Hear, hear.
He's playing games,
Hear,
Mr.
hear.
Speaker.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find that to be a bit absurd, actually, that particular statement. This legislation was on the order paper for a later time. We had considered putting amendments at the report stage. The Conservative government moved this ahead very quickly in the order paper. In fact, they delayed the work they were doing on C2 today in order to push this forward so that our amendments couldn't come forward in the proper sequence, which would have been as the bill came forward. So quite clearly, this is the question of how this bill is in front of us now is an issue. We've quite clearly in the last committee meeting we had a lot of testimony that was not correct and was the witnesses had to agree with that. That's in the transcript of the committee meeting. When it comes to offering up amendments, we didn't have it, or amending when the honourable member across had the opportunity in the committee meetings to provide the amendments to my amendment that were in front of the committee at that time. They chose not to even talk about it, partly because the information that the government officials were providing to the committee was incorrect. So we had a problem there. Now we're in front of Parliament. We have to have this debate, which is fine. Canadians can hear a bit about what we're doing in the House. We're not trying to slow this legislation down. Perhaps some of these questions would be better dealt with at a Senate committee meeting where they could ship it back to us once they had amended it. What we should do is get the work done in a correct fashion, as I pointed out. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that's offered by the member from Elmwood Transcona, seconded by the member from Western Arctic, is a real gift to the government. Basically, we're saying we'll work with you
like a birthday present.
to work out these major flaws that have been identified, not by us but by others across the country. Read into the record, Mr. Speaker, letters from people that say these are major flaws, from farmers, from longshore workers, and the government seems to be given the back of the hand and saying, well, no, we don't want anybody to work with us to improve this bill. We certainly don't want to have anything happen that'll make this bill.
Point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member has referred to letters from farmers that oppose this bill. I would like him to produce those because I've not seen any, and I would like him to produce all these letters that he suggests that oppose this bill because I haven't seen them, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's fair that if he's going to refer to that in the House, that he provide that to us.
Besides big business, of course.
If the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, has any letters that he would like to table, he would need the unanimous consent of the House to do that. But failing that, you can continue with the rest of your question. A short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak more slowly so that Conservatives across the hall can understand that, Mr. Speaker, I said that we have read into the record letters who have indicated the concerns that are raised among farmers and longshore workers. We read them into the record, and I just asked my colleague and other Conservative members, you can check the blues because the NDP gave it all out to you. We provided all that information. The member from Western Arctic did as well. Mr. Speaker, essentially, the NDP has said there are deep flaws in this bill. We have produced the letters that have indicated what the deep flaws are, and what we have said, Mr. Speaker, is we're willing to help the Conservatives govern right.
Exactly. The honourable member from the Western Arctic, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know how much more I can add to what I've said already. I trust that we can move ahead with this motion. We can do the work that's required, and that should be enough.
Questions and comments? A very short question. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't receive an answer to my previous question. I'm just simply asking why this member voted to move it out of committee if there were such deep flaws, because I'm sure he has a colleague behind him from the NDP party giving him advice on it. So why he voted to move it on out through committee and into this House if there were such deep flaws? Because that's what he did, Mr. Speaker. He raised his hand. It was unanimous. All the members around the table realized the importance of the Olympics, realized the importance of this bill. So why yesterday was it good and today it's not? Is he playing politics?
The honourable member from the Western Arctic, a short answer, please.
Answer no. Just read the transcripts, Mr. Speaker. That would indicate where my dialogue was. We don't need to play silly games here. I'm fine with that.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that Bill C-9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be now read a third time and passed. Moved by
Mr. Malloway,
moved by Mr. Malloway, seconded by Mr. Bevington, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words following that and replacing them with Bill C-9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for the purpose of reviewing Clause 5.2 with a view to reviewing the procedures on security clearances. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. The vote stands deferred until the end of government orders today. Orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi amenant du gouvernement commune.
Government orders, comments.
C-16, Environmental Enforcement Act, second reading, first time debated.
Mr. Clement for Mr. Prentice, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts that relate to the environment and to enact provisions respecting the enforcement of certain acts that relate to the environment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment? Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in the second reading of Bill C-16, the Environmental Enforcement Act, which addresses the important issue of enforcement of our environment and wildlife protection and our conservation laws. I'd like to compliment the work of the Minister of Environment for making this bill a priority. Our government has taken a number of steps since coming into office 3 years ago to protect our water, our air, and our land through stricter enforcement measures. The Environment Enforcement Act will complement the $22 million commitment that we made in Budget 2007 to increase the number of enforcement officers by 50%, a commitment that has led to the hiring of 100 new enforcement officers, the last recruits of which will be trained by this August. Among these new officers, nearly two-thirds will concentrate on the legislative and regulatory requirements of the Canadian Environment Protection Act, known as CEPA 99, and the Fisheries Act, while the rest will be assigned to commitments under wildlife legislation. The work that they do will be further enhanced by this government's commitment in Budget 2008 of $12 million over 2 years to Parks Canada for the implementation of an enhanced law enforcement program with Canada's national parks, and of $21 million over 2 years to enhance Environment Canada's enforcement operations by improving scientific and technical support during the enforcement operations, including forensic analysis, expert witness participation, and improved laboratory capacity. By establishing 2 major case units dedicated to investigations requiring highly specialized skills and enhancing compliance and intelligence monitoring systems. These budget commitments will increase the effectiveness of the Environment Canada and Parks Canada enforcement officers and help them do their jobs. They will also ensure enforcement activities are able to more effectively support prosecutions. Both enforcement activities and support for prosecutions, however, will only lead to long-term results if prosecutions of enforcement offenders result in stringent sentences that act as strong deterrents, that denounce unlawful activity that threatens the environment, and contribute to the restoration and remediation of environmental harm resulting from environmental offenses. The bill before the House today, the Environmental Enforcement Act, C-16, proposes to introduce sweeping changes to the offense, penalty, and enforcement provisions of 9 environmental protection and wildlife conservation statutes to ensure they achieve all of these goals. Mr. Speaker, the application of the bill's amendments to 9 different statutes ensures its impact will be far-reaching. 6 of the statutes amended by the bill are the responsibility of the Minister of Environment. These include CEPA 99, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, one of Canada's most important environmental protection laws. This act addresses the prevention and management of risks posed by toxic and other harmful substances and the environmental and human health impacts related to biotechnology, marine pollution, disposal at sea, vehicle, engine, and equipment emissions, fuels, hazardous waste, and environmental emergencies. The statutes amended by the bill also include the Migratory Birds Convention Act of 1994, a key tool for protecting migratory birds in Canada. The bill also strengthens the enforcement, fines, and sentencing provisions of Canada's trade in endangered species legislation, which forbids the unlawful import, export, and inter-provincial transport of species on the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species, wild flora, control list, and of foreign species whose capture, possession, and export are prohibited or regulated by the laws of another country. In addition, the Environmental Enforcement Act strengthens the enforcement provisions of the Antarctic Environmental Protection Act, which implements a protocol to the Antarctic Treaty, and the Canada Wildlife Act, under which national wildlife areas are established and maintained for wildlife conservation and research activities. The bill significantly strengthens the International River Improvements Act, a statute that governs the construction, operation, and maintenance of large projects such as dams on rivers flowing from
the United States, Canada, into the United States. Bill C-16 also strengthened the enforcement, fines, and sentencing provisions of 3 other statutes for which the Minister of the Environment is also responsible as the Minister for Parks Canada. These include the Canada National Parks Act, under which our national parks and reserves are created and managed, and the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act, which authorizes the creation and management of marine conservation areas that are representative in the Atlantic, the Arctic, and Pacific Oceans, and the Great Lakes. Bill C-16 also amends the Saguenay-St. Lawrence Marine Park Act, which protects the Saguenay-St. Lawrence Marine Park for the benefit of this generation and generations to come. Honourable members of this House may question why the provisions of C-16 are not applied to the Species at Risk Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Species at Risk Act, known as SARA, was recently referred to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development for its required 5-year review. Out of respect for that process, amendments to the Species at Risk Act were not included in this bill. The government recognizes that the Species at Risk Act may benefit from many of the provisions introduced in Bill C-16, and I urge my colleagues in the Environment Committee, many of them here today, I urge them to consider the application of C-16 on the Species at Risk Act as we review that bill, that act. The need for the amendments proposed in the Environmental Enforcement Act are clear. At the Global Judges Symposium held in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2002, where Canada's Supreme Court was represented, the Johannesburg Principles for the Role of Law and Sustainable Development were adopted. The principles include this following statement, quote, "We are strongly of the view that there is an urgent need to strengthen the capacity of judges, prosecutors, legislators, and all other persons who play a critical role in the process of implementation, development, and enforcement of environmental law, especially through the judicial process." End quote. Current fines are too low to be effective deterrents. Furthermore, they do not adequately express society's strong disapproval of environmental offenses. Finally, when fines are collected, they're currently most often directed toward the Consolidated Revenue Fund. But our government has proposed amendments in Bill C-16 that would see those fines made available for remediation of the harm caused by that environmental offense. The issue of fines, although some of the statutes amended by C-16 already provide for up to $1 million fines per day for an offense, imposed fines have never approached these amounts. In fact, the highest financial penalty imposed under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to date is $100,000. Given that most offenders convicted under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act are corporations operating in a regulated sphere, there is a risk that fines of this quality or quantity may simply be seen as the cost of doing business. This greatly reduces the deterrent value of fines, not to mention poorly represents society's disapproval of environmental offenses. To put this in perspective, consider that penalties for environmental offenses in the United States often reach millions of dollars. C-16 would address this issue by providing guidance to the courts in appropriate fines for introducing minimum fines, requiring courts to consider aggravating factors, and increasing most of the maximum fines, minimum fines and maximum fines. If the Environmental Enforcement Act becomes law, fines for individuals who commit the most serious offenses will range from a minimum of $5,000 to a maximum of $1 million per day. Large corporations who commit the most serious offenses will be liable to fines ranging from $100,000 to $6 million per day of an offense. Beyond increasing fines, the bill will also improve sentencing guidance by introducing purpose and principle clauses that recognize the sentencing objectives of deterrence, denunciation, and restoration, and the importance of taking into account the aggravating factors. It will also ensure courts have access to a full suite of powers to order offenders and undertake certain activities, including remediating harm caused by their offenses, compensating those who take remedial action or who lose property as a result of the offenses, and contributing to communities harmed by the environmental offenses. The bill further enhances the deterrent effect of convictions by improving public disclosure of environmental offenses, especially with respect to corporate offenders. It adds a provision to each act obliging the minister responsible for the act to maintain, in a registry accessible to the public, information about convictions of corporations for offenses under the act. The objective is to encourage compliance, given the importance of public opinion on corporate success. Furthermore, the bill will oblige courts to order corporate offenders to have shareholders to inform their shareholders of the convictions. Beyond its focus on the outcome of prosecutions, the bill gives enforcement officers better tools to addressing offenses that require immediate attention by allowing officers to issue compliance orders. The bill also sets out the legislative authority needed to establish an administrative monetary penalty scheme for responding to less serious environmental infractions that might otherwise go unaddressed because of the prohibitively costs and time associated with prosecutions. These administrative monetary penalties are relatively low financial penalties that are appropriate enforcement tools for responding to violations of law that are relatively minor in nature. The new act authorizes the Governor and Council to make regulations needed to implement the administrative monetary penalty scheme, including regulations identifying for what offenses administrative monetary penalties may be used, and a method for calculating the fine amount. The new act restricts the amount of these monetary penalties to $5,000 for an individual and $25,000 for any person or ship, creating a continuum of enforcement responses from warnings to compliance orders to administrative monetary penalties to charges. Persons issued an administrative monetary penalty may have them reviewed by an administrative tribunal to ensure fairness that may determine whether the person committed the violation, and if the tribunal determines the penalty for the violation is not determined in accordance with regulations, it may correct the amount of the penalty. Finally, as I've already alluded to, the bill will help address the harm resulting from environmental offenses by directing all fines collected under the statutes amended to the Environment Damages Fund. Currently, the fines collected under most environmental protection statutes are directed to the Receiver General, from which they are not necessarily available for environmental restoration and protection projects. Monies in the Environment Damages Fund, however, are available for individuals and organizations for the purpose of supporting restoration and protection projects. Ineffectual enforcement of environment and wildlife conservation and protection laws makes them ineffective. Canadians expect that these laws are enforced and that their enforcement will lead to meaningful sentences. Our budget commitments that this government has made, including the additional officers now with C-16, combine to form a comprehensive, modern, and effective enforcement regime for Canada, one that will protect the rich natural resources that define our nation and makes us, as Canadians, so uniquely appreciative of the land that we cherish and so proudly that we call our home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of questions for my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment. We know that the Bill C-16, identifies a number of factors that should be taken into account, such as aggravating services when sentencing is conducted. There is a series of aggravating offences that are listed in the bill. For example, if the offender has failed to take necessary measures to prevent the offence despite the fact that he or she had the financial means to do so. So my question is the following. Why has the government decided to condemn or denounce a certain number of factors in sentencing? Why has the government establish factors which it considers to be aggravating factors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from the bloc, and I look forward to continuing our hard work on the environment, the Standing Committee on the Environment. And I hope that he will support this bill, C-16. It's well needed. I appreciate his question, and I also want to share with him that there have been over 500 convictions under the laws amended by this bill in the past 5 years. 500 convictions. A conviction or an indictment is only one type of conviction. A prosecution can proceed on indictment or in summary conviction. In fact, most prosecutions under the statutes amended by this bill proceed by way of summary conviction. It's accurate to say that we have not often proceeded with prosecutions on indictment. The decision to proceed by indictment or summary conviction is a complex decision made by prosecutors and is dependent on the specific facts and circumstances of a particular case. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, a question for the Parliamentary Secretary, and thank you for your presentation of the bill. The bill, and when Minister Prentice presented this bill in his press conference, he presented the Minister of Environment presented as an updating and modernization of the bills consistent with what we see around the world. I'm puzzled why, if this is an updating of all of the acts and laws, why does this bill not include updates for the Federal Fisheries Act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and the Navigable Waters Protection Act? My second question would be, why are we not including in these bills the opportunity to also include the right to receive part of the fine if you do a private prosecution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, I thank the member for the question. It's a good one. The Minister of Environment has the authority to deal with these 9 statutes. We could also deal with SARA, but the Fisheries Act, of course, would be a different minister. So these are acts, the amendments with C-16 apply to that. Now, if the other ministers would like to see these kind of amendments, that could be done. But it'd be up to that minister and another bill. But C-16 deals with specific statutes that the Minister of Environment has responsibility for.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government seems a bit schizophrenic on the environmental protection of bridges and dams and everything. I think this is a good initiative. I'm supporting it. Stronger penalties for people that are doing the wrong things. But then and it's going through the proper process, through committee, through the House here, so we can debate it, which is excellent. The Minister had a good briefing, which I went to. But on the other hand, they sneak the changes in the Navigable Waters Act that affect the same bridges, the same dams, through Parliament in the budget when you know you can't have debate, rush it through. And it's a bit disappointing that on one hand they show this concern for protection, which I sincerely think they all agree with. And on the other hand, they try to totally avoid it and sneak that bill through Parliament and the changes on the Navigable Waters Act that we weren't allowed to change.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, this is, Mr. Spill, C-16 is a bill that is there to enhance enforcement, to provide direction to the courts with minimum and maximum. And, Mr. Speaker, this will also give tools to the enforcement officers. As the member knows, we've increased by 50% the number of enforcement officers to just under 200 to now over 300 officers. And so we need to have those officers, but we also need to also have the legislation. And C-16 does that. It provides much stiffer penalties and consequences, which will act as a deterrent. But also, Mr. Speaker, we believe it needs to pass quickly through this House, and I look forward to his support. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the Parliamentary Secretary, I'll give him a chance to answer my question again. In fact, the Minister of Environment is responsible for the pollution, the contaminated substance provisions of the Federal Fisheries Act, so it would be normal and rational that he would bring forward those changes to fines and enforcement provisions as well, or encourage his colleague to bring that forward in an omnibus bill. The Federal Minister of Environment is also responsible for the enforcement of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, so I'll give him an opportunity to perhaps pursue that again. But I would also like my second question to be answered. Why, if we are modernizing the legislation, we are not bringing forward into all environmental statutes the very admirable provision where if there's a private prosecution, they can claim half of any fine that is imposed on conviction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to again thank the member for her question. If there are any additional statutes that are under the responsibility of the minister, for example, SARA, Species at Risk Act, those could be made at the Standing Committee of Environment. As I shared in my comments, that the minister is respecting the committee because of the review. But if there's any other pieces, any other statutes that are under the responsibility of the minister, that would be the place to make those suggested amendments to C-16, and I look forward to her work and her help to get this through quickly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask the member, he's an experienced parliamentarian, if we were to bring in other acts and amendments, would not the chair of the committee rule them out of order because of going to committee after second reading?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying, and that's a good point that he makes, but we're doing the SARA review, and it's a legislative requirement after 5 years to do the SARA, the Species at Risk Act, and we will likely be making recommendations to change, to amend SARA, and so that would be the opportunity that we could have this added to this statute also as part of the recommendation of the Standing Committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his great work on this file. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with him on the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Bill C-16 seems, Mr. Speaker, quite heavy with respect to fines, but of course fines don't achieve anything if there's no political will to enforce them. And I wanted to ask the Parliamentary Secretary how this government plans to ensure that our environmental laws will be enforced.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his hard work, and actually, Mr. Speaker, I enjoy working with him 2 days a week at the Standing Committee on Environment. He worked very hard, and I want to thank him for his very good question. As evidence of the how much of a priority this is, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, 2007 budget actually, it was $22 million in that budget to hire on more environmental enforcement officers. So we've done it there. We've now providing the legislative changes in the statutes, and I believe we've got the people, and now we'll have the legislation. There will be a real strong deterrent. Also with the benchmarks, with some guideposts to the courts, we have the minimums and the maximums. I'm quite optimistic this will be a tool that will make sure that we do not have environmental damage. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is corporations will not be able to make a profit with this new legislation. They will have to pay back any profit that resulted from that offense.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Here. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to speak on C-16, the Government's Environmental Enforcement Act. I'd like to first congratulate the legislative drafting team at Justice Canada through the Legal Services Division at Environment Canada for their hard work on putting together this very large bill. I'd also like to thank all the Environment Canada officials who have worked on this feverishly now for several years, many of whom, of course, were originally involved in the drafting of the architecture of environmental enforcement in this country, which was most of which, 80 to 90% of which, was accomplished over 3 successive Liberal governments. Many of those individuals I know personally, Mr. Speaker. I know they've been working feverishly on this bill for many years, and it's the culmination of so much of their investment in serving Canadians on this front. So I'd like to congratulate those officials on behalf of all parliamentarians for their good service. Mr. Speaker, this is really quite a sweeping bill. It's a 225-page document with far-reaching consequences. And subject to study at committee, the official opposition intends to support the bill going forward. We do, however, have an awful lot of questions about the motivation behind the bill, questions around the constitutionality of the bill, and questions around the evidence that might or might not backstop this bill. As I said, it does strengthen and standardize, it moves to strengthen and standardize penalties that polluters across all of the federal government's environmental laws would face. And as I say, it builds on the substantial architecture set in place by successive Liberal governments. We know that requiring violators to pay to repair, for example, environmental damage on top of paying fines is an important step. A step in the right direction in ensuring that pollution is not just part of the cost of doing business. We're also pleased the government is building on the 1995 Environmental Damages Fund created by the former Liberal government. We wish only that the government was this aggressive and forward-looking and prepared to build on the good work of the previous government on climate change, Mr. Speaker. It's too bad that they were not as aggressive and forward-looking on their climate change work. And in that regard, I'd like to share for Canadians a few impressions of the official opposition about the state of climate change and the degree to which Bill C-16 might apply to the climate change crisis. The Parliamentary Secretary rightly pointed out that the Species at Risk Act is being examined now at committee, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, a mandated 5-year review. The Species at Risk Act, which the former Liberal government brought to bear for Canada. We've heard from the critic from the NDP that there is an obvious and gaping omission with the absence of the Fisheries Act. And for the Parliamentary Secretary to suggest that it's because it does not fall within the purview of the Minister of the Environment, I'm not sure if that washes with Canadians. There are probably improvements to be made under the Fisheries Act, and it's a mystery still as to why it has not been woven into these series of bills that are all, these acts that are all being amended under this one bill. But the real elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians is climate change. Climate change. How is this Environmental Enforcement Act going to apply to the climate change crisis? And I feel for my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, because he's in a very difficult situation. I think the government, Mr. Speaker, is now in a very difficult situation because the government has no climate change plan. And the plan that it put forward under the last Parliament has been withdrawn. We have no regulatory framework. 11 independent groups, from the C.D. Howe Institute to the Pembina Institute to RBC Dominion Securities to a series of third-party groups, have examined the government's claim that it would, for example, reduce greenhouse gases by 20% from 2005 levels by 2020. Every single group, including Deutsche Bank, every group that's examined the government's plan has said simply, it will not work. So we have no plan, and now we're waiting for the United States, where 535 congresspeople are trying to craft a single cap-and-trade scheme for delivery to the President and a renewable energy plan. but we have no matching plan to bring to the table. We have a dialogue of the deaf, because we have a government that purports to be in conversations, no quote, negotiations with the new Obama administration. But we see no independence being manifested by the government on behalf of this country. We're not acting like a sovereign state on climate change. There are no negotiations. There is no special envoy. The Minister of Finance does not know what the price of carbon is in the international markets. There are no timelines. And for that matter, we're not even sure what the government's going to do with the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, a legislative tool that was brought to bear by members of the opposition and forced onto the government after, of course, it withdrew its Clean Air Act from the last Parliament because it was rewritten, greatly strengthened by all opposition parties, but the government did not like the bill, did not like the new improved Clean Air Act, so it did what it does best. It censured debate and it prorogued Parliament. And so as a result, the new and improved Clean Air Act evaporated into thin air, and the government is now without a climate change plan, waiting for the United States, not acting like an independent country. There are no negotiations. There's no envoy. There are no timelines. The Department of Finance has not crafted a tradable permit scheme for this country. So we're now in a situation when we look at environmental enforcement, we're led to ask the question, why this and why now? And if we are in desperate need of enhanced environmental enforcement, how will it apply to the single greatest crisis that civilization has ever known, and that is the climate change crisis and temperature increases? So that is a line of questioning that we hope, Mr. Speaker, to pursue at committee with the government when we do see the bill there. Now, what has motivated the government? I believe it is motivated by good faith. But I also believe that it is part and parcel of the government's recent quarterly law and order communication agenda. And that's okay, because most Canadians know, as tens of thousands of them lose their jobs, that the government is not performing when it comes to the economy the way they expect. And so the government has pursued an aggressive agenda, what I call a shock and awe law and order communications agenda. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, as one parliamentarian, that this does not fall prey to the government's penchant for Republican-style law and order communication tactics. And I hope that this will survive that kind of approach and get to committee and be debated in a meaningful way. Now, if it's going to be debated, then we need to see from the government evidence. In so many of the law and order measures brought forward by the government, there's just so little evidence to backstop the proposed measures. There's been an awful lot of ideology, but there isn't often a lot of evidence. Where is the evidence of the need for such sweeping reform on environmental enforcement? On fines, on penalties, on mandatory disclosure of corporate pollution, for example, and prosecutions? Where is the evidence that these changes will actually have an effect on pollution levels? We're not saying that it won't, but as a government, it has an obligation, Mr. Speaker, the government, to bring forward the evidence to substantiate its claims. The Parliamentary Secretary said fines are too low to be an effective deterrent. How many fines have there been in the last 3.5 years of Conservative government? How high have those fines been? If the fines will be used for restorative purposes, what about pre-existing liabilities? 38 to 40,000 contaminated sites in this country, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in existence. How will this environmental enforcement deal with pre-existing liabilities? Municipalities, cities, towns, regions across the country who are inheriting toxic sites, brownfields, blackfields, contaminated sites. Will this deal with that troubling issue. The court may indeed order compensation and restoration payments. There will be, I believe, questions here about constitutionality. There will be questions here about federal-provincial division of responsibilities. Courts can suspend or cancel permits for those who commit environmental offences. This is a good thing, a provision which did not exist before. The Registry of Environmental Offenders referenced by the Parliamentary Secretary. So we get to publish the names of corporate environmental offenders. What about the preponderance of Canadian companies that are not incorporated? 80% of all jobs in Canada today hail from small and medium-sized enterprises with less than 100 staff, 100 employees. How will they be brought into the fold? That's an outstanding question that has to be answered as well. And will the government inspire itself from the decade-old experience in the United States where publicly traded corporations have to reveal not only how much they're spending on corporate social responsibility, environmental sustainability, fines, prosecutions, but also have to disclose, for example, to what extent they're involved in litigation. There's an agreement between the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the Securities and Exchange Commission that compels the sharing of information so institutional and retail investors in our capital markets can make better and more informed choices about where to place their investments. How will this bill deal with capital flows in the capital markets so we can encourage investments in those companies and organizations with better environmental performance? That remains to be answered. That's the kind of evidence we need to see brought to bear here, Mr. Speaker, with respect to this bill. All offenders must now pay a fine equal to the benefit received as a result of committing the offence, in addition to paying the fine for the offence itself. What does that mean? How will that be monetized? How will that be quantified? If another Exxon Valdez was to occur, or an on-land Exxon Valdez equivalent were to occur, and Canada were to lose a significant wetlands, Canada has 26% of the planet's wetlands, Mr. Speaker. They are millions of years old. They are perfect and free water and air filtration systems. If we were to have a significant tailings pond spill, and to lose, for example, a preeminent wetlands in a sensitive region in the country, how is the court expected to monetize and calculate that loss of eco-service? It's not something the government's ever talked about, the notion of natural capital. The government continues to pretend that carrying capacity out there is limitless. We can continue to put as much greenhouse gas into the atmosphere as we wish because it'll just keep assimilating it. Well, we know that's not the case. So this is an interesting measure. How exactly is the court going to order fining equal to the benefit received as a result of committing the offence, in addition to paying the fine for the offence itself? Surely the government is not going to be instructing courts to ignore carrying capacity and eco-services in Canadian natural settings. Now, the good news about this bill is it began well before the last election in 2008. Its drafting, officials have confirmed, began some 2.5 to 3 years ago, and I hope sincerely that this bill has been inspired largely by the terrible, terrible example of what can happen when a jurisdiction begins to ignore environmental standards, such as the example in the province of Ontario under a previous Conservative government, where 4 frontline cabinet ministers of this government served, as well as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and fired half of the province's water inspectors, leading to the terrible disgrace and tragedy of Walkerton. I hope the government is going to deeply, deeply study the O'Connor report to insist that the learnings that were derived there are implemented fully in this bill. It's extremely important to learn from past mistakes, Mr. Speaker, And I'm glad to see that the previous Minister of the Environment, who was a minister in that unfortunate Michael Harris government that gave rise to that Walkerton crisis and tragedy, I'm very pleased to see that they appear to be learning from that past and unfortunate experience. Those are some of my first comments, Mr. Speaker. But I want to pick up on a theme raised by my colleague from the Yukon. It's passing strange that just last week, on a break week, imagine, the Minister of the Environment was in Calgary announcing to Canadians that he was single-handedly going to decide how environmental assessment was going to be conducted in this country going forward. It's interesting because the first environmental assessment brought into the country was in 1992 by the former Mulroney government, and it was a fine and important step for Canada. In this last Bill C-10 budget bill, the government laced it with 9 poison bills, not the least of which was the Navigable Waters Protection Act changes. There again, there was zero evidence presented to suggest that it was necessary to give a Minister of Transport and Infrastructure unfettered discretion to decide when and when not an environmental assessment ought to occur. In a bill which is over 115 years old, an act, the Navigable Waters Protection Act, set out originally to protect natural waterways for Canada forever. But it's worse, because last week the Minister of the Environment stood up in Calgary and gave a speech announcing that he was going to go further, and without parliamentary notice, without public consultation, without engaging the committee, without anything, apparently now under the guise of getting money out the door as quickly as possible for stimulus purposes, this Minister of the Environment, imagine the Minister of the Environment facilitating the undermining of environmental assessment. That's rich, Mr. Speaker. But this Minister of the Environment has now announced that he will change the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, change the function of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency to weaken EAs as they go forward. This is something that this opposition, this official opposition, will not tolerate, Mr. Speaker. We will be watching and asking questions about how the government intends to reconcile so-called tough on environmental crime measures in the bill, while speaking out of the other side of its mouth and announcing that it is either poison billing its budget bill by forcing changes to environmental assessment, or the Minister of the Environment freelancing in Canadian society and saying that he knows best and he'll decide how 20 years of environmental assessment practice ought to be changed without notice. Those are the kinds of changes we'll be protecting against, Mr. Speaker. Those are the kinds of issues that we intend to raise. And it will be very important now for this government to come to committee and explain to Canadians, to go back to what I was saying a moment ago, to come back and explain to Canadians how this bill will take us 1 meter further, 1 yard further down the field in dealing with the elephant in the room, which it is unprepared to admit exists in the room, and that is the climate change crisis. Environmental enforcement is all for naught, Mr. Speaker, if we see a 3 to 4 degree centigrade temperature increase on this planet in the next 50 to 100 years. It is all for naught. The government now has to stop the window dressing and come to ground on the climate change crisis. Those are my comments, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate my colleague for his speech on Bill C-16. And I'd like to draw special attention to the aspects of the genuine changes that this bill will give rise to. Because what we see, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, This is a law and order approach, but the question is, will this approach allow for significant changes and improvements in the environment? Let me give you an example. Last February, Syncrude was accused by the federal government of a violation on the Migratory Birds Act for having spilled toxic substances in northern Alberta. And this accounted for the death of 500 ducks. The question is this: under that act, the government and this business could be liable to 6 months imprisonment or a $300,000 fine. The question is, will Bill 16 really change the behavior of polluting corporations? That's the question for my colleague, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South. The simple answer, Mr. Speaker, is that we don't know. We don't know whether this bill will truly have a direct impact on the behavior of large or small corporations or everyday Canadians. We don't know, but we do know that this law and order attitude imposed in the environmental sphere has never worked. Neither in the United States nor in Europe, in the European Union. We've seen that there's a whole spectrum.
For example, why is it the government isn't tying law and order and environmental enforcement to intelligent use of fiscal choices, right? The government brings in a tax-deductible transit pass that costs $2,500 a ton to reduce greenhouse gases and has zero impact on driving up ridership. Instead of investing in silly games like that, why isn't it not using fiscal policy to achieve higher environmental performance? They're linked. My colleague is right. In Europe, for example, Mr. Speaker, the European Union have excelled in a concept called eco-covenants, where industry and government and NGOs and communities sign contracts together. And over 5 years, they're implementable as opposed, one against the other. It's a very interesting tool. It is absent in this debate. It's simply, apparently, still all about law and order.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, this is another example of a government introducing a huge omnibus bill with a whole bunch of different items in it. Bill C-16 is 216 pages long. I'd like to, the member red flagged the Fisheries Act. I'd like to ask him, why does he think that the Fisheries Act was not included in this bill? It seems to have everything else.
The Honourable Member from Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Far be it from me to apply a divining rod to this government. I mean, to find the water, I don't know. It might be that the government is embarrassed by the fact that twice in a row it announced that it would already have now a national water strategy for this country. There is no national water strategy, which is why the Minister of the Environment, having cut the funding for the GEMS project at the University of Waterloo and water testing, reinstated it on the day before World Water Day, 2 days ago, Saturday past, to perhaps pick up the slack there. I don't know why the Fisheries Act is an omission. It certainly would be interesting to hear from the Minister himself. But given the powers that Fisheries Act officers have and the impact on freshwater, it'll be very important to see whether this omission can be actually addressed and whether this bill can be amended.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Mississauga South, a short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the member has certainly put it in context in that we have a bill that is going to deal with environmental enforcement issues and fines and penalties. But when it gets down to it, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians want to see that we are supporting our laws and that the penalties and the fines are appropriate. But that it does, in its essence, though, totally ignore the biggest environmental risk in our in the history of humanity, the threats to the planet. And we also have, as the examples in the budget, changes which are going to affect the effectiveness of our own Federal Environmental Assessment Act, which would in fact weaken, I would think, existing legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a contradiction in the agenda of the government, and I wonder if the member would help us to understand how should we be moving forward on these matters.
The honourable member from Ottawa South, a short answer, please.
Short answer, Mr. Speaker, is clearly that we need good environmental enforcement. We need proper fiscal signals being sent to the marketplace. We need new creative approaches like eco-covenants. We need to reward good voluntary behavior. We need to provide the demand pull that only a federal government can with procurement systems. There's a whole suite of measures that will actually drive up environmental performance. And as of now, Mr. Speaker, we do not see a coherent approach. Thank you very much.
When debate resumes on this matter, this member will have 4 minutes remaining in questions and answers. It being 6:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in the name of Mr. Marsden. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following.
That the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development presented on Thursday, February 26, 2009 be concurred in. Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favour of the motion will please rise. Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Caudell.
Mr. Caudell.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Proulx.
Mr. Proulx.
Mr. McTagg.
Mr. McTagg.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Falco.
Madame Falco.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Scarpelletti.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Cania.
Mr. Cania.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valerian.
Madame Zarac.
Madame Zarac.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, au Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marquerel-Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marquerel-Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Guy.
Madame Guy.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Neigette, Mesquota, les Basques.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Neigette et Misquota, les Basques.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Monsieur Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Vernal.
Madame Vernal.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Monsieur Petit.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tobic MacTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic MacTaquac.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McCollum.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. RuPaul.
Mr. RuPaul.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur. Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 134, 134.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
To the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Malloway to the motion at third reading of Bill C9. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be now read a third time and passed. Mr. Malloway, seconded by Mr. Bevington, moved the following amendment. The motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C9, an act to amend the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, be not now read a third time but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for the purpose of reviewing Clause 5.2 with a view to reviewing the procedures on security clearances. La mise au voix porte sur la...
The vote deals with the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please rise.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those who are opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kenny, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warren.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Velnau.
Madame Velnau.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykes.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Funny Roy.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Alan Tobic Nactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic Nactaquac.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. Canis. Mr. Lee. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Cadal. Mr. Kotler. Mr. Desange. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Madame Jennings. Mr. Kuzner. Monsieur Proux. Mr. McTagg. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Zabo. Madame Falco. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Wilfirst. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Eiking. Monsieur Leblanc. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Baines. Monsieur Damour. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Ms. Ratanzi. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Hall Finley. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Cania. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mrs. Simpson. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valeriot. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laforêt. Monsieur Paquette. Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga. Monsieur Bachin. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Bigra. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Roy. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimond Montmorency Charlevoix au Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Ménard Marguerite Fortin. Madame Brunel. Madame Gay. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Lemay. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur Nadeau. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Mourani. Madame Bonsan. Madame Deschamps. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Vincent. Monsieur Paillet. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Pomerleau. Monsieur Guimond. Rimouski, Neigette, Mescota, Lévasque. Madame Tilac. Monsieur Dorion. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Godet. Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 33, 33, nays contre 242, 242.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est là.
So the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke South on the environment.
North.
Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is the defining issue of our era, with its impacts on our economy, health, and security, potentially large and irreversible. Climate change is a comprehensive challenge. There is no silver bullet solution. The Conservative government must therefore build partnerships with national governments worldwide, business, consumers, local authorities, and the energy sector. It must find abatement solutions, and it must increase incentives for climate-friendly research and development to protect Canada's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Canada's research and development has now fallen to just less than 2% of GDP, below the OECD average, and our country's number of triadic patents also remains under the EU 25 and OECD averages. In stark contrast, our country's scientific and technological workforce experienced steady growth in research personnel between 1995 and 2004, with annual growth over 4%, well above the OECD average. Mr. Speaker, today Canada is falling behind its international competitors. The U.S. stimulus plan allocates 6 times more funding per capita on science and technology research, renewable energy, and energy efficiency development than Canada. And just 4 days ago, Minnesota's largest private foundation, McKnight, announced that it will spend an unprecedented $100 million over the next 5 years to address global climate change. McKnight is joining forces with other large U.S. foundations, including the David and Lucille Packard Foundation and the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, and pledging more than $1 billion to prevent climate change. McKnight's president, Kate Wolford, called climate change an extraordinary challenge that must be addressed within the next decade to prevent irrevocable harm to the planet. Mr. Speaker, what specifically is this Conservative government investing in climate change innovation, from people to process to research to marketing? Was there an increase to the Canadian Climate and Atmospheric Science Fund? We had a strategy in 2002. Research and development is a key driver of long-term sustainable economic growth. The past experience of countries such as Finland and Korea shows that reforms aimed at strengthening innovation can help countries emerge stronger from a crisis and help with the more sustainable growth path. Mr. Speaker, what is this government investing in climate change innovators, as most knowledge is embodied in people rather than the firms and institutions that employ them? What action is this government taking to prevent climate researchers from leaving Canada as their funding dries up? Mr. Speaker, what investment is this government taking to expand the number of available climate-friendly technologies and their mitigation potential?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her comments. Mr. Speaker, this government remains deeply committed to sustaining Canadian research capacity in the climate change and atmospheric sciences. Our government supports world-class climate change research in many ways, including, Mr. Speaker, through university and government research projects. This February, Maxime Chachma of the University of Quebec in Montreal became a new Canadian Research Chair in Regional Climate Modeling. This is part of the $120 million fund, 134 new and renewed Canada Research Chairs in 37 Canadian universities. Several Canadian scientists have taken leading roles in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We're working hard to maintain or improve our strong position in this area through many new science and technology initiatives, as outlined in the 2007 Federal S&T Strategy, mobilizing science and technology to Canada's advantage. As part of the Clean Air Agenda, we've invested $1.5 $1.5 billion in several priority research areas, including climate change adaptation. This includes $15 million for research to improve climate change scenarios and $14 million for a program to assist Northerners to accessing key vulnerabilities and opportunities for adaptation. Furthermore, the recent Economic Action Plan allocates more money for green initiatives, more than any other budget in Canadian history, and I want to thank the member for supporting that, with $1 billion over 5 years for clean energy research and development demonstration projects. We're one of the world leaders in this technology, including carbon capture and storage. We've also invested over $150 million in the International Polar Year, and more than any other country, $150 million. The federal S&T strategy lays out a comprehensive, multi-year plan to make Canada a world leader in science and technology and a key source of entrepreneurial innovation and creativity. A cornerstone of the plan is developing, attracting, and retaining the highly skilled people that we need to thrive in the modern global economy. We're working hard to build up our scientific capacity through increasing funding to the Canadian Research Chairs Program, for instance, the creation of the new Veneer Scholarships. This was launched in September 2008 to support 500 Canadian and international doctoral students with scholarships valued at up to $50,000 a year. Overall, Canada remains the second largest spender after Sweden in R&D through higher education amongst the OECD countries. An independent study in 2006 concluded that Canada ranks among the top 5 countries in the field of climate, meteorology, and atmospheric science. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, there are considerable time lags in the climate system, and therefore many impacts of global warming are already locked in for the coming decades. Within decades, many more millions of people will experience flooding due to sea level rise and suffer disease due to drought, floods, and heat waves. In 2003, 35,000 died in Europe as a result of the heat. Globally, the cost of adaptation could range from tens of billions to several hundreds of billions of dollars. Investing in adaptations to these impacts is therefore an immediate priority. Mr. Speaker, what specific investment is this government making in climate change adaptation here in Canada? And finally, what is this government doing to reduce the cost of available or emerging emission-reducing technologies to fight Earth's most pressing threat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question that rings throughout this hall is from her own leader asking, why didn't we get it done? Speaking to their Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, what a shame that they didn't get it done after 13 long years. Mr. Speaker, in addition to attracting and retaining the best and brightest scientists, we're providing them with the tools necessary to conduct world-class research. The Economic Action Plan includes over $2 billion to support deferred maintenance and repair projects at post-secondary institutions and federal laboratories in order to improve our research capabilities, Mr. Speaker. Again, evidence that we're getting it done on the environment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpak, Access to Information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 23rd, my question to the government concerned the lack of transparency from this government with respect to the listeriosis outbreak. The question related to why the Prime Minister's office has refused to release the notes from conference calls related to its role in managing the listeriosis crisis of last summer, a crisis that resulted in the largest food recall in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, which came about as a result of contaminated meat products that led to the death of 20 people. That's 20 people, Mr. Speaker. We know that there were concerns about the increase in listeriosis as early as June of last year, and that it was not until mid-August that CFIA appears to have become involved. We also know that at a July 24th meeting involving CFIA, the issue of listeriosis was discussed when it was originally denied. Now, although this discussion, I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, although this discussion was in a general sense, not a specific situation, it was information that was withheld, and I want to note that the issue was discussed. We know a number of meetings between representatives of the company involved and senior government officials, including ministers, took place through the summer and into the fall. The question is, what was discussed during these meetings. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the PMO is denying access to information as required by law. As well, increasingly, Mr. Speaker, there is questions about the Prime Minister's investigator itself. As I said in my original question, the investigator has no authority to subpoena documents, no authority to subpoena witnesses, and in fact reports to the very minister that is in charge of the food safety system in this country, and that minister will decide whether or not all or parts of a report will be released. Perhaps the government would care to provide the House with answers to the growing questions, then, concerning this independent investigator. For example, under the section Conduct of the Investigation, it states that the independent investigator will, and I quote, not have any personal or other conflict of interest or any bias in relation to any of the matters relating to this investigation, end of quote. It is not also important that there be no perception of a conflict of interest. And so, if so, how does the government explain that the investigator occupies offices on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada experimental farm site, that the investigator remains active on the Prime Minister's Advisory Committee in the Public Service, and that 2 senior staff members are seconded from the federal government? Mr. Speaker, does this lady have a coffee with the Minister of Agriculture in the morning? They're within sight distance of each other. This is not the perception of, that you want to instill, Mr. Speaker. The other point is that she can allow individuals who will be interviewed to attend the interview with counsel. Mr. Speaker, what authority does the investigator have then to compel witnesses if legal counsel instructs the client not to cooperate? According to the guidelines, there's no authority. So why, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister's office denying information, and why does this investigator have no authority to do what she ought to do in an investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the member opposite. I would like to speak this evening regarding the member's earlier question and Canada's access to information laws. As said before in this chamber, the member opposite is trying to create the impression that decisions about what information to release are driven at the political level. This is absolutely false. Access to information requests are never handled by ministers or political staff. Professional, trained, access to information staff in the public service performs the work across departments and agencies. And it is the heads of those departments and agencies who are responsible for the administration of this program within their organizations. And we expect everyone to obey the law in every respect. The Federal Accountability Act, which was introduced by our government, brought into force the new Access to Information policy. The Act and its companion action plan instituted an unprecedented level of rigor and scrutiny across the federal public sector. It contains the most extensive amendments to the Access to Information Act since its introduction in 1983. This government takes Canadians' right to access to information very seriously. To ensure that the Access to Information Act is complied with, we have created an inventory of best practices to raise employee awareness of their information management responsibilities. In the past year, 628 members of the ATIP community have participated in 51 training sessions to ensure compliance with the Act. And, Mr. Speaker, the latest statistics show that the government has been effective, accessible, and transparent with access to information requests. And, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen openness and transparency in government operations. The Treasury Board Secretariat, for example, has developed the framework for the management of information in the Government of Canada to strengthen management across the public service. To suggest that it is the ministers or their staffs who decide what is to be released and what isn't to be released is a complete misunderstanding of how the system works. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows this. The Information Commissioner stated recently in his testimony before committee, and I quote, "We have not found through our investigations direct political interference in the processing of access requests. End of quote. This government is committed to openness and transparency with respect to government operations. In fact, 69 new institutions are now accountable to Canadians through the HCIA. For the first time ever, Canadians can see how these institutions spend their tax dollars. In 2007 and 2008, the government processed a record number of requests, an increase of 38% over the last 5 years. These are tremendous steps towards openness and transparency. I thank the member opposite for the question. This government does take Canadians' right to access to information very seriously.
The honourable member for Melpac.
Mr. Speaker, isn't that sweet? Well, the government blames the reason for the lack of information on the bureaucracy. Now, can you imagine? They blame it on the bureaucracy for the information not being provided. Mr. Speaker, they are the government. And in fact, with this, we know now that one of the worst records in access to information in the world is coming from this Conservative government. The information is not being provided. The spirit of the Act and the letter of the law is in fact being violated. And for the member to talk about the government's Accountability Act, I mean, the spirit of that one was broken long ago. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is this government wouldn't know what openness and transparency means. And what is the reason? Is there something to cover up here? We know this. You're violating the spirit of the Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond now to the honourable colleague across the way. This government takes Canadians' right to access to information very seriously, as I mentioned before. We are the ones who fought for the rights of Canadians to know how their government operates, opening up the Wheat Board, the CBC, and dozens of other institutions to Access to Information Act, something the Liberals failed to do. Our Federal Accountability Act contains the most extensive amendments to the Access to Information Act since its introduction in 1983. 69 new institutions are now accountable to Canadians through the HCIA. For the first time, Canadians can see how these institutions spend their tax dollars. This government is committed to openness and transparency with respect to government operations. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. HCIA requests are up 14% thanks to our changes. That's almost 30,000 requests in 2007, since more than 25,000 since 2005. These are tremendous steps forward with openness and transparency, steps the Liberals never took.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.